since all of you have had some training, I'd like to begin with a song that for me is a good song for reminding us of what this whole process is about, what it's designed to make possible. I never feel more given to than when you take from me. When you understand the joy I feel giving to you, and you know my giving isn't done to put you in my debt, but because I want to live the love I feel for you. To receive with grace may be the greatest giving. There's no way that I can separate the two. When you give to me, I give you my receiving. And when you take from me, I feel so given to. So we all know that, but we forget. We forget about that kind of giving because we get caught up in other stuff. How do you say please in a way that makes people enjoy giving with the spirit that that song was, where the giving is self-full giving? That means it's not coming out of any giving in or giving up. It's not to buy something. It's not to avoid punishment or guilt. It's pure human enjoyment of enriching life, you see. So how do we say please in a way that makes that happen naturally? So we have this immigrant new into the country, and we're kind of in a mean mood, so we're going to play a trick on this immigrant. The immigrant wants to know, how do you say please in a way that creates that kind of giving? So we say now, when you're the most vulnerable and you need nurturing the most, I'm going to show you what to say and how to say it. Now, of course, the immigrant is going to be very interested, and we say, you look at the person and you say this, idiot! Wouldn't that be a cruel trick to play on somebody?
Yeah.
Really, when you're the most, it's been played on us. That trick has been played on us. Because we have been taught a language that when we are the most vulnerable, to say please in a way that almost guarantees we won't get what we want. If that isn't a horrible trick, what is? So let me show you what I consider compassion killers. Use any of the following kind of communication, you see, and it's almost guaranteed to make it hard for people to enjoy giving to you. Use any language that sounds like a criticism to other people. You see? So get out your mental erasers and let's erase the following words from our consciousness. Right, wrong, good, bad, normal, abnormal, appropriate, inappropriate. Well, I don't want to go on because the list is so long. If you were educated like me, it would take us probably 4 or 5 days just to erase all of the words that are in our heads were put in there through our education that destroy this beautiful game of giving out of the heart. So every word coming out of our mouth that implies wrongness to other people, that sounds like wrongness to them, almost guarantees that we will not get what we want, you see. Whether it is a crude judgment like idiot or a more sophisticated one like, don't you think it would be more appropriate for you to consider other people's needs once in a while? Which of those two would you prefer if you were on the other end? Yeah, me too. I sometimes think it's just because I was raised in Detroit, but no, I find other people prefer Detroit style to nice criticism. And anything that people hear that sounds like a demand, you see, it destroys the beauty of giving. How sad that we have been taught to use any of the following tactics, because if we use any of the following tactics to influence people, to whatever degree they carry a trace from the past to this moment about any memory of our having used these tactics, it destroys their natural capacity to give to us in the way that song was about. See, so to whatever degree a person remembers being punished by us in the past, to whatever degree the person sees us using rewards to get them to do things, to whatever degree a person associates us with shame or guilt induction, they recall us in the past trying to make them feel guilty or ashamed for what they've, when they haven't given to us what we wanted. Or to whatever degree we have used concepts of duty or obligation to get people to do things, you see. To whatever degree people carry a trace of that, it destroys what that song is about. It just makes it impossible for people to give with what is a natural way of giving, you see. So, we're here for a couple days to deepen our ability to remember what needs to be communicated between us and other people, just to make this natural giving happen naturally. And to remind you all, I realize you've all been in trainings before, essentially what it requires is that we communicate two things to people. What's alive in us? This is just another way of saying the question, how are we? Giving requires constant feedback about how we are, you see. So nonviolent communication is designed to keep our attention at that level. We have been educated to work for extrinsic rewards, not to look at whether what we're doing is serving life, making life wonderful, but whether it pleases the authorities. So we've been brought up to work for getting rewards from authority, to avoid punishment by authority, so that we will be dutiful citizens and do what the king says or the oligarchy says, or because we've been brought up, educated under domination systems that have been, the purpose of which is to teach you to be docile and subservient to authority. So we've learned a language that doesn't help us to say how we are and what would make life more wonderful. So how do we say this simple thing, how we are and what would make life more wonderful? Nonviolent communication identifies four things that, when we get fluent exchanging this information, communicates clearly how we are and helps us to understand how others are. It helps us to communicate to others what would make life more wonderful for us and hear from them what would make life more wonderful for them. And it has been my experience that when there is a flow of that information and nothing else, those compassion killers don't get mixed in. When we just have a flow of communication of how we are and what would make life more wonderful, we can resolve any conflict so everybody's needs get met without any coercion or violence being necessary. If we can just maintain that flow. So we'll have 2 days to practice that in challenging situations. And let's think of such a challenging situation where it's hard to maintain this flow, okay? Maybe the person that you are thinking of says please in the idiot way. When they're in pain and they want something from you, they say things that makes it hard to give to them. And as you know, I like to use the symbol of jackal language for such language. A language that makes it hard to give naturally. A language that makes it easy to hear criticism, judgments, demands. So maybe you have in your life now, at home or at work, somebody who speaks this language. Now that makes it a real challenge to end up with both parties giving from the heart. So, can you speak nonviolent communication with that person, no matter how they communicate? Can you keep this flow going? And you also know that I like to use the symbol of giraffe language for nonviolent communication, because giraffes have the largest heart of any land animal, and Nonviolent communication is a language of the heart in the sense that the core of it are feelings and needs, which is the best way I've ever learned to describe what is alive in us at this moment. What is in our heart at this moment? Feelings and needs. So, everybody got such a person in mind? Write down, let's start with a hard-to-hear message from this person. Write down what this person says when they're trying to say please, but unfortunately the person only knows these self-defeating ways of saying please. So they say things that make a real challenge for you to put on giraffe ears and hear the please behind the message. So write that message down to begin with. And I'd like to hear some of these hard-to-hear messages that are hard to hear the please expressed behind it. Who's got one for us? Yes, what's the hard-to-hear message?
This is what they say to me.
That's what they say to you.
You are not the king. You act just like Dad.
You are not the king. You act just like Dad. Mm-hmm. Yes. Was that news to you that you weren't the king? Oh, I see. So that's what made that hard to hear. You thought you were the king. Okay. I know. Other hard to hear messages, yes.
Parents are to be seen and not heard.
Parents are to be seen and not heard. Oh, I like that. The child said that?
No.
The school. Oh, my goodness. So this was school authority saying that to you? Parents are to be seen and not heard. I know what I'd say back if I didn't have my giraffe ears on. I'm going to show you that parents are obscene when they're not heard. I can easily give a jackal response to almost any message. It's the giraffe ones that are a challenge for me. When people need empathy the most, they're communicating in the ways that you all showed us. Every one of those statements, I would say, is a classic example of somebody who is desperately needing empathy. Now, as you know, what we mean by empathy is that you hear at that moment that they say that, what they are feeling. That you see the needs of theirs that are not getting met. That's all you see in that message. At this moment when they say that, that's all you can see. And to do that, of course, you have to have your giraffe ears on, because with the giraffe ears on, this technology screens out any criticism. You cannot hear criticism with these ears on. As soon as these ears go on, the heart starts to flash. You see only the heart. So write down what you say to this person when you have the ears on. Who's got one for us? What was the original message?
Stay away, you jerk, you're bad for me.
Stay away, you jerk, you're bad for me. Okay, now what do you say back?
Are you feeling angry and needing to be alone?
Boy, you confused this poor jackal. He wasn't expecting that. See, the giraffe ears keep our attention even when we're silent. We still have our attention on the feelings and needs. So what feelings and needs are behind the message? Look, don't pull that psychology crap on me.
Well, they're angry.
Perhaps. We don't know. See, be careful about ever making these statements in a declarative way, like they are. But I would guess that the person might be angry. And what might the need be behind this statement, don't pull that psychology crap on me? Pardon? That's it, but don't manipulate me is not a need. That's a diagnosis, manipulate. See, but what would be the need behind don't manipulate me? What would the person be needing if they were thinking that we were manipulating them?
They would need to know that I'm the same human as
They have a need for equality.
equality.
to be treated equally, not to be treated like they're a patient being interviewed by a psychotherapist or a student being questioned by a... Yeah, so the person has a need for equality. Now, if a person sees in your eyes what will be there, if that's where your attention is, your attention is on they're perhaps angry because they have a need for equality that isn't being met. That's very powerful, even if you say not a word. But if you hear that as an attack, you will have different eyes. Whatever you say next will come out of a different energy if you hear any criticism in that. Okay? Some others. Yes?
My original statement was, don't be ridiculous, I'm fine.
Don't be ridiculous, I'm fine.
So my answer to that, my response would be, are you worried because you're needing more respect for your privacy?
Yes, and you have no respect for anybody's privacy, You just come barging into everybody, and I'm not the only one that thinks that about you either.
So it irritates you when I question.
No. No. Never connect yourself with the other person's pain. It irritates you when right into the jackal's jaws when you do that. You see. So let's do it again and get that poor baby giraffe out of that jackal's jaws. Try it again.
I'm feeling irritated
Because? See, as soon as your attention is on the other person's needs, but don't say you need me to, because then the baby goes right back into the jaws. See, so you need what? What is the person needing?
safety.
Yes, whatever. We don't have to guess right, but we have to sincerely try to guess what the need is that's in there. Okay, some others. Yes.
My original one was relax, I heard you the first time.
Relax, I heard you the first time.
So when I remind you to do the lawn, are you feeling frustrated because you need autonomy? I couldn't think of what the need is.
I think that's pretty close. Relax, I heard you the first time. I would guess autonomy. But notice, we don't have to guess right. We have to be sincerely wanting to connect with the need. That's all. That's the intent is what's important. Not that we guess right, but that we be sincerely interested in connecting with the person's needs. Yeah, you treat me like, I'm stupid, I don't hear things, and like you just have to get everything done right away. I mean, the world isn't going to come to an end if the grass doesn't get cut today. See, there's no but in a giraffe empathy. If you really are trying to empathize, you don't say but, you say, so you're really annoyed and really want to do things when you choose to do it? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Yeah. And I'd like to know how I could let you know that it's important for me that it be done now without this sounding like a demand. Could you tell me that? Huh? I mean, if it's really important to me now, I have a need for some order, some beauty in our lawn, and I've been waiting for this, and it's not done, I'd like it now. How can I say that without you hearing that I don't value your autonomy? I don't know. Well, I'm glad we're talking about this, because this little dynamic goes on between us. I've been doing some research 312 times a day on the average. Accurate? Or maybe, yeah. Yeah.
Move into our house.
I've been to mine. I've been to mine. Several of you have heard me say what happened in a similar encounter with my youngest son one day when I said, would you please hang up your coat? And he said, who was your slave before I was born? I mean, yes, I've been there, Yes.
My original statement was, you are being rude and angry with me right now. And my wannabe response is, it must be painful for you to be around me.
No. No, not. See, if you have giraffe ears on, you can't for 1 second imagine that you can be a source of another person's pain. You can't imagine that anybody would ever be angry with you. or anybody would ever not want to be around you. It's just unimaginable. So, no. It's not you that is the problem. It's that their needs aren't getting met. That's the problem. You have nothing to do with that. So just hear the need. That's always what the problem is. The need is what we want to hear. So what is the need behind the judgment? Rude. See? So are you feeling, what did you guess the feeling was?
Anger, that they want to get away from me.
No, nobody would ever want to get away from you. See, that's a strategy. Even if they wanted to get away from you, that's not the need. We don't go to strategies until we've heard the need. So, first the feeling. What might they be feeling? Guess again the feeling.
Withdrawn.
Well, that's what you're judging them as being, but it's not how they're feeling. What are they feeling when they say you're rude and so forth? Anybody want to help him out? Are you feeling hurt because you are needing? What might the person be needing behind judgment like rude? Are you feeling hurt because you're needing some understanding? Of course I am, but you can't give it to me because you are so preoccupied with your needs. My needs just don't matter. And why is it that I always end up being in a relationship where my needs don't matter? Now, aren't you glad you have giraffe ears? Look at what just a little bit of empathy has uncovered is behind all of this, you see? So now, continue. What is this person feeling?
Neglected.
No, that's a diagnosis. Don't say words like that out loud to this person. They'll agree with it, and it will reinforce their jackal thinking. We don't want to reinforce jackal thinking. Yes, I do feel neglected. You always neglect. See, neglected isn't a feeling. That's a diagnosis. So how is this person feeling? I need to feel like my needs matter. My needs have never mattered. See, the problem is there's givers and receivers and givers and takers in this world, and I'm a giver and he's a taker. Oh, let's see you laugh when you're in his role. Yes, yeah. Oh. Oh, you've heard it a few times. Yeah. Other people's jackals are always funny. So. So. Just repeat back. The person now pretty much saying what their feelings and needs are. What are they feeling and needing? Despair because you're needing what? What do they need?
To be heard.
I need to feel like my needs matter.
They need caring.
Just repeat. Now they're pretty much down to it. Now just reflect back in pretty much the same words, you see. Even by guessing wrong a few times, we've helped the person get clearer what the need is. So now we just have to confirm for them that we've heard it. And to us,
someone to hear you, to care about you?
I need to feel like I'm valued, that what goes on in me matters.
Well, what goes on in you does matter.
No, too quick. You're trying to fix it before the 6-hour limit, you see. A giraffe never tries to fix the other person's pain without a 6-hour delay that gives the other person all the time they need to have their pain fully understood before you try to fix it. So you're going much too quick to trying to fix it. This person still had lots of depth of pain to go through, needed to say more. But when you turn away from their feelings and needs and start to make it better, you make it worse.
So you're saying you need me to care about
Not you. Keep yourself out of it. When we hear feelings and needs, we don't appear in it. So you're needing to feel like you matter, that your needs matter. Yes, it's been my whole life. I've never had it. Why is this? So it's painful because you have a need to understand what happens that goes on that makes this happen all the time. Yes. See, they may have a lot more to say. So jumping too quick into fixing things cuts, perhaps what they're about to get to is the most important part of all.
I'm understanding that I need to keep my head down as a target.
No, you need to keep your giraffe ears on. Then you won't hear any aggression coming at you. There is no aggression. All that's coming at you ever from other people is please or thank you. That's the only two things that human beings are ever saying. Please and thank you. And both of them are precious messages if you hear them accurately. The thank you is a celebration of life. Life has been made more wonderful. The please is an opportunity to make life more wonderful. So, life for a giraffe is constant celebration. We're either celebrating how life has been enriched or how it can be. Because see, all giraffes like to do is play.
Marshall?
Yes.
On that, I get stuck because I can do one layer, maybe two layers, but then I'm like, want to jump in for the fix. But it's like I don't know how to go to the next level. I think I understand it, and I don't know. I almost feel like I'm repeating the same question, so you're really frustrated because you're...
I think what you will see in this sequence, we weren't repeating anything. Each time we said something, they went to a different message. So there was a different message each time. You see, it wasn't the same. The first one was, are you annoyed because you're not getting the attention that you would like? Something like that. Yes, and why does it always happen to me? So the person went then to a deeper level, despair. Will this ever change? You see, that's a quite different message.
This is a cooperative jackal
Nobody has ever accused me of that before. How was this jacket cooperative?
because it kept going to the next level.
Because he kept getting empathy. You see, as long as this person was getting empathy, they naturally see what else is going on inside. You see, so no, that's going to happen with any jackal if they get the empathy.
Okay, let's see where it goes. I'm listening, Jackal.
You're listening, jackal. Okay, so now let's say we've stayed with it and through a few more messages and just hear how desperate this person feels to get their needs, feel like their needs matter. Okay. Now, so when a person's in pain and we have giraffe ears, we guess that the first thing they want, the need that they have, is empathy, understanding for what's going on in them. And now, how do we know whether they've had enough of that? Well, if a person's had the empathy they need at this moment, first of all, it feels good. Oh, wow. Just to have somebody hear you without giving you advice, without criticizing you, without them taking it personally. What a gift. What a gift. Martin Buber, the Israeli philosopher and psychotherapist, says it's the most precious gift one human being can give to another. The presence that empathy requires. Just that we still any reaction on our part, longing to just stay with the other person. We don't push down our feelings. It's more that we are fully attending to them. What a gift to give to another human being. But now, let's also look at how to help the other person after the empathy, after we see that they feel good right now. It hasn't solved the problem. I don't mean feel good that everything has been solved. I mean a relief that somebody is hearing me. And that's one sign then, this relief. The other, notice the person stops talking now. They don't seem to have an urge to continue. But even then, we have to be careful. They might still have more. So before we move to the next step, we say, is there more you'd like to express, to be heard? And we're slow to get away. You see, we're not in a hurry to get past this. No, you understood me. Mm-hmm. Okay, now we move to the post-empathy request. After we always assume that the first thing the person wants is empathy. Now, what form, that takes some guessing sometimes. Sometimes the person doesn't need us to repeat verbally. Sometimes they just can see it in our eyes that we've understood their feelings and needs. If that's the case, we don't always have to say it out loud. But sometimes they need it. So we have to learn by guessing, and sometimes we're going to guess wrong. Sometimes we're not going to say it because we think we've understood. There's no need to say it out loud, and the person's going to say, well, do you understand me? Say something. Oh, okay, so are you feeling because you're needing? And sometimes we're going to do that. Are you feeling? I don't need that now. I need an answer. Okay. So we'll guess wrong. That's okay. But now, after the empathy, we need to help this person get clear what they want from us after the empathy. See? Now, if the person's been real vulnerable, very often what they want, and seldom know how to ask for, is this. If they had a giraffe consciousness, after making themselves this vulnerable, they would say this. I need you to tell me how you feel right now, now that you've heard this. I need to see what's alive in you, how you feel, what your needs are. But people seldom are conscious enough to ask for that. The closest they can come is something like this. Well, you must think I'm pretty stupid to get so upset about this. But that really means, okay, you've heard me. I'm very vulnerable now. Please tell me what's alive in you right now. How are you feeling? What are you needing? But sometimes that isn't what they want. Sometimes what the person wants is some advice. They need us to suggest some ways that they could better meet their needs. But if we guess they want advice when they need the other, it's very painful for them. If we're giving them advice when they really need to hear how we feel, makes it painful for them. Or if we tell them how we feel when they need the advice. So we need to help the person get clear what they want from us after the empathy. So let's say we're at that point now. So guess what this person might want from you now.
Are you hungry or tired? Oh, might want from me.
What they want from you, see, you've heard now this pain they have, that they're, keep in mind the central need that you heard was that their needs don't matter. Well, let me see if I'm understanding what's going on. Sounds like a lot. The thing at the moment that I'm hearing the loudest is what a strong need you have to connect with your daughter in a way that nurtures you both. Is that what's really central for you in this? That's very central, and other people. But at the moment, it's this is a good learning for you, because you see this morning that you had a need to connect with her in a certain way, and yet you weren't clear about exactly how to do that. And you saw that the words and the consciousness weren't there for you at the moment. That you needed more of something within yourself before you could give her that. And to me, that's a big step, just to get that far in the amount that you have spent so far in the training, just to be conscious at that level. So then now you're wondering, now I want to know what has to go on so that I can really put it into practice in that situation. It's one thing to do it in the workshop, it's another thing to put it into practice right there when you want to do it. So what I'd like to do is go through what the steps would be that I think would help you get there. So we could do it this distance, or you could come up here and we could do some work. Would you be willing to do? Come on up. Yep. So this is where it really helps me to be part of a giraffe community of people that I can call on when I get stuck and I'm not in touch with what's going on in me that's keeping me from being able to connect with this other person. And so more than a few times I can recall calling up a friend of mine and say, could we spend some time together today? You know, this kid is driving me nuts, and everything I say is making it worse, and I just really need to get connected to what's going on in me, what's being triggered in me that's so painful, okay? And how wonderful that I have had an abundance of people with giraffe ears who, when I say that, and we get together, they do not give me advice. They do not give me sympathy, you see. They do not tell me, well, you think you have it bad. You should hear what happened to me the other day with my child. But they're really able to hear the pain that's going on in me, even when I'm not too clear about it. Even if I want to say to them, look, I don't want to say it in giraffe. I don't know how. If I could say it in giraffe, what's going on in me, I probably could handle it myself. But I just got a whole bunch of stuff going on in me, and I need to say it, and I need some real help in getting connected. So the other person has giraffe ears. They'll help me. They'll listen for what's alive in me, you see. It just looks to me like this kid is going to do whatever he wants, and he doesn't give a damn about anybody else in the family but himself. Yeah. So it's kind of, you're feeling aggravated and would hope that your needs and other family members' needs would be taken into consideration. Yeah, and you know, I know that I've probably asked for it because I know how I've been treating him in the past, and he's still carrying that with him. But I've been trying hard, and you know, damn it, it's hard to, it just seems like it's never going to shift. Yeah, so you're feeling bad because you would have liked to have treated him differently in the past, and now you're afraid that that's going to get in the way of connecting with him now in a way that you'd like. See, so if I can have somebody around that can help me deal with that, I'm much better able then to go to the sun. So let's start with that. I'll be your friend, your giraffe friend, and just tell me how you're feeling now about what happened this morning with your daughter.
I feel totally inadequate to establish a connection with her right now. I feel that now that I have some awareness around nonviolent communication, I see that a lot of the ways that I've been approaching her have been non-constructive in terms of establishing a connection.
So you're frustrated, if I'm understanding you, because you really have a need to connect with her, and the skills for doing it you're not finding.
That's right.
Notice he had a lot of inner jackals about his being inadequate and self-judgment, and notice with giraffe ears I translated his message just into his feelings and needs, you see.
Okay. So the crux of the issue for me with her is that I can see that she's at a point in her life where she can move into self-destructive.
So you're scared. See, he's giving me an analysis. And so I'm not hearing his analysis. I'm hearing his present feelings. I keep my focus on what's in his heart right now. The more he's up in his head analyzing, see, the farther from being able to resolve this he's going to get. So he's a baby giraffe. He's still thinking and analyzing. And I'm helping him by just hearing what's alive in him now. He's scared to death. You really want to protect her from any harm that could happen to her from what she's doing. Right. And how painful it must be not to know skills for doing that right now. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Have you gotten enough understanding at the moment to try now to practice doing this differently with her? Or is there more understanding you'd like?
I have a strong desire to be a good father.
Oh, be careful of that one. Didn't you hear my definition of hell? It's to have children and think there's such a thing as a good parent. Ooh, be careful of that one. Let's translate that into giraffe. So you have a strong desire to develop skills that will help you connect with her in a way that'll be good for both of you. Yeah. That's a lot more fun than trying to be a good father. That's almost as suicidal to try to be a good father as to be a competent male.
No, I gave that up.
Oh, well, good. I'm relieved, yes. Yeah. Okay, so now you're her, and I'll be you. And I'll be you with giraffe ears. So you be the daughter, and what did she say at breakfast?
Well, I started by saying, I'm feeling disconnected.
I'm sad, daughter, because I'd like to be connected with you in a different way. And how do you feel when I tell you this? Now, my silence is because her behavior stimulated in me a lot of stuff. It makes it hard for me to hear her. I'm starting to feel hopeless already. What's going on in me is, oh shit, I'm not going to be able to connect with her. And I'm getting angry at her, I'm getting angry at myself. So I'm doing a lot of work on myself right now.
Plus there's the smell of beer too, so you gotta mix
Yes, plus a lot of fear and rage all mixed together, because those two go together, because I'm a baby giraffe. And it's hard for me to stay connected to the need for her safety. I just go up to my head as, doesn't she know what the hell she's doing to herself? I know you'd never think that way, but I would, you know. I used to get angry at my children for running in the street. 2 years old, as though they should know better. But behind that, I was scared to death. But I didn't know how to get in touch with the fear, but I knew how to get in touch with the judgments and the anger. Okay, so I give myself some emergency first aid empathy right now. And it sounds like when I say I'd like that connection, you feel tense and are not too clear what's wanted of you. Is that what's going on for you right now?
I don't know.
And now I'm worried that you're really annoyed and just would like me to leave you the hell alone, and I'd like you to tell me if that's going on.
I'm really still asleep. I'm just.
If you wouldn't drink so damn much, you wouldn't get so sleepy. That's going on inside of me, but I had the good sense to bite my tongue and not say it. So now I have to give myself some other empathy, because I'm angry now. If you wouldn't drink so damn much and go to sleep at 3 o'clock in the damn morning, you wouldn't be so dead. But I know you'd never think that way. I'm giving myself out loud the self-empathy. I'm pissed right now. I'm just so frigging angry. What the hell does she expect going to bed at 3 o'clock and half drunk, you know? What's she doing to herself? Doesn't she have any concern for herself? Then at least she should be aware of how this is affecting me. I try now that I've enjoyed the Jackal show in my head. See, I call that part the Jackal show. And enjoying it, I don't think I should think differently. If it's in there, it's in there. So I just enjoy the Jackal show. If I want to really make life worse, I'll tell myself, if Marshall heard these thoughts going on in my head, he'd think I'm a terrible jackal. No, I don't. I don't say I should be a giraffe now and give her some empathy. No. I enjoy the Jackal show that's going on in my head. And then I look behind the Jackal show to what my needs are. And now the anger is fear. I'm scared. I'm scared to death for her well-being. I'm sad that I don't know how to help her. I feel powerless. Damn, this is hard. Damn, this is hard. Then I can start looking for her, because I've got myself back to life. I'm really down in touch with myself. So you're really kind of worn out right now. It's kind of hard to deal with difficult stuff between us when you're feeling this tired. really hope that we could at least get a start at it right now, though, because I'm scared to death. I really have a need for your well-being, and I'm scared with the hours I see you keeping, the drinking. And I'd like you to tell me if you're hearing any criticism in this.
Well, you know, I really don't have the time right now to go into this. I've got to get going. I've got to get to school.
Yeah, and so you're worried partially about school, want to get there on time.
Yeah.
And if that's all that's going on, I'm quite happy to set another time for us to continue this. I just need to know, though, whether you would be willing to look at this relationship between us when you have time.
Sure.
Okay. Now, it's this evening. I'm glad that you've agreed to continue the discussion, and I just need to be sure that you're doing it because you want the same thing I do and not out of guilt or afraid of my reaction. So I'd like to really tell me how you are feeling about this conversation right now.
I don't really know how I'm feeling.
Kind of mixed, not too sure. The one thing I'm feeling is deep gratitude that at least you're willing to do it, because I have such caring for you and tenderness for you, all mixed together with fear and a bunch of feelings, and it's a gift for me that we're having this opportunity to talk. And I'd like to know how you feel when I tell you about all these strong feelings that are going on in me in relationship to this talk right now. Notice I seldom, if ever so far in the dialogue with her, have used more than 40 words before asking for a reaction. And those 40 words were mainly to tell her what's in my heart, and as soon as I did, I elicited a reaction. The more words we use before getting a connection with the other person, the less connection there'll be.
Well, I'm glad you care about me.
And I'm going to say some other things, and it would be a great gift to me if at any time you hear me criticizing or making any demands, that you stop me. Because that will not be my intent. In no way do I want to criticize you. In no way do I want to pressure you to do anything that you don't choose to do. So it would help me if you'd be willing to stop me at any time you hear either of those things. Would you be willing to do that?
Okay.
I'm scared when I see you drinking beer. For many reasons. One, just your physical health. But more than that, I'm scared that you've got some pain inside and you're dealing with it through the beer. And if that's so, I would really like us to find another way of dealing with the pain. And I'd feel relieved now if you'd tell me what you hear me say so I can see if I'm making myself clear.
Well, what I hear you say is that you're afraid that I may be dealing with my pain and confusion by staying out late and drinking beer.
Thank you for hearing that, yeah. And that if that's so, I'd like us to find another way of dealing with it. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I don't really think it's that big of a problem. I don't see what the big deal is, really. I don't think it's a problem.
I'm wanting to give evidence now of why it is a big problem. How much beer I see going on, some things that have happened when she's been drunk. So I had to take a deep breath. So it's kind of frustrating for you now to deal with this, because for you, you're not worried in the way that I am. You'd like some trust that you can handle that.
I can take care of myself. I can take care of myself.
Mm-hmm. That helps me get clear then. I guess what I'd really like to do is leave the drinking off for the moment, and I'd really like to know what it would take for you to share with me what is bothering you in a way that you would feel safe to do it, so I could feel more connected to what's really going on in you. What would you need from me to feel the safety to do that?
Well, I'd like you not to talk.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're thinking of some of the discussions we've had and how uncomfortable you were with that, and you'd like to avoid getting into those kind of listening to me talk about things.
I just feel with you, Dad, that I can never do anything right. I can't do anything right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Now I'm jackling myself a bit. I'm thinking of all the lecturing I've done and beating myself up. See? And I hear behind that just my sadness because of how much I want this connection. Now I can start to hear her again. So you certainly want to avoid getting into any discussions that end with you ending up feeling hurt because you didn't get the understanding you wanted, and instead were hearing criticism.
yes, right.
Yeah, yeah. And I feel really sad because I would have liked to have listened so much differently in the past than I was able to. So I have no trouble understanding that need of yours. I would have liked to have responded differently. That's mourning in giraffe. You see, I didn't think I'm a bad father. I'm very clearly just mourning that I would have liked to have responded differently than I did. And I'm confident that I can listen differently than I did in the past. I can express my pain differently so that you'll get more understanding and there won't be the criticism. And I'd like you to tell me how you feel when I tell you I'm confident that I'm learning how to do that.
I think that would really help.
Yep. Okay? Now you do it.
Well, first of all, let me say that I think the biggest aha for me when you were doing that was allowing the space and the time to empathize with my jackal. The part of me that was like, oh, jeez, you know, the part, the anger, the frustration, the helplessness that I feel in not being able to reach her. And because I realized what I was feeling was, I should know how to do this. I mean, I've just invested in this seminar. Why can't I figure this out? Or so then it becomes a jackal beat up, what you were saying. And there was that needs to happen. The support for feeling all those feelings, the jackal feelings, need to happen before moving on into putting on giraffe ears?
Well, it's putting on the giraffe ears internally, listening to the jackal messages inside, getting connected to my needs behind it. Oh, see, I'm glad that you're seeing the importance of taking our time, you see. Many of you have been in workshops before, have seen me show this picture that I carry with me everywhere I go. It's a very powerful for my daily meditation. It's it's a picture of a son of one of my Israeli friends, and the son is in this picture about 21 years old, and he's wearing a t-shirt that says, "Take your time on it." And this was in a book that his father wrote about him after his death. He was killed in the Battle of Lebanon, and this picture was in the book, and it was the last picture taken of the son alive. And he gave me a copy of the book as a present, and when I saw this picture, I said, "Yeshua, do you have that picture? Could I have a blown-up copy?" He said, "Yes, I'd be glad to give it to you." And he said, "Why?" I said, "That's very important to me, because that message, take your time, is one that I try to remind myself of daily. Take my time to come from an energy I choose to come from, rather than the one I've been programmed to come from. You see, it's so important to me. I need reminders of that." And then my friend Yeshua said, "Then you should know the rest of the story." I went to his officers afterwards and said, "Why did you send him into that? Anyone would have seen he was going to get killed." They said, "We didn't take our time to think." You see, so that picture has great power for me to remind myself, no matter what the conditions, take your time. Of course, I told you yesterday, I think the group was with me yesterday, that my oldest son wasn't appreciating this one time when I was listening to my own advice to take my time. We were in an argument, and I was trying to take my time to come from a different energy, and his friends were waiting for him, and he said, "Daddy, it's taking you so long to talk." And I said, "Do it my way or I'll kick your ass." I can say that quickly. He said, "Take your time, Dad, take your time." People who know me in my jackal state are very patient. Yes, taking the time to come from an energy we choose to do the work on ourselves at that moment. I call it bringing myself back to life. I know whenever I'm angry, guilty, depressed, or shame, I'm not alive. I'm up in my head jackaling people, myself or others. I'm not alive. I'm not really connected to my needs or theirs. If I react out of that energy, I've never gotten my needs met. So take my time. Take my time. Come back to life before I open my mouth. Okay, Dad. We'll mutually use this mic here. So I'm sitting there like this. What do you say to me?
Gabi, I feel sad and frustrated about my communication with you. And I have a need to connect with you in a new way, in a way that perhaps I haven't connected with you before. And I was okay, and I was wondering if you would like to talk about this.
Whatever.
You know, I sense that you feel tired right now.
Yeah. And it's just what I want right now, to hear your criticism.
Well, I want you to know that I can.
Empathy before reassurance.
So you're feeling tired right now, and you're feeling that I might criticize you.
Never hear what a jackal-speaking person thinks. So don't hear that I think you might criticize. Never hear what another person thinks about you. Hear what need is behind it. Hear only the needs behind it. So, yeah, I think you might criticize me, so translate that into a need. What is my need?
That you're feeling protective.
You need to protect yourself from
You have a need to protect
criticism.
yourself from criticism.
Yeah. Now I can hear what you were about to say first, but I needed that empathy first.
Well, I can appreciate that, and I'd like you to consider giving me the opportunity to speak with you.
What do you want to say?
I'd like to establish a new kind of connection with you.
With the speed of light, go to a present request. After your needs are on the table, with the speed of light, elicit a reaction from the other person.
I'd like to establish a new kind of a connection with you, and I'm wondering when a good time would be for us to sit down and explore that.
Okay, we're there at that new time now.
Okay.
Now we're at that time, so what do you want? Say the same need now. I said to you earlier today I wanted to establish a new connection. And what is your present request of me right now about that new connection? Let me give you several suggestions. I'd like you to tell me if you're interested in this, if that would meet your need.
Gabi, I'd like to establish a new quality of connecting with you, and I'd like to know if you'd be interested in that.
What kind of connection? But now notice, you see, he used far fewer than 40 words. He didn't go on to explain the new connection. Now I'm asking for what I need to know. We have a dialogue going. He's not talking at me. So now what kind of connection?
A connection in which I can better understand what your needs are.
End on a present request. Does that clarify for you the kind of connection I'm talking about? You see, always end on the present request. That keeps the flow going.
And I'd like you to tell me what some of your current needs are in our family situation.
So I can be criticized again? You're always criticizing me.
Gabi, I can see that you're hurt by some of the things that I...
Are you feeling hurt? Never sound like you're telling the person what they're feeling. Are you feeling hurt? Not I can see. Are you feeling hurt?
Are you feeling hurt right now?
And always connect the other person's feelings to their needs.
Are you feeling hurt right now because you're not being seen?
That's my thought, but hear the need, because you have a need for understanding that isn't getting met.
Are you feeling hurt right now because you have a need for understanding that isn't being met?
Yes, yes, you're always saying cruel things to me.
Well, I'd like to try to.
No, enjoy my pain. Now, enjoy my pain. See, now this is a good chance to practice a key ingredient of nonviolent communication, how to enjoy the other person's pain. Now, to do that, you must first release yourself from any responsibility for it. See, if you're sitting there thinking, oh my God, look what I've created, you're not going to enjoy my pain at all. If you think you have to make things better or heal this, you're not going to enjoy my pain. You're going to be in agony until you can fix it, and everything you do to fix it's going to make it worse. So you can enjoy my pain by trusting that there is a miraculous energy that works through human beings that can heal anything, if we do what is necessary for that energy to work through us. And what is it that we need to do to have that energy work through us? To remember the Buddha's advice. Don't do something. Be there. So the silence that I was getting back from you for the first few seconds there, that was more precious. Just that you didn't immediately jump in and say, but. Just that space where you weren't so scared of my feelings that you had to say something. Yes, that alone was helpful. But it would also be helpful to just stay with. Stay with. That's how that miraculous energy works through us, when we just connect with. And what I mean by enjoy the pain, of course, is not that we want the person to be in pain. It's really, what I mean is enjoying that that energy is always there to heal anything. That we don't have to fix it. That energy will. That's what I mean by enjoy it. To trust that energy and do what we can to let it work. So, in addition to the silence, which was powerful, continue with, are you feeling because you're needing? Even if you do it silently, that would be helpful, as long as that's where your attention is. But say it out loud now, just to get the rhythm. Yes, so you can keep saying these things and make me feel terrible? I don't need any more of that.
Are you feeling hurt because you're needing some understanding?
Yes, but you never give it to me. All you do is criticize. Okay, I got the empathy from the silence in your eyes. So you must think I'm stupid for getting so emotional. That's my way of saying I need to know how you feel now, Dad. I've made myself very vulnerable.
I really care about the way you feel, Gabi. And I have a need to be connected with you. And I'm wondering if you'd be willing to continue to explore this with me.
Yeah. Any reaction? You want me to make him suffer a little bit more? Yes. I think it could have happened this quickly, and it could have been another hour, 2 hours, but I just wanted us to get the rhythm. Yes.
I didn't quite understand 40, you shouldn't say more than 40 words, or I didn't quite get that.
Yes, generally, unless you just want to talk about boring subjects. and you don't want any connection. I'm saying that when we want a connection with people about emotional issues, express what's in your heart, your feelings, your needs, in about 30 words, and then take the rest of the 40 to make a present request. Human beings in an emotional situation, it's asking a big gift to them to give you their full attention for the 40 words. More than that, your chance of getting the attention you want is... One of the reasons we use more than 40 words is we're so scared about making ourselves vulnerable. That most of the unnecessary words that we express are to justify our feelings or to justify our needs. We think we have to justify, sell the other person on the importance of something, not realizing that those words decrease the likelihood we're going to get the connection we want. So feelings and needs, and then quickly. That should be 30 words to say what they did, our present feelings in relationship to it, our needs, and then present request. And when it's one person that we're speaking with, keep in mind it's always the same request. I'd like you to tell me. Now, what we want them to tell us, that can go in different directions. But we usually forget that, see, because this requires our living in the moment, our being alive right now, being conscious of what do we want. And that's a consciousness that not many of us have developed.
I'm very concerned about reestablishing trust with her right now. And I want to be empathetic with her own needs, and if her need isn't to have eye contact with me or to even face me bodily, I want to respect that, because part of what I'm feeling is that out of my intention to connect, I can be overbearing, and in that overbearing, I want to, in many respects, I want to give her, even though I know you can't do this, I want to give her the power.
You want to respect her choice.
I want to respect her choice. I want to be more attentive to her own needs and her own power. And if that means backing off physically and not being so interface.
But I think there are times when the other person wants this desperately. More than the words, they would like me either to have the eye contact or to touch them. And so then I do that with somebody and they say, leave me alone, quit patronizing me. So that's what's fun about human beings. We can never know ahead of time what's right, but we'll find out. Yeah, so sometimes it helps, and sometimes it doesn't. So we have to be conscious as we're offering it. How is the person receiving it? Is it in harmony with their needs? Sometimes that touch is more important than any words. Sometimes, but I want to make sure when I touch, it isn't, there, you'll feel better. See, it's not to do that. It's just another way of saying, I'm with your feelings and needs. I'm with you. I'm with you. You've made it so obvious, I don't think I need to say anything, but I'm with you. You're aware of how important this whole thing is to start with oneself. If you're not connected to the life in yourself, it's going to be very hard to connect with others. Reminds me of a time right here in San Francisco now, I think it was about 1970. I was a participant in a workshop, and at one part in this workshop, we were working in small groups, and one of the activities they gave us in the small groups was a rejection exercise, to pick one person in the group who you felt the least comfortable with, lead them by the hand out of the group, then go back to the group and explain why you didn't want that person around. So that person got a chance to know you were being talked about. Okay, you got the exercise. Then after this, after everybody had a turn, if you wanted to know and you were one of the rejectees, why, you could ask for it. Okay, so I was in a group with 5 other people, and I was selected by 4 of the other 5. And I was curious. I asked the people the reason, and the first three, I knew how to handle it. I didn't feel bad about it at all, because what did they do? They said, you're an intellectualizer. You sit there, we never hear what you're feeling, you don't say much, and when you do, it's in the form of an analysis. So notice they're doing the same thing to me. See, when they say, you are an intellectual. So I was sitting there enjoying it, because I know how to deal with that. I was diagnosing what's wrong with them for being so insecure with my style, you see. But the other member, the fourth one, was a young man, and I wish over the years I had known his name to tell him how important this was to him. All he said was, I'm scared of you. I'm scared of you when I never hear your feelings. And that probably was one of the biggest gifts I got. So I'm saying this only because I can tell you for about the next 6 months, I envy your 12-word feelings, or 6, or whatever you said, because I think I had 2. I feel good, I feel bad. I mean, but even that made a difference, that I was looking for the feelings instead of immediately with the analysis. I'm also thinking of a woman in Topeka, Kansas. She went home with those lists, and she had an argument with her husband the first evening, and she said, just a second, I want to use what I was learning today. It says for me, what am I feeling right now? Let me look. She goes down this list, right? And she says, my 2 children got up, and they looked over my shoulder and said, Mommy, is it this one? No, it's not that one. And then she said, even my husband got up, and he got so... He says, what about this? Yeah, that's it. And then we all laughed. We just saw it and laughed, you see? So, how wonderful. Yeah, that's a good way to learn. Kind of game of humor. Okay, now who is the other party in this?
Sorry. Oh, I feel incredibly vulnerable about this. This is don't know how to define her, my lover, I guess.
Okay.
Has been. There's been, well, anyway, But
So,
anyway,
talk
friend,
directly
lover.
to her. Let's hear the message that you started the day with. What is my message to you that's hard to deal with?
What is my message?
The one that I asked to begin this whole dialogue. The hard-to-hear message. The please that's not easy to hear is a please.
That it's not easy for her to hear,
No,
or it's easy for me to hear.
What does this person say that's not easy for you to hear with giraffe ears?
Well, it's more what she hasn't said.
What hasn't this person said?
What's been going on? So we were living together, and there was a clearly
So let's
expressed...
just talk to her
oh,
now.
Okay.
Let's just talk to her now. You see. Just then you started off. What do you want to say to her? Speak in giraffe as best you can to start off. So what do you want
Okay.
to say to her?
I feel a lot of pain and sadness that you haven't let me know what's happened.
Now, if you want to
what's been going on with
if
you?
you want to bring the other person into it,
Yeah.
start with when you.
Oh, okay.
But after you get the pain, I feel pain, and now you say that you.
That won't work.
It's going to be
Okay.
very hard for the person not to hear that they're being blamed for it. You see, once our feelings are on the table, we want to connect our feelings with the speed of light, with our needs.
Okay.
And once our needs are on the table with the speed of light, a present request. Everything else that gets in the way between the feeling and the need, going to reduce the likelihood will be understood. Everything else that gets in the way between the need and the present request is going to reduce the likelihood. So if we want to make an observation, I would recommend starting with it before you get to the feelings.
Okay, I'll try. It feels difficult to get from what seems like a distillation of a story to the essence.
Yes, and that's good practice for us all, because most of the stories we tell get in the way of our getting what we want.
Right.
especially if we want understanding for our present pain and we think we have to tell our listener what happened in the past.
Mm-hmm.
By the time we get to the present pain, they're asleep.
Yes.
We don't need to talk about what happened. We need to talk about what's alive in us right now about what happened. That's where the healing takes place. That's where the connection takes place. So the fewer words for the observation, the better.
Mm-hmm.
The real focus of the message needs to be what's alive in us right now, our present feelings and needs.
When you avoid...
That's a diagnosis.
Oh, got it. Oh, my God. When you... Oh.
Maybe an accurate diagnosis, but it's a diagnosis.
Well, the experience I'm having is...
Now, what is my behavior?
What's your behavior?
Yes, that you're interpreting as avoidance.
When you don't address...
when you don't tell me.
When you don't tell me why you're not following through on agreements
Now they got it.
from
Now
the
that's
past,
that's
or
now, if you-
intentions that
now
were
if you want
stated.
to now if you want to make life miserable for yourself, you'll
Yeah.
document that by showing several times I
Right,
did
I'm
it.
not.
I would not recommend it.
Okay.
I think that that's more than enough talking about the other person.
Okay.
Now what we want to do is get to the heart of the matter.
Okay.
Now we want to go in your heart and say how you feel right now about that. What needs of yours are not met and your present request. We've used about 8 of the 40 words.
Okay.
Now to our present feelings and needs.
I feel hurt
Yep.
and not valued.
Oh!
No? I feel hurt.
That's how you are interpreting
Oh,
this,
okay.
that
I
the
feel
person
hurt
doesn't value
and
you.
abandoned.
Oh!
I feel hurt and just feel hurt, huh? Okay, I feel hurt.
Well,
Okay.
now if you're conscious, you'll see that 90% of your pain
Mm-hmm.
is not because your need isn't getting met in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's because you're interpreting it that you're not valued and you're being abandoned.
Mm.
See, most of our pain in a situation like this is not at the loss of our need not getting met. It's created by our images of what is going on.
Well, actually...
So if you carry an image of not being valued and being abandoned, you're going to really suffer.
I'm actually not feeling it. It was more like a thought left over.
Okay.
So I
Well,
feel
then
hurt.
let's not get it in there, because
Okay.
when these are not left over but they are present, I'm saying they create more pain for us.
Right.
And doubly the problem, if they say them out loud, the other person is likely to hear that as a criticism, and we're going to get further from getting our need met. So let's erase abandoned,
Okay.
not valued. Let's stay with the hurt.
Okay.
And now with the speed of light, connect that with an unmet need.
I think I have to start from the beginning again.
Okay?
When you don't follow through...
When you don't
wh-
do
wh-
what you
when
say
when you don't do what you said you would do
Okay.
with regards to our relationship,
Yes.
I feel hurt.
Yeah.
And what I want,
Because I'm
Oh,
needing.
oh,
Don't go to
oh.
the request until you get the
Because-
unmet need.
because I need connection, trust. Yeah, that is right,
I need
trust.
trust.
And,
Okay. I need to trust that things will be done when people say. Okay. And now to a present request, with the speed of light to the present request.
and what I'd like is
Yes.
for you to follow through on
That's
What-
general and future.
what I'd like-
It needs to be a clear present request. That's a vague future request. I'd like you to follow through.
I'd
when
like you
say-
to let me know what well,
That's a future thing.
clear, there's a lot that's come up,
Yeah,
but
that's
she's
a,
not shared with me what it
yeah,
is.
yeah,
So
but
what I'd
what's your
like,
present request?
I'd like to know what's going on inside of
Now
you.
we're getting there. Now we're getting
I'd like to
there.
know what's
So
going on inside of you.
we gotta get
Your
even more
feelings?
specific.
What you're feeling.
I'd like you to tell me, what do you want this person to tell you right now?
Where you're at, how you're feeling.
Those are two different things. Where
Uh,
you're at could take 4 hours and not give you the information
How you're
you want.
feeling.
Okay.
About your previous commitments.
About the agreements that we made?
Yeah, about the agreements we made. Good.
That's the 4 things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, what would be a challenging reaction for you to get at this moment from the person? That would be a good test for your giraffe ears.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think if I was that clear, it might not be too giraffe-y. But I maybe some, I don't know what I feel.
I don't know. Okay, that's a good one. That's a real good one. I don't know. And of course, we know from the tone of voice that the person didn't hear you. See, if a person hears what's in our heart, you will feel from the tone of their voice and the look in their eyes that they just received a precious gift.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't sound like this person received a precious gift. I don't know. So we know they didn't hear us. Anytime the look in the other person's eyes are not the look of a little child receiving a gift from Santa Claus, we know they didn't hear us. If we've spoken pure giraffe, we will see in the other person's eyes the eyes of a child receiving a gift from Santa Claus. If they look like this, they're hearing a demand. If they look like this, they've heard a criticism. I don't know.
So, can I, no, not can I, I'd like to ask you to tell me what you think I said so I can tell if I made myself clear.
You said I didn't honor our commitments.
Yeah. I did.
Well, you did say that, but that isn't the main part you wanted her to hear.
Right.
See, if the person just hears that, then they
Right.
hear criticism. So
So,
the real important part, that's why I say the focus of our message, the part that needs to be the focal part of the whole thing are the feelings and needs. If the person is not connected at that level, you're not going to get what you want for reasons that you want.
so
It's that part which gives us power with people. When they see what's in our heart, that increases the likelihood that if they do what we ask, it'll be coming out of the energy that we want it to come out of. If they just hear the request, they don't see what's in our heart. They may be giving in, giving up, giving out of fear of punishment. So this person heard just your observation, that they didn't do what they said they were going to do.
I also said, I also would like you to hear that what I really need, I'm
need-
sad because I need to feel connected with you, and I want to know how you're feeling about that.
Well, I'm sorry if I hurt you.
And
Now you'll pay for it, see, until we clean that up. Because if the other person feels responsible for our feelings, we will soon be the biggest drag in the world for that person. It'll be more fun for them to be with a serial killer than us.
So how do I do that exactly?
Well, you need to point out that she didn't hear what you said. So let's learn how to correct a jackal's misunderstanding. First of all, we do not want to say, that isn't what I said. We do not want to say, you're misinterpreting me. We do not want to say, no. What do we say? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, because the person did what you asked. She told you. You didn't say, I want you to tell me what you heard me say and get it right, sucker. You didn't say that. You said, I'd like you
Tell me what you
to tell me what you heard so I can see if I made myself clear. So she told you. She's hearing you blaming, guilt tripping her by telling her that she's making you feel sad or hurt. So she's apologizing. I'm sorry if I hurt you. I'm sorry if I made you feel sad. So you need to say, thank you for telling me that's what you heard. I'd like you to hear a difference between what your stupid jackal ears heard and what my giraffe tongue said.
You don't want me to say it like that.
Yes, I want you to say it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it would be the best for you to say it then.
Maybe I need to just be willing to hear it inside and talk to myself for a minute.
What we need to do is just be aware of how frustrating it is for us when our messages aren't understood. And give ourselves some empathy for that, so when we do say, I'd like you to hear it differently, it doesn't come from that energy.
Well, the one...
It really comes from, thank you for giving me this chance to be clear. But I'd like you to hear a difference between my saying you're responsible for my feelings or you made me sad. And just that the main thing I need you to hear is what need of mine isn't being met. See, that's the main thing I need you to hear, that the need for connection. So could you tell me that part? So it's mainly you want me to hear your need for connection isn't getting met. Thank you for hearing that. Okay. So now what do you want from the jackal? The jackal's understood you. Now what do you want?
What I want is to know how you're feeling about the commitments you made in our relationship.
I feel that you're too demanding.
Oh my gosh.
Of course, if you had giraffe ears on, you wouldn't have heard that. Did you hear that she said that you were too demanding?
I did.
Ah, you got your giraffe ears on too late.
So say it again. I'm going to try to listen with giraffe ears, see if I hear something else.
I feel that you're too demanding.
Are you feeling a little uncomfortable with me asking this question?
Nope, not with that. See, that's still the same variation.
Oh.
Still taking responsibility for the other person's feelings. You see, that's still implying that you are causing the other person's feelings.
Okay.
It's not good for the other person for you to reinforce that, because the whole culture in which they've been educated in reinforces the idea that other people can make you feel as you do.
Yes.
So you don't want to reinforce that. That's violent for everybody, to believe that you can make another person feel as they do. So let's try it again. Are you feeling uncomfortable because... Why?
Are you feeling uncomfortable because I asked you? Oh, no. Wait, are you feeling uncomfortable because... So I can't say I. Okay, that's pretty clear.
Never connect yourself with the other person's pain.
Are you feeling uncomfortable because you need my need because...
No, the other person's.
The other person.
Because you're needing.
Because you're needing... Wait a sec. Autonomy sounds more right than anything anybody else is saying. Because you're needing... But you're wrong. Do I go right away there to there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Even if you don't do it out loud, that's all you hear are feelings and needs with giraffe ears on. You never hear what another person thinks about you. You'll live longer.
I'm just not sure what she's needing.
We don't have to be sure. Even if you guess wrong, better to guess wrong what the person is needing than to hear what they think about you.
Well, are you feeling oh my gosh. When you, no, I don't want to say. Gosh, this is what happens to me. I just feel completely
Look what's
paralyzed.
happening to me.
Oh, it's like this every time. I'm like in the jaws.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I just feel so, like, devastated.
Yeah, it's very painful when you get caught up in that and don't know how to get out of that. Yeah. You'd really like to be able to connect without having to go through this.
It's torture, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's, to give you a little different kind of practice, let me use some modern veterinary science and graft some giraffe ears onto this jackal. Okay, now you don't have to worry about giraffe. I've got the giraffe ears on. I'll do the giraffe work. So very often this happens in our relationship to you, and you'd like me to see how painful it is when you get caught up in what I say and lose connection with yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you see how I react to that, and it gets us further apart, and it's even more painful for you.
Yeah, and I feel really scared when you get angry and defensive
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
reactivated.
Yeah, you get scared. You'd like to be able to connect with what's alive in me at that point, and at that moment you're just overwhelmed by the feelings, and
Yeah.
and real sad, because you really want to have that ability to connect with me, no matter how I'm communicating.
More than anything in the world, our relationship is
Yeah.
really important to me, and I'm so frustrated that this is so difficult for me
Yeah.
and for us.
So when you want something so much, to not be able to connect in a way that makes it happen, it just is it's a very painful feeling.
A deep, yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like a suffering for me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I feel like it's been so frustrating to have worked so hard, and I still don't feel like I have the skills or something that I need in order to effectively connect with you and not fall into this kind of place of collapse.
Yeah. So as much work and energy and hope as you've put into trying to break out of this, it's discouraging, and you'd really like to have more results by now.
Yeah. I feel like there's something wrong with me that I can't do this.
Yeah, you get discouraged with yourself. You really want to understand what keeps you from being able to do this.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like, there must be something I'm just not seeing. I don't think there's really something wrong with me, but somehow...
But you would really like to learn from this. What's keeping me from doing this?
Yeah.
It's frustrating not to see what's keeping me from doing this.
Exactly.
As much as I want it, it's very frustrating, despairing even at times, to not be able to make the connection that will get you the intimacy that you need.
Exactly.
Yeah. You like me when I wear these ears, don't you?
A lot better. And I have the feeling that, you want the same thing with me, and it would make you very happy if I could show up with giraffe ears.
Well, Can you hear me now, or do you want me to hear you more?
No, I would like to hear that, what you have to say.
First, I'm very touched that you for that empathy. Yes, because I have almost word for word the same feelings that you just expressed, that I desperately want a certain quality of connection. And I too wish that I knew how to act to make that connection. And I wish, especially when I need empathy, I communicated differently than I do. Instead of saying the things that I do about when I'm angry, I wish I knew how to say those same things in terms of the pain that I'm really feeling behind those judgments of you. And I wish I knew how to say what my needs are at that time. And I take responsibility for how I say things. Certainly would put a test of anybody's giraffe ears to hear it.
Wow. I feel very touched for you to tell me that. Yeah. It's been really painful. It's been so painful. And I really didn't know you felt that way.
Yeah.
You get so angry and frustrated and blame me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're so adamant about feeling like you don't think you should have to change anything.
Yes, yes. The more my inner jackals tell me there's something wrong with me, the more I resist that and deny any responsibility. My inner jackals are brutal with me.
I can hear that.
And then when anybody else suggests that I get changed, then I am adamant about not wanting to hear that. It's hard to deal with hearing outer jackals when your inner jackals are making demands on you.
Yeah. I can relate to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
So if I'm understanding you, Jackal, what I said this morning is really what you're trying to say, that when you are trying your best to say please and have the most desperate need for empathy with what's going on in you, it's coming out in a way that is very easy for other people to hear as an attack. Exactly. Exactly. And it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. When I'm needing empathy the most, I communicate in a way I can't see how anybody could give it to me. Well, I'd like to see if I can do it, Jackal. Would you give me some test of my giraffe ears? I'd like to see you with your jackal worse and see if I can hear the pain behind it. Oh, yeah, it'd be fun for me. Okay. So now you're the jackal.
I'm the jackal.
And I'm you. And I'm going to really try to put the giraffe ears on when you need it the most. But it's the hardest to do.
Well, wait a minute. Am I me or her?
You're her.
I'm her,
at
her
her
jackal.
at her most jackalish self.
Okay.
And I'm going to test whether I can wear these ears under those circumstances.
All
when
right.
the jackal needs me to do it the most. Where's my seatbelt?
You're always trying to change me. And manipulate me. And control me.
Here's what's going on inside of me now. My jackals are going crazy. You know why? This is the extreme test of giraffe ears. She's telling me that I am what I've always feared I might be. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this jackal really knows how to give my giraffe ears a test. She's telling me that I am what I've always feared I might be. Now, if these damn things are worth anything, they should work under these conditions, but It's the ultimate test of quality level giraffe ears. Whether they work when the other person is telling you what you are, what you've always feared you might be. Because then you're hearing a jackal message out there. It's saying the same thing as your inner jackal message. So, yeah, I'm having to do some emergency first aid work here. Put these ears on inward. Oh, my God. Oof, I'm overwhelmed right now. I'm judging myself. Why am I such a controlling, horrible person? What's wrong with me? I can't even imagine what I'm feeling and needing behind this. All I can hear, I'm a terrible, controlling person. What's beneath that? What is my need beneath that, judging myself that way? Yes, I really would like to express my pain in a way that doesn't feel oppressive to others. I really would like to be able to express myself in a way that others didn't stimulate this image that I'm controlling. It didn't threaten their autonomy. Now maybe I can hear her feelings. So it sounds like it's really aggravating for you that you would like to be able to express yourself and trust that you'll be understood and your needs will be understood. And you don't always have that trust?
You never do that.
Yeah.
It's really hard to trust you.
Yeah. So you really would like to be understood, and you're feeling kind of hopeless about whether you can get that need met.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to tell me, Jackal, while I have these giraffe ears on?
You're always running life out of your agenda. And I can't stand it.
Yeah. Yeah. You really want to feel like what's alive in you is valued and that you're not having to adjust yourself to someone else's needs or standards.
Yep. And more than anything, I want you to get outside of yourself and have some compassion for what I'm going through.
Yeah. So you're in an enormous amount of pain right now, and it's when you really need this understanding the most that it's hard for you to deal with what's going on in someone else. You really need the empathy yourself.
Yeah. And I haven't been talking to you because you can't give that to me.
So you're feeling hopeless about getting that in our relationship, and you want to protect yourself from the continuing frustration and pain of trying for it and not getting it.
Yeah. On the other hand, I'm still here.
Yeah. So there's still
I just haven't known what to do, so
you're stuck. There's still a part of you that's hoping we can connect in a way that's valuable to both of us, but you're feeling more and more discouraged about that.
I do feel hopeless.
Yeah. Is there more you would like me to hear, Jack?
I wish I didn't feel so hopeless. And I wish I didn't hurt you so much.
When you see me in pain, you feel in a lot of pain.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm to blame.
you'd like to really contribute to my well-being, and it's very painful for you when you see me in pain.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm to blame.
Yeah, yeah. You'd like to be able to connect with me at that time in a way that's nurturing for us both, rather than blaming yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a chorus of jackals in my head when I see you in pain, and
Yeah.
I can't even
Yeah.
stand to be with myself, and so I get angry at you, and I scream at you. And it's really because they're all screaming at me, and I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I never saw that before.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am glad that you asked me to talk with you, even though I still feel a lot of pain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of a sense, more of a sense of connection and a glimmer
Yeah.
that maybe it would be possible to really be able to connect.
Yeah.
And that feeling like you're hearing me right now, and I feel just as desperate for you to hear me and have compassion for me as I think I hear you saying you want from me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I still feel kind of overwhelmed, like this
Yeah.
feels like a big task, and I
Yeah.
feel like I just like crawled one little step.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a big cry from running a marathon. Which is kind of what it feels like it'll take to be able to have good communication ongoingly between us.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear how I feel about this, Jackal, right now, or do you want some more empathy from me?
If I told you the truth,
Yeah.
I'm hurting so much about this.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like you to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm grateful for your honesty. So you're still needing more awareness of just how painful this combination is for you.
Yeah, and I know I act really tough, like cool, like this isn't bothering me. But I just don't know anything else to do when I feel so overwhelmed and frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I guess I want you to know that.
Yeah. 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 You'd like me to be aware that you're aware that you express it sometimes in a way that might be hard to hear, but you still need empathy at those times, and how painful it is for you, and you don't know how to express it differently, or you don't get the empathy you need. It's very discouraging for you.
I think I noticed that. I feel ashamed of my needs, like I can't ask you to give me empathy in a way that makes it easy for you to do it, because I don't really believe I deserve it, and I don't really also trust that you can do it.
Yeah, so when you do have such a need, part of you worries that even if you ask for it, you wouldn't really get it. And another part of you is pretty brutal with yourself, saying you shouldn't even have the need. And so then you don't ask for it, your pain builds, and then it comes out in a way that makes matters worse, and it's even more painful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that I've been so angry because I haven't felt okay about this need. I have really.
Yeah. That's the big insight for you right now that's important, is awareness of how you're not able to see your own needs as a gift.
Wow. It's even a little hard to take that in,
Yeah.
just the
It's
concept.
scary to go from thinking you shouldn't even have them, it's disgraceful, to imagining it as a precious gift to somebody.
Yeah. Well, I feel very vulnerable
Yeah,
about having these needs, especially with you.
yeah, yeah.
I feel really more vulnerable with you than anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And terrified of you
Mm-hmm.
seeing that,
Mm-hmm.
because then you could control me.
Yeah. So being that vulnerable, you're really scared. It puts you in a position of worrying about how this could be used against you, and you could be controlled with it.
You have used it against me.
Yeah. You're remembering in the past. Your memory now leaves you with more fears and wanting to be sure that this doesn't happen again.
It's really scary just to even let you know this.
Yeah.
It's a huge risk for me.
It's scary to for you to let me know what's alive in you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I notice I'm feeling angry now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to attack you
You
and
want me to
blame you.
understand. You want me to understand what's happened in the past that contributes to your fear.
Yeah.
You want me to see how my behavior has stimulated this and played a role in it.
Yeah. And I also
Mhm.
want you to hear how sensitive I am about this.
Mm-hmm. That's the main thing, how scary it is for you to be talking with me at this level.
Yeah. To show my vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
To have any needs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To let you know. Yeah.
Okay.
I really felt like I was able to hear her heart a lot.
I thought the way you
Deeper.
played her role, I thought you were really empathizing with her. Yeah. Yeah.
And
You had the giraffe ears on, it seemed to me, and
yeah.
played her role with giraffe ears on.
And I think the thing that I saw that had kept me stuck was when she'd get angry, I felt so terrified, and I didn't trust that there was someone who cared
Mm-hmm.
under the anger.
Yep.
And I felt what was deeper.
Mm-hmm.
And my only fear right now is that trusting that when I try to talk to her, that I still won't get scared by anger or make any
Yeah.
mistakes, you know.
Yeah.
And
So let's see.
something changed when you put this on.
Why should I talk to you? All you do is try to control me. All you do is have your agenda. Nobody else's agenda matters a damn.
Are you feeling like,
Nope.
oh no,
Not are you feeling like or that. You'll be
Okay.
hearing what comes out of the person's head.
okay.
Never hear what the person thinks.
Do I hear you? I feel like I hear you wanting me to really hear you.
Yes, I'd like, for once, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful if for one time you could hear me. Give up your agenda for even 1 second.
You want me to care about what's going on with you and have
But
some
you can't.
compassion.
You can't. You couldn't if you tried.
Are you hurting from I don't know how to get from here to there. It feels like you're hurting, and you really need for me to hear how painful it is.
Yes.
That
yes,
I haven't
yes, yes,
heard you in the past.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're getting that.
How much are the ears?
Priceless.
Question about the model.
Yes.
I was deeply touched, first of all, by seeing the power of the empathy that my need to know that it really has that power.
Let's pass this around.
But at the same time, I had a sort of a technical question, which is thinking about feeling, need, request.
Mhm.
As I was listening to you give the empathy, the request was always, I guess, implicit, like, have I got it right? Or, you know, and I was wondering about.
You mean when I was empathizing?
Yeah, is the request?
No, when I'm empathizing with another person's pain, I assume that the present request is always for me to react to what they're saying in a way that they feel a connection at the heart level. I guess as to whether that would be best done verbally or silently. But I don't deal with the request yet, not when the other person's in pain, not until they're finished with the empathy.
That's their request.
It's their request, with
there's
my
no-
request.
But there's no, when you're empathizing,
When I'm empathizing with them,
yeah, is there any request that you're having inside other than have I
the
got it
only
right?
request is am I connected with you to your satisfaction?
Yes.
It's either I say it verbally or it's in the form of a question, just a tone of voice.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I noticed at one point you responded to her when you were the giraffe earlier by saying something like, you want me to know that my behavior in the past has contributed to your pain. So something like that.
Was a
Stimulated.
stimulus. Contributed but didn't cause. See,
Yeah.
it's a stimulus.
That was my question. In my mind, that's always a slippery slope in this kind of
It's
dialogue.
a very slippery slope. The main thing is that I be conscious that I'm never the cause of the other person's pain, but I do want to take responsibility for my behavior. See, I'm responsible for what I did. The other person's responsible for how they took it.
Okay.
And that's a slippery thing, and it's a very important thing to keep that consciousness of what we are responsible for and what we cannot be responsible for. The very word responsible means response-able, able to respond. So I cannot take responsibility for something over which I have no control. So I cannot control how the other person takes what I do, which will affect how they feel. So I'm not responsible for that. But I am responsible for what I did.
And if she were wanting in that moment for you to, in some way, acknowledge that what you did, you know, if she persisted in kind of trying to get you to say you're sorry or acknowledge that you did something to hurt me or whatever.
I want you to acknowledge that, you're responsible for my pain. Yeah. So you'd like some understanding for how painful this has been for you. More than that, I want you to see how you were responsible for it. Yes. You would like me to acknowledge that my behavior stimulated what happened, was the stimulus for what happened.
Okay.
Yes. No, I want you to see that you're the cause of my feelings.
You hurt me.
You hurt me. Yes. You want me to see the role that my behavior played in your feeling hurt.
Okay.
I'm willing to see it. It was a stimulus, but and you see, once I have this clear, I will never have to say, I'm not the cause of your feeling. I'm not responsible. See, I'm only saying that when I'm just getting this myself and I'm becoming conscious of how much of my life I've been tyrannized by other people's feelings. And so when we're breaking out of that prison Then you hear a person going through a stage I call emotionally obnoxious. You see, emotional slavery is when they feel responsible for other people's feelings. And then when they start to get a glimmer of how much of their life they're not leading by feeling responsible for others, they get this freedom. And then somebody else says, I'm frustrated that you didn't, well, I'm not responsible for your feelings. Well,
What if you did lose your temper and you were responsible for hurting?
no. You couldn't hurt another person if you tried. I'm serious. You cannot hurt a person even if your intention is. For example, hurt me. Go ahead, hurt me.
Well, this is all good in the academic, but it doesn't work in the real world.
Yes. And if I hear what you said, I would be hurt. But that would be my choice to hear what you said rather than what I was hearing was in your heart. If I hear what's in your heart, I'm not going to get hurt by that. I'll see an opportunity to learn something precious for me.
Yeah, but what if I lose my temper with my kid who doesn't have the maturity to separate my action?
He's still responsible for taking it as he does, technically responsible, but you are responsible for saying what you did. Especially if you know that he's a child that may not have giraffe ears, you're responsible for why you would say that, given that you have a pretty good prediction he's going to hear it with jackal ears. But the child is still the only one to control how he takes it. It was still his actions, his hearing it and believing it, that's the cause of his pain. We can show 3, 4, 5-year-olds how to deal with a father like that.
Well, when is my internal jackal just good superego to realize that I should be more sensitive to my kids' natural immaturity to take something?
That's the responsibility I'd like you to be looking at. See, I'd like you to look at then why you are not changing your behavior. And then I'll work with the child in showing him what he can do even if you don't change. I don't want him to think that his security rests on whether you change or not. Yeah, and incidentally, I recently in Ojai, California, taught how to do this. We were dealing with how to hear jackal messages with giraffe ears, and I dealt with 5 groups in one day. The first group were the students aged 6 to 9, the next group 10 to 13, the next group 14 to 18. The fourth group I dealt with were the teachers, and the last group were the parents in the evening. The 6-year-olds got it real quick. The teachers, even though they had been with the students when I did it with them, they still had a heck of a time with it. See?
Because the kids had less programming to unlearn.
Exactly, exactly. Fewer words being trained to hear criticism as criticism. You see, but if you can train them real quick, never hear what an adult thinks. You'll live longer. And you'll learn more from them, you see, than if you hear what they think. It's toxic if your parents or your teachers have been educated to speak jackal. It's toxic to hear what they think. Yes?
Are apologies out of the question then?
Apologies are not possible because apologies are based on the premise that somebody did something wrong.
So rather than apologize, you say you regret your behavior?
Yes,
or?
you mourn sincerely. You mourn not that you did something wrong, but that you didn't meet your own needs. Everything that every human being has ever done is out of holy purposes to make life more wonderful. Now, sometimes our actions fulfill our needs to make life more wonderful, and sometimes they don't. So we need to celebrate when they do and mourn when they don't. And any kind of self-blame will interfere with the learning. No, so giraffe mourning, it would sound something like, I was about to do some giraffe mourning, but we didn't stay in the role long enough. If I had been in your place, I might have mourned this way. I might have first of all wanted to celebrate and say how touched I was that you, given how vulnerable you feel, that you shared so much of yourself with me just now, and I can't think of a more precious gift that I could have received. And I'm sad right now because I would have liked to have been much more sensitive to your pain than I was. See, I didn't do anything wrong, but it would have been much easier for me to hate myself in one respect, because I'm so used to that. We get so trained to hate ourselves in a jackal world. But to really mourn requires going more deeply into myself. It's in many respects more scary to see just how sad I am, how I would have liked to have been more aware. But the other person won't have to pay for that, but they'll have to pay for it if I apologize, because they're a stimulus now for my guilt, shame. And every time a person is a stimulus for our apology, they're going to pay for it. Because to whatever degree they are a stimulus for what makes me apologize, I'm going to have it harder to give to them out of a good energy in the future. There'll be a part of me that's giving to avoid the judgment that I agreed with.
This is an incredible miracle, because one of the things in this period that I felt so stuck with is I have felt so stuck with constantly this sense of this energy in the space of being blamed and feeling guilty and not being able to be free of something kind of hovering over me in my inability to have communication, intimate communication effectively. So I really appreciate that distinction very much. It's kind of a doorway to freedom. Finally stop blaming myself about it.
Be careful about the objective of stop blaming. So you never set an objective to get rid of something.
Well, when I blame
always
myself,
set your objectives to what you want to do differently that will be more effective and less costly. Never try to get rid of something.
how about I have an opportunity to learn and grow from everything I do every day, and it's
Now
a
we're
new
getting
opportunity.
it. Now we're getting it. Now
It's
every
an opportunity.
time I do something that doesn't meet my needs, I want to use it as an opportunity to grow and learn. Now you can put the negative in there rather than to beat myself up. But the main thing we need to do is to get clear what the new option is. I learned this the hard way many years ago. I put this in the workshop. It was during the Vietnam War, and I was on the television debating the war with an editor of one of the local newspapers in St. Louis. And this was taped, videotaped, so I could go home and watch it later on, you see, in the evening. So I'm watching myself now, and oh my God, there I am doing everything I can't stand when other people do it in a debate. I'm a total jackal, if ever you've seen one. Oh, it was painful to watch, but I said, okay, if the next time I'm in that situation, I don't want to do A, I don't want to do B, I don't want to do C, okay? Now, apparently people like these kind of blood-curdling things because they got a lot of listener reaction, and I was invited to continue the debate with him. People love violence, you see, so I was invited back to continue the debate the next week. They had a lot of listener reaction to this. So the next week, though, I'm going to now be a good giraffe. So all the way down to the television studio, I'm saying, now remember, don't do A, don't do B, don't do C, don't do A, don't do B, don't do C. The program starts, and he comes at me the way he had the previous week. And for 10 seconds, I was beautiful. I didn't do A, I didn't do B, I didn't do C. I just stood there like this. And can you guess what I did after 10 seconds? A, B, and C, and I made up for the lost 10 seconds. You see? And that taught me, it's not enough to get clear what I don't want. In those situations, I have to get crystal clear what I want to do instead that's more likely to get my needs met and create less problems. Yes?
Just for my own clarity, when you say, you're not responsible for what something happens to somebody else, you're not talking physically. In other words, if
No,
you beat
not
someone up,
physically.
they're not responsible for having a broken
I'm
arm.
responsible. Well, even there, technically, if we want to get real philosophical about it, I'm still responsible for my actions.
Right.
And nature is responsible for the other person's death.
But you wouldn't say that the other person is responsible for the other person's death.
Not for their death.
Because you're saying in the other case, on a verbal level, that we are responsible for our own pain if somebody says something nasty to us and we take it in. But you wouldn't say the same thing if somebody, cuts our stomach open.
Exactly.
Okay.
You see, and this would come so powerful to you if you followed me around in my work, when you see, like I have a friend from Rwanda who was hiding underneath the sink and heard her 3 children being killed, her husband, her brother, and for 11 days she survived by hiding underneath there because the people who killed them stayed in the house, so she had to sneak out at night to get a little water to survive and get back underneath there. And then each day they would celebrate, she would hear them celebrating how they killed the people. Now, I know this woman very, very well, and she's never been angry. She hasn't repressed any anger, you see? Now, I can get ready to kill somebody who's taking too long in the checkout line of the grocery store, you see? So you can't make somebody angry even if you kill their families. It's how we look at it. Now, this woman looked at it in a way that created great pain. I would call it natural pain. She suffered immensely, but the way she looked at it, the kind of pain she felt, has led her to unceasing efforts to prevent this happening to anybody else. And why did she originally come into my workshops with such a giraffe orientation to the world? Because she wasn't knowing how to deal with other people from her own tribe who had similar things that hate her, because she's working for reconciliation rather than wanting to gain vengeance, you see? So the majority of the people in her tribe had similar things happen. They have such rage, all they can do is live for the day when they're going to get revenge. And all of her energy is going into preventing this happen to other people. What stimulus could be more powerful than that? Your family being killed. Even that can't make us feel anything. It's how we react to it. Good morning, love. I had to learn you never come alone. And when I shut out hurting, something in me turns to stone. To be in touch with tenderness, I bear my blood and bone. And I'm so glad to have you back again. Good morning, pain. Good morning, joy. Good morning, love. Who's ready to do some work? All kinds of people. So let's start over on my left and we'll work around. You got one? Come on up here.
I'm going to need your help.
No, you got 40 giraffe supporters out there. But there's 3 jackals hidden in the crowd, so watch that you don't. Okay. What is this person? Did you start with what this person says? That's a challenging thing to hear.
Yeah.
What did this person say?
This person said, this has nothing to do with me. Speak to your father. And this is my father's partner, not my mother.
This has nothing to do with me. Speak to your father.
Yeah, this is a woman I'd like to nonviolently kill.
Well, now, if you know that, would somebody else like to do this role play? If you know already that you have that kind of anger toward a person, then we wouldn't even approach them until you first had gotten rid of all enemy images of the person. See? The kind of thinking, in other words, that makes you angry. while you still have that, you will create in that person the very thing that you're concerned about.
I think that's true. And so should I pick a different person or should I work on that?
No, this is the perfect person
Okay.
to work on.
Okay.
Because our most ugly, aggravating jackal is our best guru. So we stand more to benefit, more to learn from those people whose beauty we cannot see than anybody else. They're our best teachers. So let's go to work, first of all, on anger. Let's see how to deal with anger. And we'll give everybody a chance to practice this, okay? So all of you, think of somebody at the moment who's behaving in a way that stimulates you in the way that she is stimulated by this person. You have nice aggressive fantasies toward that. You see. And for those of you who have never been angry, you can't even imagine getting that angry, so that you can participate in this exercise, I'm going to give you the telephone number of my brother. Call him up, and within 5 minutes, you will be angry. Okay? Anybody need his number? I tease him about this all the time. I said, you know, you're famous all over the world. So if you get some strange calls, you'll know that people are wanting to get angry. Okay, write the stimulus for your anger down. What did this person say or do that was a stimulus for your anger? And while they're writing that down, what is this person's stimulus? What has this person done that was a stimulus for your anger? No, we're going to start with you. What was this person's stimulus?
I haven't been allowed to see my father.
Yes, that's a diagnosis. I ask for a stimulus. That's the cause of your anger, that you interpret it that way. That she's not allowing you to see your father, and that's not right, and she has no right to keep you from him, and so forth. We're going to get to that next. That's the cause of your anger. What's the stimulus? What did she say?
She said, she pretty much said what I said. She said, this has nothing to do with me, speak to your father.
Okay, and that's the
She won't let me talk to her about it.
No, won't let me, that's a diagnosis. Yeah. So she has said, this has nothing to do with me, talk to your father. That's the stimulus, you see. So let's hear some other stimuli for the anger. What else have you written down?
You need to be criticized.
The person said, you need to be criticized. That's
I'm leaving and it's your fault.
I'm leaving and it's your fault. Yes? You never, da-da-da-da-da. And if you're a jackal, you'll remember one time 12 years ago you did. Just to prove that never is not accurate.
You always.
Same thing. But they said that, you always. Okay.
You're always angry.
You're always angry.
You're not listening.
You're not listening. Yes.
Talk when I'm trying to talk.
They talk when you're trying to talk. All of the things that you just said the other person can say can't make us angry. It just doesn't have the power to do that. Okay. So now I want you to write down the cause of the anger this way. When the person does this, I feel angry because. What is the cause of your anger? And let's have you answer the same thing. When this person says, this has nothing to do with me, you have to speak to your father. When this person says this, you feel angry because why?
I feel powerless and I feel cut off from my father.
Not feel cut off. First, it's not your feeling of powerless that makes you angry. That's a separate feeling. You also feel powerless, you feel angry. But you interpret this person as cutting you off. So you have a violent image of this person. All the person said is, this has nothing to do with me. But you interpreted this as this person is cutting you off from your father. And that's what makes you angry. It's not this person. Yeah, I'm just doing my work. Yeah, so.
You want to know more?
No, that answered my question. I just want you to be conscious that this person isn't making you angry. It's that thought that makes you angry, that they are cutting you off from your father. Because I will bet you that that is associated in your thinking with the violent word, the violent SH word. I hate to say it out loud. They shouldn't cut you off from you. Don't you? Do you believe that they shouldn't do that to you?
Absolutely.
Oh. See, it's the SH word that makes us angry. See, if we didn't have the SH word in our consciousness, we wouldn't have so much violence. But the SH word, that's why I don't like to say it out loud, see, because I think it creates great violence on our planet, the SH word. Because it's basically, in a sense, it's a handy abbreviation. Because the SH word basically means the other person is bad and deserving of punishment. See, it's all contained in that SH word. It's just an abbreviation since we use it so much and we have so much violence that we want to blame and so it's kind of an abbreviation. We don't even have to say it, it's implicit, you see. It goes with, it's cutting me off from the family. And anybody will tell you, you shouldn't do that to a daughter. You shouldn't cut a daughter off from the father. Yes, what makes you angry when people talk when you're talking? What's the cause of your anger?
But they should give me a fair chance.
Yes, you have a double jackal in there. First of all, you're interpreting them as not being fair, not giving you a fair chance. And the double jackal is they shouldn't do that.
The reason I raised my hand a second ago, if somebody says to you, you know, you should do da da da, if you want to empathize with them, do you ask them, do you think I should?
No, I don't. Remember what I said? Never hear what a jackal thinks, especially never hear the should word. Don't hear it. Don't go there. Life isn't fun when we join the person in their thinking. Go to their heart. There's no should in the heart. Of all the things never to hear coming from another person, it's you should. Especially someone in authority. You know, I hope everybody in here has already got your children convinced of that. You tell your children, never hear what I say you should do. You've all told your children that, I'm sure you have. Yes.
If I say that I need equality in financial support for our son, doesn't that imply a should?
No.
No?
No.
Maybe it's what I want to.
I think what you're saying is it's hard for you not to have that should in there because you have all kinds of thoughts about this rascal, such as what? What do you think about me for not giving you that support? In addition, that I should. What do you think about me that makes you so angry?
You're irresponsible.
Yes, yes.
You're selfish.
Yes. She doesn't need help at this level. She was doing quite all right without your help.
He's buying the land and he should be
What else? Anything else? Shirking his duties. Neglecting his son. And he's still alive? You haven't killed him yet with all of that going on inside? Man, you have good anger control. I've beaten people for less. Okay? Yeah, any one of those words, you see. But, you know, the problem is you pay for those words. Every time you think that, you pay for it. If you want to read what I say, read about type A thinking and the effect that it has on heart disease. Type A thinking is, in the technical research in medicine, basically what I call jackal thinking. You know, irresponsible, shirking, this kind of thinking that makes us angry. High correlation. The more people think this way, the more the more heart disease. Because it's not only destructive to our spirit, it's also very destructive to our bodies. Because these are not natural feelings, you see. I'll show you what I mean by natural feelings. See, as in Daniel Goleman's book, Emotional Intelligence, when a need isn't getting met, it gives off energy, which we call feelings. The feelings tell us the need isn't getting met. They mobilize us for action, to get something done. So this wonderful energy gets channeled into need-serving action. See? So a dog gets hungry, and it doesn't just sit there and say, oh, wonderful, I'm hungry, you know. It starts to act for the purpose of getting some food. Any living phenomenon, this happens. The need, when it's not being met, needs an energy source, which is the feelings. But we human beings have had this trick played on us that I told you about earlier today. So the need isn't getting met, but we don't have a need consciousness. We've been educated not to be in touch with our needs, so we go to enemy images. He should. He's irresponsible. That's selfish. Shirking duties. We've had our head filled with thousands of these, you see. And when our head was filled this way, we are going to fill one of four feelings: depression, guilt, and shame, if we direct the judgment to ourselves. If I think I was irresponsible, I feel guilt, shame. If I think I'm a failure, depression. See? But if we direct it outward, anger. But notice what's happened. We're cut off from life. We're not really alive. We're not in touch with life. And then, what kind of energy does this give us? Punitive actions, not need-serving actions. We want to blame and punish this rascal. Yeah, there's a need down there and it isn't getting met, but we've lost connection with that. When we're up in our head judging the other person, all we want is to see that person suffer. Especially if we have the other dangerous word in our head along with the SH word, you see. So much of our violence comes from the SH word and the DE word. Deserve, yes. You see. Deserve. All you got to do is think somebody deserves something and, oh, you're violent. See? Think that because somebody does something, they deserve to be rewarded. Think that because somebody does something, they deserve to suffer. They deserve to be punished. Very dangerous word. And put those two together. He's doing what he shouldn't. He deserves to. Okay, yes?
How does that fit with rewards?
Rewards are violent.
Violent?
Oh, yes.
Because they make a person feel obligated?
Because they are a part of power over. They're one person trying to use the power that they have over another person. See, so I have some money and you don't have. So I say, okay, if you do this, I'll give you the money. You need to eat. I say, I'm not going to give, unless you do this, I'm not going to give it to you. So that's a way of using power over people. If you want to see the violence of rewards, go into that a little bit more. Read Alfie Kohn's book. Alfie Kohn. Punished by Rewards. If you want to see how violent the DE word is, the deserve word, you see. Read Walter Kaufmann. Without Guilt and Justice. He's a philosophy professor, was a philosophy professor at Princeton. First half of the book, he just says from a philosophical point of view, just in terms of pure logic, pure rational, clear thinking, the DE word, deserve, violates every principle of clear thinking. To think that anybody deserves anything, he shows in the first half of his book, violates every principle of clear thinking. Then in the last half of the book, he shows then that it's no secret that our judicial system, our correctional system, is suicidal. Because it's based on a totally irrational concept that people deserve to suffer for what they've done. So even though our own judicial system, our own statistics show that people are more violent when they get out of our prisons than when they go in, we never learn about this. It's hard to see that any time you use punishment, it never works. Not if you're conscious at two levels. If you ask yourself two questions, you will see that punishment cannot work. Question number one, what do we want the other person to do? If you ask only that question, it tricks you into thinking that punishment sometimes works. Because sometimes through the use of punishment, you can get somebody to do something. But ask the second question and you see it never works. Second question, what do we want the other person's reasons to be for doing what we want them to do? Ask those two questions, no more punishment. Same with reward. Yeah.
How about setting boundaries for children?
Let's set boundaries. It's very important, but not for children, for any human being. Any human being who is violating a need of yours and is unwilling to negotiate about it, tell them what you are going to do and do it. Use protective use of force. But do that with everybody. Don't think that's just with children. We all need clarity. If a basic need of yours isn't getting met in your relationship with me and I'm not willing to talk about it, tell me what you're going to do to protect yourself and do it. But don't use any punishment. Don't get that mixed up with punishment. No, children do not need punishment. And children do not need boundaries. All human beings need boundaries in the way that I'm describing it.
What about a privilege that is given within that boundary?
What do you mean by a privilege? A reward?
The use of a vehicle.
Yes.
When following certain boundaries that I have.
So you have a car, and if anybody's going to use your car, you would like them to agree to drive it without drinking any alcohol.
Or using drugs.
Boy, you're a hard mother to live with. Okay, then I would say that at the next time I see you using any drugs while you're driving, I will no longer give you my car. I'm not trying.
That's not punishment.
It depends. If you think they're wrong and you want to make that rascal suffer, yes. If you have in your thinking that they were wrong and you're trying to punish him, but it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like you would like to protect some property of yours, and
well, mostly him.
Or to protect him. You see, or to protect him. So if that's your only intention, you're not intending to make him suffer, I would say it's a protective use of force, not the punitive. The other person may see it as punitive. That's another issue. If persons only know punishment, of course they're gonna have trouble making this differentiation. The main thing is that we see the difference. That we make sure we never take any action that's intending to make another person suffer. Whenever that's our intention, we're going to create more violence on this planet, which is not what we need on this planet. Yes?
Is it the same general concept for rewards? When a person gets paid, you get paid for a book.
I hope I don't. I hope I don't. I hope you don't give me that money as a payment. I hope you give it to me to nurture what I am doing. I hope you see that money as a gift. I hope you don't see it as payment. I wish we had the time to go through that every time somebody gets a book. The only thing is it usually takes me an hour to make this clear to people, so I don't know how I can get that hour with everybody who wants to. I don't want anybody to buy my book. I want them to have it. I wouldn't have written it if I didn't want them to have it. I hope people would realize that for me to have time to write things like books and to do the other work that I do, it would help me to give me some money. So I hope you didn't pay money for the book. I hope you gave me money for the book. How will you know the difference? You will have enjoyed it if you gave me the money. If you didn't, you won't enjoy giving it. So that's why I never tried to give money if it's a payment. I try only to give money when it's a gift. Yes.
How about grades?
How about grades? The only purpose I see in grades is to maintain a caste system in our society and to hide it as a meritocracy or a democracy. Now, when I was at the university, I had a little trouble with this with the registrar. I still remember the 6-week mark when I was teaching at a university in St. Louis. Registrar comes to my office. Dr. Rosenberg, your grades have not been handed in. I said, you're very perceptive. Registrar did not like my humor. She repeats herself. Your grades have not been handed in. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Why? I'm choosing not to give grades. But you have to. Bureaucratic language, you have to. Isn't this foolish? She's telling me I have to. I haven't done it. Obviously, I don't have to, right? Can you hear anything crazier than that? A person telling me so. You have to. I said, I'm choosing not to give grades. Why? It's against my spiritual beliefs. Why? I said, half the students at this university are black, half are white. Blacks get 80% of failing grades. I choose not to participate in any evaluation scheme that differentiates on the basis of race or culture. Also, research shows that the more grades are given, the more students lose perspective on the worth of what they're learning. So then they learn not for the value of what they're learning, but for the extrinsic rewards, which of course is what is the purpose in a jackal culture. You want people to get used to working for extrinsic rewards, things like salaries, so they'll be able to pollute the environment or do anything else as long as their boss tells them to do it. And they get their reward, so that's what you want to train them for in schools.
So how did this one end?
This one, I said, the one area that they said, but we have to have accountability. I said, now that, I share the university's desire at that level. We do need to know whether people have learned what, the course involves. I said, I will give you at the end of the course of instruction a measurable assessment of what students could do at the end that they couldn't do at the beginning. In this respect, I'm far more accountable than a teacher who gives you a C or a D. You don't know what that student can do. You will know what each of my students can do at the end that they couldn't do at the beginning. So because of that, I was being more accountable, so they didn't fire me for that. They fired me because they didn't like my friends. I was working with street gangs at the time, and this was a college. We were preparing teachers to work in the inner city. I had some members of the gang come into my class and educate the students. The students evaluated this session, incidentally, as very valuable, that they really learned a lot about why kids in the inner city weren't learning. But the university had a rule that said that these people weren't qualified to be brought in as guest lecturers. So it was on that basis that... that was not a problem. I wasn't expecting to stay around very long. The administrator that got me in there asked me to come in and kick ass a little and stir things up, and so.
And then go.
Well, he knew I wasn't going to last long, and I didn't really want to teach long. I just wanted to get some things started. Okay, so now anybody else want to read off what the cause of your anger is? I hope everybody sees that the cause of our anger is always the same. It's that we are playing a game called punitive God. See, that's the cause of anger. See, when we go up to our head and judge the other person as irresponsible, selfish, stupid, this is a game that's been played for several centuries, you see, where somebody thinks they know what's right. And they know what's wrong. And and that they know who deserves to suffer. So I call that game punitive God. So we are playing the game punitive God when we are angry. Yes?
It seems like there's kind of a toggle switch between anger and hurt. And that when someone says to me, you need to be criticized, I feel angry and it feels like there's a toggle switch between anger and hurt. So if someone says you need to be criticized, I feel hurt and I feel angry. It's not just one feeling, and I'm curious what you'd say about that.
Because if for any moment you get connected to the need, then you feel hurt. But then if the next moment you then go back up to the jackal judgment and start to judge the other person. So that means your attention is split. Part of you is connected to your need, and the hurt is because you have a need for more respect or something like that. That might be the need, it's at the bottom of it. But the anger tells you that your full attention is not on the need.
So you can never be feeling anger and still be needing, if you're feeling anger, you would say your thinking is always divorced from needing respect?
There's always a part of your consciousness that is not on the need. It is up in your head playing the game punitive God. When our full attention is on our needs, it's impossible to be angry. No matter what the person is doing to you, you cannot be angry if your full attention is on either your need or the other person's need. Yes?
I do support groups with cancer patients and their families, and sometimes they tell me that anger at the cancer helps mobilize their resources for fighting it.
I hear the same thing about almost every country I work in which people are afraid that if they don't get angry, they're going to be passive and not deal with the oppression they're dealing with. So the problem is, yes, we do, if we have a need for health, we need to mobilize ourselves and have our full energy going into mobilizing that. But I think we'll have more energy if we get connected to what our need is and not have part of it distracted, because I think the energy that comes from anger is not really a fully life-serving energy. But if you compare it to nothing, see, this is what people are afraid of. If I don't get angry, I'm just going to be passive. But if your full attention is here, you'll have plenty of energy, but it won't be angry. But I think it'll be more healthy. Yeah.
I wrote down that when the person says their jackal thing to me, when she says that I feel angry because I have a need to be appreciated and respected, and I guess I'm having a little difficulty. I
don't think you get angry because your need for appreciation and respect isn't getting met. For example, if I come along and I say to you, "Get out of my way, idiot," and for whatever reason you think maybe his wife died and he's in mourning, I don't think you'd feel angry. Even though your need wasn't getting met for respect and so forth, it wasn't getting met, but I don't think you'd be angry, because you would probably tell yourself something different than what you're telling yourself if you're angry. So you still haven't answered my question of the cause of your anger. Just because your need for respect doesn't get met doesn't make you angry.
I think what my experience is that I have anger is the first thing that comes into my awareness.
Yes.
And then if I look at it more closely, there's hurt underneath it and fear.
Yes.
But it's like they both or all three or maybe others coexist at the same time.
I think they
anger
do.
is the one that's the first clue. It's kind of like pain.
But the first thing that I agree with you, it's usually the first thing we're aware of. But it's not the first thing that happens. The first thing that happens is what I'm asking you to get at now, which you haven't gotten at yet. And that's why I'm pushing you to get at it, because it needs to be gotten out into the light. And that is, I think you need to be clear what is making you angry. It's not that your need isn't getting met. What are you telling yourself?
Yeah, some jackal thoughts.
Yeah.
But
that's the first thing that came. But your inner jackal speaks so rapidly.
Right.
And it's been in there so long that very often you're not conscious of it.
Right. But I'm wondering if it can, for some reason, I want to make the distinction between like depression, guilt, and shame, which seem like they're like really unproductive or counterproductive roads to go down, whereas anger, even though it's not productive in the sense of
I'm saying all of these are productive, can be productive, if you do the following work. If first you identify the thinking that is making you feel this way, and if you use these feelings as an alarm clock to tell you that part of your connection to your needs is being blocked by life-alienated, violence-provocative thinking. Let me repeat that, you see. These feelings are valuable if you use them as an alarm clock.
I get it, thank you.
You got it, okay. And when you use it as an alarm clock and get connected here, you will have more energy, not less. But the energy will be directed toward getting your need met, not to blaming and punishing yourself or others. Yeah.
So getting back just to needs, I would, as far as I can see, I would think that I think as human beings, we want to get more, at least for myself, more pleasant experiences, or the kind of experiences I want, and less unpleasant experiences.
Yes.
And as far down as I can see, that seems to be just very, very core. Do you think that's true? And how does that, I'm just trying to look at really, we keep talking about needs. I'm wondering if there's sort of like these core, deeper, really getting down into what's our real needs.
Well, I like the way you summarized it, and I think if I understood what you're saying, it's not too different than what I hear the Dalai Lama saying or many other people saying, that our basic need is to enjoy life. And how can we enjoy life if our needs aren't getting met? So to enjoy life is to get our needs met in a way that doesn't create problems for us later. See? Giraffes are cheap. They don't like to pay for getting their needs met.
That's where apart from my situation for the moment.
We're coming back to it.
I know we are, but I'm still connecting up to what they're saying. I mean, take an oppressed group of people who are hungry every day for years and years and years and die and die and die, and they never get their need met.
Yes.
They never get it met. Why? So they know they're hungry. That's their first basic need.
They're real hungry. They're real hungry.
And if I don't blame them for being angry about it.
I hope I don't blame them, because then I would be perpetuating the cycle. I hope I don't hear, no one in here hears they're being blamed if they get angry. I'm saying if they get angry, they're less likely to get fed, more likely to get killed. And then when I say that to them, which incidentally I work in a lot of places where I'm working with, just about 2 weeks ago I was working with people from 8 African countries. And the hunger was only one of the things that they saw. They were the biggest issue they wanted to deal with me. What do you do when they're putting your people in concentration camps? That was the. What do you do when these people? And they had a whole bunch of judgments of these people that were putting the people into. And I said, first thing you need to do is transform all enemy images into needs. You're going to have no power with people until you can translate your enemy images. So, do you think these people are oppressive pigs? Yes! Okay, then we got to work on that. Then we got to work on that. You see, because as long as you see that, you are more likely to generate counter-violence than cooperation. See, so the first step, this was a workshop on social change. These people were not interested in individuals, but they were interested in gangs of individuals. Some gangs call themselves gangs. Some gangs call themselves multinational corporations. Some gangs call themselves governments. So they were interested in how do you deal with gangs that you see creating great violence. Okay, the first thing is get rid of any enemy image of the gang members. Because as long as you think there's something wrong with the gang members, you'll create more violence, I predict. than cooperation. See? So we're supposed to like it that they're putting our people in concentration camps and not feeding them. And I'm not asking you to like it. I'm asking you to do more than that. I'm asking you to be able to see that that's the most wonderful thing in the world that these people could be doing. What? Then I explain. You see. And it has to be sincere.
Explain.
That when I work with my colleagues that I work at in Sierra Leone, we're looking at why would this person take a 6-year-old child and hack off the arm, you see. You see? If you think that's evil or bad, I'm suggesting you will create more violence. Good business. So the first thing is to realize, to be conscious that the person who does that does it for the same reason that you and I do everything we do. Is that clear? Each moment, every human being is doing the best they can at that moment to meet their needs. So and whatever need they have, I know also that you and I have that same need, because needs are universal. See, so until we can start by trying to empathize with what need is this person meeting by doing this, see, until we can connect with that, as long as we think there's something wrong with this person, that they're bad, we're going to approach it in a way that I think we have less power and more chance to create counter-violence. Now, notice what I just said does not mean I have to like that behavior. It means I have to see the humanness of the person who's doing it. Now, I do not ask these people in Sierra Leone to do this first, not until we've empathized with their feelings about it. You see, I wouldn't want to even think of getting them to empathize with why somebody has cut off the arms of one of their children until they've healed from the pain that that's created for them. So I'm not suggesting that we start with that. But then I'm saying if we really want to change this in a way that doesn't create more violence, we need to get rid of enemy images and connect with what this person's needs are that are being met by cutting off children's arms. Yes.
I find it more useful to think of it in terms of the need that the person is trying to get met, because in my thinking, the need isn't actually getting met by hacking off the arm.
I would agree with you that may or may not. What need are they intending to get met by doing this? Yes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm unfortunately to say one of the needs that was being met by chopping off the arms of the children did work. It was getting met. A need to get attention and more political power, call attention to their suffering. So the man that's now given a vice president role in Sierra Leone, it was his troops cutting off the arms and get this to stop. They basically rewarded him with a position in the government. So in this sense, it worked. Yes. Now they're going to pay for it. See, they got one need met, but there's other needs that I think they're going to pay for dearly for that. But but other times that we intend it doesn't even meet the need we intended it to meet. Yes.
Okay, so this gets exactly to what I was getting at about needs, that for this person who had a need for more political power, or whatever you just said.
Yes.
Is that really a need?
We have a need for more power. All of us have a need.
Right. So more security, more safety. There's something
more than that. We have a need to manipulate our environment. See, the problem is in our culture, the use of power, the way we try to meet our need for power and to manipulate, sounds exploitive and violent, because we're used to a particular form of power usage and manipulation. In fact, we can't survive without power and ability to manipulate. That by itself is just a human need. But how do we meet that need? If we meet it through punishment, reward, that's a whole other issue. But the need itself for power, we all have it.
So, or is it the need for power, or is it just a need to be okay?
No, it's a need for power.
It's a
we
need
need
for
to have, be
control, is that
able
what you're saying?
to control. Again, control in our culture gets seen as a dirty thing because we're associating it with a certain domination. But we all, our need is we have to have some control, some power with our environment, or this is a pretty scary world if we don't have some power.
Yeah, but do we have any power control, or is it just an illusion anyway?
I think we have enormous power if we speak giraffe, if we are interested in power with people. You see? Enormous power with people. Yes.
In the face of a killing machine like Hitler's
Yes.
armies, how does one, in listening with giraffe ears, avoid meeting a real immediate death?
So you're up against some people who are using violence to kill people, and you are confronting them. How do you avoid being killed? Is that your question?
What does one person do in the face of a killing army?
Well,
if you don't have a facilitator like Marshal Rosenberg there to make two sides meet, how does one person meet?
well, you could do what the king of Denmark did. When the Nazis said, the next day all Jews will come out in the streets with their yellow armbands on. We are going to round them up and ship them off to a concentration camp. So what can one person do? The king of Denmark said, all citizens, please tomorrow wear yellow bands so the Nazis can't tell who is who. That's what one person could do. And the next day, you feel sad for the poor Nazis. They can't tell all their guns and all of their power, they couldn't do anything. Thousands of lives were saved.
You spoke about healing need to take place before empathy can register or kick in. And is that healing as a completed series of stages, or can it just be an initiated process of beginning to heal? Because I would think when one's healing over witnessing that kind of atrocity to one's kid is not going to happen, may not happen in the course of a immediate exchange with somebody.
Well, I've been exploring ways of speeding up that healing, because unfortunately there's so much of it that needs to get done in this world now. I mean, so enormous amount of it. So I was trained in healing in the psychoanalytic model, taught to think that even minor pains are going to take 2 or 3 years of... I now find that in about an hour I can do more than I was doing in 3 years to heal pain, with much even worse pain than that. How? First of all, by not talking about what happened, you see. All talking about how horrible what these people did, waste of time and energy. If we can maximize getting the person to have some empathy for what's alive in them right now, you see. So I've demonstrated that a little bit today. I've been playing the other person with giraffe ears, you see. You notice that? And I do that in these situations. I play the man who raped this woman and give her empathy now with giraffe ears. I play the role of, in Algeria, the man who took this woman outside and made her watch while my friends dragged her best friend to her death behind a car, and then I took her in the house and raped her in front of her parents. I play the role of that man with giraffe ears, and she gets a chance to express that pain and have it heard by a person in the role of that other person. And I find that I can get the healing taking place in 1 hour that I couldn't get in 3 years of traditional techniques. So there are ways, I'm convinced, that we can speed up the healing. But there does need to be some healing in the form of empathy in there before we ask this person to do other things. Okay, so now we've got your anger clear. You're angry because you got the SH word in your head.
Yes.
And now let's get that out of your head. What's the need that's behind that SH word. See, all judgments that make us angry are tragic, suicidal expressions of needs. So let's use the judgments to hear the need behind it. What's the need that isn't getting met?
I need to have access to my father.
Yes, you really need access, connection with your father. And now when your attention is fully on that, how do you feel?
A lot of sadness.
Yes, yes. See immediately how now she's having life-serving feelings. Tremendous sadness. What was rage a moment ago? Sadness.
The rage is still there too.
then it's divided, but that you're
switching
still,
back
you're
and
still
forth.
switching up there.
I mean,
But then if I really want to help her heal, I will keep bringing her back to the need. So you have this real need for the connection with your father and feeling this enormous sadness that need isn't getting met. Because I'll want her to act out of that, because that's much more likely to get her needs met than whatever she does acting out of that anger. Okay.
I've tried everything, Marshall.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah.
Now I'm left with anger and rage.
Yeah. So, well, the one thing I want you to try that I think will have some power, but I don't want you to try it too quick, you see, which is to empathize with this rascal. But I don't want you even to think of empathizing with this rascal until you've had enough empathy for your sadness. You see. Just as I said earlier, I don't want the parents empathizing with the people who cut off the arms of their children before they've had all the empathy that they need. But I really don't think we can resolve things until they can empathize with the other person. I don't think she can heal in this until she can empathize with this rascal that says, it's not up to me, talk to your father. So let's get this empathy from this person. So we'll put some giraffe ears on this person.
I don't believe that, though.
It's hard to even imagine that rascal with giraffe ears.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Hard to even imagine it. Yep. So there's this rage toward me because you see me as cutting you off from something valuable, but behind that is this deep need you have for connection with your father and a sadness at not having that.
That's a lot of the rage, and I can't seem to have any effect on that.
And then on top of this is powerless. You feel powerless to. What can you do to get the understanding that you need?
I feel completely powerless to talk to you.
Yeah.
You won't let me talk to you, and my father's terrified of you, and he's collapsed. He's completely collapsed into your control.
Yeah. So you feel powerless to persuade me, and you feel sad because you can't imagine that your father could do anything?
No, he's given up. It's a side thing, but it's even sadder because my father was a conscientious objector during the Second World War, and he was able to stand up to the world, and he can't stand up to you, so you must be one hell of a jackal.
Yeah, it's especially painful when you recall the strength your father had and living in harmony with his values. And now to see him so overwhelmed.
He's so full of shame and guilt about whatever he's full of shame and guilt about. He can't make his needs to you known in a way that your needs are so much bigger, I guess, and you just putting control on him. He's to blame for everything, all your pain. And I'm the daughter he feels the closest to, so I'm the one that you've got to punish, I guess. I'm not this right now. I'm not feeling this nice. I'm still feeling sadness, and I just want to
You got both.
rage.
You're furious. You really want me to see how painful it is to me and to your father. You want me to get my needs met in a way that is not so costly to you and your father.
And this all seems so hypocritical with what you are doing in the world.
Yeah, and especially
you and my father.
You have a need for some integrity, and when you see us saying one thing and working for one thing and behaving this way,
totally,
it makes even more pain.
More pain. Then I question everything.
What's ridiculous? The ears, the star in my eye, or this ring in my tongue?
The ring, actually.
The ring, actually?
It's really...
Yes, that ring came in Albuquerque, New Mexico. A man before lunch said, Marshall, after lunch, there's such a situation, it's so painful for me, really, I don't even know how to get at it. Could we do it after lunch? I said, what is this? It's so painful. My 14-year-old daughter wants to get a ring in her tongue. Can we deal with that after lunch? I said, okay. So during the lunch break, the jackal said to me, don't you think it would be more realistic if I had a ring in my tongue? I said, Jackal, that's a fine idea. So we went out and found a veterinary who would do this work. And so we got the ring in the jackal's tongue. And after lunch, the man sits down and said, okay, now let's pretend like this is your daughter. Yes. And the jackal says, Dad, what's wrong with a ring in the tongue? And he falls on the floor laughing. It was so serious before lunch. So, anyway, after the workshop, I went to take it out, but the jackal wouldn't hear of it. It loves it. So what am I going? What am I going to do? So yeah, I know it's hard to imagine this person, this woman, with a ring in her tongue and the giraffe ears on, and a star in the eye. Can you hear me now, or do you want me to hear more of you?
I want you to hear more.
Can you guess what my need is and what I've done?
I can.
Please do. What is my need?
I'm analyzing her first.
It's okay. Put the analysis out.
I know a little bit.
Yes.
I know a little bit about your, just a tiny bit about your life, and that you're an alcoholic mother, and your father left you when you were 6, and I think you're pretty pissed off about that, and you've needed my father's name and attention, and you haven't gotten it the way you really, really wanted it. So you've got to control everything around him. That's my analysis.
Well, let me make it clearer for you.
Okay.
Yes, I'm deeply hurt. Deeply hurt that some of my needs have not been met in relationship to your father. And deeply hurt that my pain I don't feel is understood by you, but I'm judged. I have a fear that instead of getting understood by you, I'm judged by you. And how do you feel when I tell you this?
Yeah, I'm sure that's true, but I feel like you've just transferred all your stuff onto me.
So you really want to be free from responsibility from what I'm saying?
I do.
Yes, and I'm glad, because I'm not wanting to say that you are. I'm really wanting to let you know what's going on in me, which is that I'm deeply hurt, and I'm not wanting to blame you. I'm just wanting you to be honest with me.
Me to be honest with you?
No, I want to be honest with you.
Oh, you want to be honest with me.
Now that I have these giraffe ears on, I'm interested in
Ah.
reconciliation and healing between us. So I'm not blaming you for my hurt or your father for my hurt, but I do need you to know how deeply hurt I feel. I'm willing to take responsibility for it, but I still need empathy for how hurt I feel. I would have liked more understanding from you and more gratitude from your father.
I understand my father turned out to be a disappointment in a lot of ways for you. And somehow I came into that too.
Yes.
Somehow I fit into that.
Yes.
I didn't even know how
until
recently, but
and I hate some of the things I've said to you, like the one you started off tonight quoting. But I am in such pain and such hurt that it's all I can do to control myself. How do you feel when I say that?
I get panicky in my stomach, and I wonder if you can't control yourself, does that mean you're still somehow gonna make it so that I can't be with my father?
Yeah. So you're really afraid that if my panic is so great, you're still not going to get your need met.
Yeah.
In fact, if you're taking responsibility for it or hearing any blame, I'm not getting the empathy I need. So the last thing I need is for you to take responsibility for it, because then I can't get the empathy.
Okay, well, as long as you're not asking me to take responsibility for it.
Well, I will when I don't have these ears on.
Right.
And that's especially the time when it will be important for you to empathize and not get caught up in that, not to hear what I think. But I'm making it easy on you now. I'm taking responsibility for my pain. All I'm asking for is just connection, just empathy. Later, I am going to blame you a bit for it, just so you can get a chance to try out your new ears. But we're going at this gradually. You see.
I can certainly do my best.
So let me say it again, and I'm not asking you to take responsibility for it, but just please hear it. Hear it when I say that I am in such agonizing hurt, and mixed all with rage, because when I don't have these ears on, the hurt turns into rage. But that combination of hurt and rage, and let's not get into whether it's caused by my own childhood. Intellectually, that's probably true, but that kind of thinking will get in the way of giving me the full attention I need to what's alive in me now, however it got started. What I need is someone to hear just this excruciating hurt I feel in relationship to your father and to you. So could you tell me that?
Tell you what I understand
just what
you
I
just
said? Yes.
I hear that you are in such excruciating pain that that you hope that I can hear that that's what's in the way of.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a connection with me.
Thank you. And when I really need you to have the same quality of empathy as you're giving me now, is when I'm communicating in those other ways that makes it a real challenge.
Yeah.
I need you to not just intellectually know that, but I need you to be here at those times.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
If I'm capable of doing that, I certainly try.
So let's see if you're capable of doing that.
Okay.
Don't talk to me, talk to your father.
I'm gonna go slow here.
Yes, let's go real slow.
Blank. Blank.
Oh.
You don't. You feel. She's feeling. I need to know how she's. I need to know how she's feeling.
Yep. Even if you're stuck, just looking, just getting
feeling
stuck
angry.
is great. We don't have to guess right. We just have to guess human.
How am I feeling? Somebody's saying, or
Yes,
has she? No, I know. Right. She's feeling angry.
Are you feeling angry?
Are you feeling angry when you say that?
Because you're needing. What's the need behind it?
Because you're needing me to.
You're needing. Leave yourself out of there. What's she needing?
Because you need me to understand.
No, not me. You need understanding.
You
See,
need.
Don't mix up the need and the request.
Right.
She may want you to do some things to meet the need.
Uh-huh.
Let's learn how to keep them separate. Just to hear the need separate from the request. So
You
you're
need
needing some understanding.
understanding.
Yes, but I've long since given up the possibility that either you or your father are going to understand.
Give me my formula again.
So
Let's
you're
talk about how
feeling. Are you feeling?
Feeling and then her need.
Yes.
I keep focusing on her feeling and her need.
Yeah.
So you don't feel. No, not I.
So you're feeling.
You feeling hopeless about.
Now you're cooking.
About being understood.
That's right. That's right. And I'm not going to suffer anymore. I've suffered enough with it, with you and your father. So if you want to talk to him, talk to him. But I'm not going to suffer anymore. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not going to suffer anymore.
You've been in a lot of pain about this for a long time.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
What kind of pain? Oops. That's my old therapy training.
Yes, that shifts from empathy to psychoanalytic jackal.
Right, right. You're right.
And in empathy, we're not trying to direct, we're trying to connect with. We're following the other person's energy.
Right.
We don't take them to somewhere else. What kind of pain? No, just connect with what's in them right now.
Right. So is that yes, you are?
And I'm not going to take it anymore. I'm not going to take it anymore. I've had enough.
You are tired, sick and tired of not feeling understood.
You're darn right. And being exploited.
You feel taken advantage of.
Don't go there. That's still a thought. What's the need behind the judgment exploited?
Beyond the judgment. Need beyond the judgment. Yeah. You don't feel respected.
That's right. After all I did for your father, to not only not get the respect that I was deserving, to have happened to me what happens.
Yeah, you never felt seen for what happened to you.
I not only didn't get the respect that I deserved, I got tromped on.
Yeah, you got very hurt and very stepped on. And
now don't use the images.
Yeah, right.
Don't reinforce the images.
Got very hurt.
Yes. Your need for respect wasn't met. So you keep coming back to the need. The need that's behind the images. Don't repeat the images, because every repetition of the images just reinforces the jackal thinking.
Yeah, that makes sense. You got very, very hurt and disrespected.
No, that's another image, disrespected. See, that says that your father disrespected. No, your need for respect wasn't met. Let's not get into images of the other person disrespected. Your need for respect wasn't met.
Your need for respect was not met.
That's right. Now you've done a lot of work there. You've done a lot of work. I ask a lot of people, how many times in your life, if you've been in pain, Can you remember having someone hear your pain the way she just did? Just hear the feelings and the need for even one time. Just even one. She's done it 3 sequences. I'd say half the people cannot remember a time in their life that they've gotten this much empathy, even when they didn't express it in a way that was so hard to give it to them. What they remember is their parents trying to give them the empathy by saying, here, here, have a sucker, maybe you'll feel better. Or you shouldn't feel that way, the other people meant well. But to get this kind of empathy, about half the people cannot recall one time they've gotten it, one message. And now this person, even though this person has been a real test for your ears, already 3 interchanges, and I think those 3 interchanges have already created a connection. We haven't solved anything yet, but these connections build the basis for which the solution can happen. But without this basis, forget any kind of resolution that will meet everybody's needs. Yes.
When the jackal said, when the jackal was, or you said to the jackal, so you want respect, and then the jackal said, yes, I want respect. In that situation, it's really hard for me, at least, to like, I would be thinking, well, you want respect, well, you don't deserve it. And so it seems like you almost at that point have to just put all your thinking about the situation aside.
And if you can't, then you, or if you can't, you need to give yourself some empathy.
In order to just don't even get into the reality of the story, but just in order to keep kind of just playing with their needs and feelings.
And if you can't, then you need to give yourself some empathy. You need to stop and hear what's alive in you that's keeping you from hearing this person. And then...
But it just seems that you can't get into the story at all. You just have to keep just reminding yourself to just connect with the needs. And
generally, I would say in almost all of our interactions, going back into the story isn't going to meet anybody's needs. Talking about the past neither is going to heal or resolve.
I guess what I'm partly saying is when someone says, I want respect,
yes?
It's such a, on the one hand, I can see that you're saying it's just someone expressing their need.
Yes.
On the other hand, it's almost like inflammatory because it's in a way, or the way my ears hear it, is and you haven't been respectful.
It's implicit.
And so that's how do you deal with that?
And even if they say, and then they start to tell me the story. Because you did this, yes, so your need for respect hasn't been met. It's still alive, you see. It's still really alive. So you still have this need for respect that's not been met. Yes. And so as a giraffe, I know that going into the past isn't going to solve that. So I have to help this person get clear now. What are they requesting of me at this moment in relationship to that unmet need for respect?
2 questions, though. One is if they're wanting respect, if they say, well, I want you to respect me right now.
Yes.
That may not be, given everything that's happened, that may not be an option.
Well, the problem is, see, respect is not a request. That's the unmet need. Then I have to help this person get clear. What is their present request of me to meet this need for respect that hasn't been met? See? And to get that from a jackal is not going to be easy because jackals are not used to living in the present and being clear what they want now. They live in the past. They say, you didn't do this. And blah, blah. Yes, and so jackal, could you tell me what you're requesting of me right now in relationship to that? You had no right. You did this. Yeah, but jackal, hold it now. What are you wanting from me right now? See, it's an almost unanswerable question for most people because they're not alive right now. They're living in the past. So we need to help bring them to the moment, to help them to get clear. The healing can take place right now. It can happen right now. It can't happen in the past.
Can I just follow with, I'd be very interested in seeing you do that after we finish this, because that's where I get stuck. And also, the thing about it is because when there's, because that's it's those kind of statements which I hear as inflammatory that pull me back into the jackal, because when they say, well, if they said, well, I need your respect, I need respect, then I somehow get confused that I'm at fault because that I did it to them.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I'm wondering, how do
If
you
don't
separate
keep,
that?
If you don't keep your attention on the present, what is alive in here right now? What is this person presently feeling and needing? And what are they wanting from me right now? If your attention isn't there, it will be very easy to hear criticism. And once you hear that, nobody's likely to get their need met.
But I guess what I'm saying is, are they criticized? You're saying the statement.
There is no such thing. There is no such thing as criticism. What we hear as criticism is a painful expression of please. Please, please, please. There is no criticism.
Even if they think they're being
there is no criticism. If you are a giraffe, there is no criticism. It does not exist. You are aware that what used to look like criticism when you wore jackal ears, you now see is a suicidal, tragic expression of an unmet need. That's all you hear. A need that's being expressed in a way that's going to be hard to get met by anyone who doesn't have giraffe ears on.
I'm wondering if you're confusing, what I get confused with is that if I hear someone say, I don't get respect, then it triggers my own need that hasn't been met. I mean, it just keeps
If you also have a need that is for respect that isn't met,
right,
it's going to be hard for you to hear the others because your pain is there.
Right. So I think that's where
And there'll be no problem as long as you see that. As long as you see, oh boy, this gets me in touch with my own pain.
Right. Well,
There's no problem as long as you're in touch with your pain and or the other person's pain.
Right.
No problem.
Well, I was my culture was being brought up with pacifist parents whose the needs of everybody else, all the starving children in India and the Vietnamese who were burning up and Africans who were dying and everybody else, their needs were more important. So I didn't have any needs either. So for me to be giving Susan her needs is what's, I think, triggers, and I just wondered if it was the same thing. It's what's triggering my inability to keep hearing her wants, her wants, her wants, her wants, her wants, her need, her need, her need. Yeah. And mine keeps getting obliterated again and again and again.
So we have to teach you, in addition to empathy, especially given your background that you say, probably before we need to teach you more empathy, we need to teach you how to scream in giraffe. To get your needs met.
Giraffe.
Yes.
Oh, it's a new one. What's that like?
Screaming in giraffe is like this.
Sounds like fun.
This person says, I'm really feeling hurt and I have a need for some respect for, what I did. And then screaming in giraffe is, right now I'm in too much pain to give you that because my need for respect hasn't been met. And here's what I want from you. I want you to acknowledge what I did to create a relationship with you. You like that?
I like that.
Yeah. Notice I didn't scream any criticism. I was screaming what was in my heart. I was screaming my present feelings, my present needs, and my present requests. That's screaming in giraffe. There's a lot of pain, and if you have jackal ears, you'll hear hostility.
Yeah.
If you have giraffe ears, you'll receive a great gift. You'll see the excruciating pain I'm feeling.
But you're talking to a jackal.
If I'm talking,
You're already starting.
even if I'm talking to a jackal, that's less likely to provoke rage than other jackal statements. They may not be able to hear my screaming in giraffe, but I've been very amazed over the years that the more I scream in giraffe, even jackals can hear it sometimes. Because I'm really being vulnerable when I scream in giraffe. I'm really putting out my pain.
Mm.
And I've even been amazed at times how jackals have heard it. Yes?
What if the giraffe says, I need you to say you're sorry?
Okay. I empathize with that. First of all, most of the time people think they want an apology or vengeance. Their real need is for empathy for their suffering. I've yet to see a person who's gotten real empathy for their suffering that still wants an apology. But see, if After I've given them the empathy, if they say they want an apology, I know they don't want an apology, but they want the real stuff, which would be they want to hear whether I'm mourning or not. And if I am, I'll say that. I won't say I'm sorry. I'll say, I can tell you this, I feel very sad that I wasn't able to hear your pain before this. And I've yet to see anybody who gets that wants me to say, I hate myself, I was wrong.
What if the request is, I want you to promise that you'll never disrespect me again?
I am a giraffe. I cannot ever promise what I'll do in the future. I can only tell you what my present intentions are. And I don't think anybody who's honest can ever promise you more than that. I can only tell you what my present intentions are. I cannot tell you what I'll do 5 minutes from now.
You don't care enough to tell me that you're going to...
No, I'm not expecting the jackal to hear that right away. I'm giving you that if I'm really a giraffe, I know I cannot promise anybody anything about the future. All I can do is tell them what my present intention is. Yeah.
I was thinking about my aunt who's in a lot of pain and has a lot of stories, as a lot of us do. And I was trying to visualize trying to have this conversation with her, although there's nothing between the two of us, but
Yeah.
just in her pain. And I could just, I couldn't think of her being able to actually be in touch with her present feelings.
No,
or
so
her
what you
needs.
have to do is interrupt her in giraffe.
And you have to keep interrupting, is that it?
Oh, very often, because, see, I had an aunt that literally, this is serious, for over 30 years, she told the same story over and over again. Hey, cousin, there's my cousin. And that's because none of us knew how to interrupt in giraffe, you see. So what did we do? Of course, during the family parties, we would try to leave before she got there. If we were too late, we'd go and hide under the bed, anything not to hear the story again, the whole time she's telling the story, the family is sitting there like this, looking at the watch, holding the watch to the ears. I mean, because for 30 years she had deep pain, and she needed empathy for the pain, and she didn't know that talking about what happened isn't going to get you the healing you need, and we family members didn't know how to interrupt in giraffe. How would we have interrupted in giraffe when we had heard one word more than we wanted to hear? We would have said, "Excuse me, Auntie, are you feeling because you are needing?" See, nobody ever did that. I'm confident that had we done that, she would have gotten her needs met and not have to repeat this for 30 years. But she didn't know how to tell her present feelings. She thought that somehow by telling everybody the story, she'd get understood. Mm-hmm. Telling the story doesn't get us the understanding we need.
Well, I'm just wondering how a person like that...
like us.
Like that, like us.
Yes.
Like me. Even if you're saying, okay, Auntie, what are you feeling right now?
No, you don't ask that.
Oh,
You guess.
Are you feeling...
Yes.
So, and do you need...
Yes.
Okay, but she doesn't know her feeling and she doesn't know her...
No, but that'll help her get to it faster than anything. But don't expect her right away to do it. So, Auntie, so you be the auntie for a moment. Let's hear the story.
I can't do the accent. Is this on? Maybe it's useless.
Hold it up close to your mouth.
Is this useful? Okay. I know my children love me because even though
Auntie,
they don't come to see me...
Excuse me, Auntie, excuse me. Already I hear the feelings and the needs. I don't want to hear the rest. So, excuse me, Auntie, I'm hearing you feeling a lot of hurt, but you really need some reassurance that you're cared for.
No, I'm not feeling hurt. I think that your mother doesn't understand...
Excuse me, Auntie, excuse me, but if you're not feeling hurt, I'd really like to know then what you are feeling. angry, sad? I'd really like to connect with your feelings.
Well, I'm just feeling frustrated because every time your mother is always saying
So you're feeling
to me,
frustrated because your attempts to connect with people are not working and you're not getting the connection you would like.
No, I connect with people very well. I
Yes.
don't, why are you saying that to me? I have lots of friends.
Yes. Okay, but then excuse me, then if I haven't guessed your needs, then I'd like you to tell me what the needs are. So I only guess one time, you see, and then if the person's still, then I'll pull them by the ears to help me hear, then have them tell me. So I'll guess once to help them get clear, but if they don't, I'll keep pulling them by the ears so that what I'm interacting with them at is the level of present feelings and needs, not hearing the story. Okay?
Do you want to keep going, because I could tell you this story.
And I will keep pulling you by the ears to get you back here to the present, telling me your present feelings and needs.
Because you don't want to hear my story?
No, because I want to connect with you. Because I want to connect with you, Annie, and I don't want to be like I've done in the past, which is tune you out and avoid you every chance I get. I really want to connect with you. But in order to do,
I feel very hurt that you're saying that, because
and I feel more
I'm
connected,
trying to connect with
and
you.
I feel more connected with you now than you're telling me this, that you're hurt, than I have in the past when you tell me the story. So I really want to connect with what's alive in you, Auntie.
I really don't even understand what you're saying at all.
And I feel more connection when you say that than when you're telling me the story. At least we're here in the present, confronting each other. I feel more alive. I feel more connection.
We want to hear the story.
Yes. That's all she needs is people like you.
I'll go with
And
him.
you go and listen to the damn story for 30 years. Yeah, don't call me. Yes.
I was going to ask if you can you do this with Auntie and be in reaction? Can you listen and speak in giraffe and still be having perhaps your anger and your frustration?
Didn't you see me expressing it there? I got irritated and you know.
You didn't seem to be reacting though. You were.
I said I'm frustrated. I don't want to go into the past, Andy. I want to stay right where we're at right now.
So even a giraffe can be feeling angry and.
Giraffes are not nice. Giraffes are not nice. Don't think that to be nonviolent requires you to be nice. Much of the violence in the world is created by nice people who sit back no matter what's going on. No. Giraffe doesn't require you to be nice. It requires you to either be expressing your pain or your joy or hearing the other person's pain or joy. But if you're not in joy, then you're in pain. You let it be known. But you scream in giraffe. You don't scream criticism. You scream feelings, needs, requests.
Thank you.
Please speak into the mic. Thank you.
I know that the feeling I have is sort of rage and anger.
Rage and anger. Okay.
You're, I don't know, President Clinton or somebody in the government.
Let's see. Is that mic working, or do we have a better mic? Let's use the other one then. It's a little bit.
How's that?
Okay.
So I was saying you'd be, you'd be President Clinton or somebody from the government, and I'm me.
Wait a minute. I'm President Clinton.
So I read recently that the U.S. government sold $22 million in weapons to the Sri Lankan government.
Yes.
And I feel, am I doing jackal or giraffe or just whatever?
Well, you tell me. Do you want me to put giraffe ears on this jackal?
It's better than a jackal response, yes.
Okay, so all right. Now this jackal has giraffe ears. Say it whatever way you want. Because with these ears on, this person can hear nothing except giraffe.
First response I had was a sense of helplessness and rage and anger at the fact of the arms sale and at the timing of it, given that apparently Norway has been in there talking about mediation between the conflicting parties, and just at that time to go in and get involved by selling arms seems really destructive, and I feel so scared of what's already been going on for the last 20 years and what the scale will just go up through the roof with the amount of violence that these sophisticated weapons can do.
So let me see if I'm see now if this jackal politician has giraffe ears, he's going to interrupt her because he's under tremendous time pressure and she's way over the 40-word limit, not realizing that she's using precious time. But now if he's kind, he will interrupt her, but not to take the flow of communication away from her, but to help bring her to life quicker so that we can make most productive use of this time. See, so he interrupts, but notice he doesn't take the conversation away. It's to help her get more connected to life. So if I'm hearing you, I'm hearing that you suffer immensely because you know what goes on in that country and the amount that people have suffered. And you have some hopes about this Norwegian mediation. And you really would like to support that in the hopes that this might work. So then it is enormously painful to you when you see the amount of weapons that we're prepared to send over there right now. Have I heard what you're wanting to say to me?
Yeah, except there's a lot more energy to it.
You want me to really see just how much you're suffering from this, the rage,
it's just,
hurt?
it's so, it defies logic to me that...
Yes. Yes, it is so frightening to you that this could happen. How could anyone do that with an awareness of the history of the situation? And to think of what weapons might do over there when there's already so much suffering, it's just, it's an intense pain you feel.
When a lot of governments have refused to deal in arms with the Sri Lankan government because of its incredibly bad human rights history. And
to give those weapons to a group of people who have shown such violence to people who are different, how it defies your understanding to imagine how I could have supported that.
Yeah. And of course, I'm just staying with this now because I'm being a good student. What I did in my head when I first found out was to go into the feeling a lot of anger and blame. It's like the richest country in the world does not need to make more money by selling arms.
Yes, and what's scary for you is to be in a world where people might do that in order to meet needs of theirs for status, for financial security, financial gain, that people would choose to do that for those reasons at the cost of the suffering. It just is excruciatingly painful to you.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want me to hear? Let me ask this. What is your present request of me now that I've heard that? This is very important if you are a giraffe. When we have limited time with somebody, if we don't have clear present requests, we're not likely to go out of that meeting with what we wanted.
I'm sorry.
So she's lucky that this person has giraffe ears who's helping her get that. Because if she didn't make a clear present request, she's asking for this. Well, I thank you very much for coming in and letting your thoughts be understood, because it behooves us all as American citizens living in a country that fosters free expression, that it is wonderful that you exercise your right, but you ask for it by not making a clear present request. So when you don't make a clear present request, get used to bureaucratic blah, blah, blah. But now, put on giraffe ears and make a clear present request. What are you wanting from my friend Bill here? Billy Jeff. Yeah.
I guess. What I really want is for those arms not to go there.
Good. Now put that into a present request. Mr. Clinton, I'd like you to tell me what could be done to prevent that happening. See, that's a present request. But don't just say a general future request. I would like, Mr. Clinton, would you tell me what would need to happen for those arms not to be sent? If that's what you want. But make it a clear present request.
And
in fact, I would have recommended, if this was a limited time with the president, I would have suggested that you start with that. I learned this trick from a member of a street gang that I was with. We get close, and one day we were trying to get some money from a foundation for funding a school that we were trying to do together for kids that were kicked out of school or pushed out. And my friend said to me, we needed $55,000, you see. And he said, hey, B. The first time he heard my name is Marshall B. Rosenberg. That's pretty formal for him. So from that point on, all the gang members ever called me was B. They were impressed with the name, but it was too much, you know. So for the next 13 years when I traveled, hey, B. Hey, B. Don't you know the guy down there, that foundation that you were getting all that money to? Yeah, you mean the Danforth Foundation? Yeah, let's go down there and get some money. Yeah, don't I wish? Yeah, but I happen to know that the funding time is 2 weeks ago. You had to get the application in, and do you know what you have to do to get a proposal in there? You got all this. Yeah. I know that's what you're supposed to. Can you get the appointment? I said, yeah. Let's go down there. I didn't know what he had in mind, but anyway, I could get the appointment. I'd work with the Danforth Foundation. I was told by the secretary, Dr. Schwilk, said he would see you since I told him it was important. He can squeeze you in between appointments. So we knew we had very limited time. So we go into the office, and I said, Dr. Schwilk, this is my colleague Al Chappell. Al Chappell, this is Dr. Gene Schwilk, president of the Danforth Foundation. He reaches across, shakes his hand, and says, where's the money? See, right to a present request, you see? And I wanted to hit him. You know, oh my God, you know, what the hell is he doing, you know? Really, I was really irritated. And what money? The money for the fun school. What's the fun school? But now notice, we're using the precious time for this person to get the information he needs to decide whether he wants to give us what we want. See, precious time. But he's telling us what he needs to know. We walked out with $55,000.
I didn't make it clear from the beginning. I wanted to play him so that I could get in touch with what happened for me, because I don't imagine I'll actually have a chance to talk with him. So
I got you. So yeah. So if you ever do, though, I just want you to see. Start any meeting where you have a lot resting on it with limited time. Start by requesting of the other person that they ask you what they need to know to give you what you want. Got that? Start by asking them to ask you what they need to know to give you what you want. So I come into your office, I say, what do you need to know right now to know whether you want to give us the money for our project? Okay. What do you need to know? Well, what project? See, but, okay, so you have to know what project. So I'm already asking you to get clear what you need to know to decide whether you want to give us what we want. I tell you what I want. I want money for this project. What do you need to know to decide whether you're going to give us that? I don't take precious time telling you all about the project. Maybe 90% of what I say isn't necessary. It's going to get in the way of the time. Oh, what do you need to know to decide whether you want to give us what we want? Okay, but let's go back to your request then. I guess I didn't understand. So you just wanted some empathy from old Bill. You didn't want to change. You didn't want to get these arms not sent.
I want to learn to have empathy for him, and I don't.
You want to have empathy for him.
Yeah.
Oh well, then let's give you the giraffe ears.
Well, I'm not ready for them yet.
Oh, I see. What do you need before you can hear poor Bill? Because I don't know of anybody that needs more empathy in a situation than that than poor Bill.
I want more help to get in touch with what's going on, because I can only access the rage and the fear. I can get to the fear, but
then we'll put the giraffe ears back on Bill. Okay. So tell Bill what more you need him to connect with.
Well, okay, I'll be honest. What's going through my head is things like, how can a group of people or a nation of people be able to sleep at night, given that they profit from suffering that gets caused either by making weapons or selling weapons, and our economy is so based on it. And
so what's exasperatingly painful for you is not knowing what could go on in people who would benefit at other people's suffering. What could be going on in us? Not knowing that, it's just excruciatingly painful for you to think that you're living in a world where that could happen.
I don't know, I feel really hopeless when I think about people with resources spending their time and energy making and selling weapons.
And all the energy that goes into the making of the weapons and the selling of them, the profits, what would keep those people from being aware of the suffering that's going to be created by that? Why wouldn't they use that same energy to serve life? This is dumbfounding to you, painful to you.
Yeah, I don't know how to have hope when there's so many smart people devoting so many hours.
People with intelligence, education, resources. How we could do that. How we could do that. We know what's going on over there. How we could do that.
I guess I'm ready to try empathizing.
Bill, how do you feel when you hear what she's saying? We've got 10 minutes to express all of that. Do your best, Bill. I could call him Bill. I used to live in Texas. It's enormously painful to me when I hear what you say. Enormously painful. Because I would like to contribute to what you want, which is really peace in that region. And I'm aware that there are these groups, rebel groups, that have been causing great pain to citizens. And I would like to bring order into your country. And one way that we can think of to do this is to say to your government that we'll give them the weapons to control these violent minorities if they will promise us to change human rights practices in the country. That we will give them all kinds of economic aid if they will promise to do that. And I'm putting my hopes that that will be even more effective than what I'm predicting the Norwegians could do. And what's deeply painful to me, is that you may be right, and that what I've chosen to do might actually contribute to more violence in that area. So I've made a choice based on that I have the same needs that you do. And it's very scary to me that I may have made a choice that I can only tell you I think I was acting in the service of the same needs that you were. There's some others, yes. It's complicated. There's other political pressures I'm under, but I can tell you sincerely that I acted with the same intent that you want, which is how can we stop the violence in that region? And I'd like to know how you feel when I tell you this.
I can only remind myself that a human. I don't believe you.
Yes. And I have no trouble understanding why you would have trouble believing me, because I said there's a lot of other stuff going on too that I must admit is making it hard for me to make this choice. I'm under all kinds of pressures from manufacturers in the United States, deals that they will make with me to contribute to my needs to make this a safer place if I agree to things that will make for better life for them economically. And I get so lost in the maze of this myself that I don't have any trouble understanding why you might have trouble trusting my intent. But I can only tell you that with all of my heart, I want to contribute to peace in that area. I hope you can hear that I'm in like a whirlwind of pressures. And it's very hard for me to really get clear what is the best way to meet my needs. And I suffer immensely to think that I may be making choices that contribute to enormous violence. How do you feel when I tell you that?
I'm having a hard time getting beyond the distrust. I believe all the feelings and all the confusion, all of those. I don't believe that this my need and yours is the same in this.
You don't believe that I would like to contribute to safety in that region?
I think if you thought about it, you might, but I don't think
You're afraid that I get so caught up in these other things that I lose that?
I think that's not in the picture for you.
That scares me too. That scares me too. I get in such a whirlwind that I think it's hard for any other citizen in the world to understand on any given day. The whirlwind of pressures that I'm under. And I am afraid that what you're saying is true, that I lose connection. I wish I had someone daily to talk to me like you're talking with me now. It would help me stay connected. I have a lot of people to talk to every day, but it's not at this level. And I'm enough of a student of history to know how institutions can make Nazis out of us all, even people with good hearts like I think I have. And that scares me, to be the chief Nazi in that syndrome. Beyond what I can say in words, how scared I am of that. And I think you've guessed the big fear I have, that I'll get lost. I'll lose connection with my basic needs. So I would like to hear from the rest of the group. I made myself very vulnerable as a public politician just now to reveal that much of myself in public, so I feel very vulnerable. I'd like to know how you're all feeling about what I said. Yes?
Well, I'm feeling a lot of compassion for the president, because I was thinking about all the people that are talking to him every day that aren't talking to him on that level, and the whirlwind that you talked about. It's just like when we drop beneath what appears on the surface to be whatever we're attributing motivation, or doesn't jive with our ideas about how things are supposed to be in any given situation, and then hear the suffering, and to think about. I've thought of that sometimes because I come from a leftist background. Not there very much anymore, just because of the suffering that I saw and experienced, but within the left. Forget where I was going with that, but it's something to do with the judgments that we make of other people. And I guess what I was going to say is, at some points thinking about, well, if I were, I have friends say, if I were president, or if we were the president, and I just think, wow, what a place to be. So I thought you gave voice to it that sounded sincere, even if we might not agree with what your actions are. So I felt a lot of compassion for you as president.
It does raise the issue about, though, when you're in a system, whether it be a family system or a global system, where the paradigm isn't shared by other people, and to what extent can you not be, in their eyes, a wimp and jeopardize your sort of small security or a global security? In other words, people aren't playing by the same rules. So
you're saying in the role of the president here,
yeah,
how do you keep your humanness within a complicated system where, see, Walter Wink says something that's really helped me. In his book, The Powers That Be, he points out that institutions have their own spirituality. So how do you connect with human beings when you're working within an institution that has a spirituality that makes violence enjoyable?
Or if not enjoyable, necessary in their eyes.
Pardon?
if not enjoyable, necessary in their eyes.
Well, that's how you make it enjoyable, to believe that it's necessary and you're protecting the free world and so forth. They won't say enjoyable, they'll say necessary, but it's enjoyable.
Okay.
Yes, how do you keep your humanness in that kind of institution, which is what we all need to learn to do. It's critical. And then we need to know how to transform those systems so that the systems have a spirituality that supports life rather than greed.
Right.
Yeah.
What I saw.
Well, that was the empathy. What was the answer?
The answer?
Yeah.
The answer is you and me need to, first of all, know how to create that world that we want within ourselves, while at the same time creating what Gramsci calls prefigurative relationships, that is, relationships that model the larger governmental pictures we would like to see in our families and in our workplaces that we can control, and at the same time transforming these bigger structures by gathering up other people who share our vision and transforming these structures. You and me are going to do it. Yeah.
What I saw was the opportunity that you, the president with giraffe ears, gave her by stressing your commonality. That you needed someone like her every day in conversation.
Oh, yes.
That was important. Oof. That was an important point. And I can understand why she didn't pick it up, because if this were a real life situation, the giraffe ears would be invisible and the words might be the same if you were just trying to put her off. So it does get complicated.
Yes, I played that role with giraffe ears on it. It could have been a lot more difficult. I think the same feelings would have been going on, but without the giraffe ears, it would have been a lot different. It would have been, yes, I see your point, and I think it's well taken. And I'd like you to know that we have many people looking into this situation. So thank you for coming in. Next. No, it could have been a lot harder if he hadn't had the ears on. Yeah.
I mean, you asked how he responded to that, and I guess I responded thinking that, I mean, the difference, I don't know why you played it that way exactly, or why we would believe that that's necessarily true. In other words, I think that one's as likely to get that first response from the president as the second, because after all, the first one would have been more effective in accomplishing the goal of connecting with the person without having to change anything or without having to really be sincere about those things.
I'm not sure what you're saying, can you?
I guess I didn't find myself convinced by the genuine.
You weren't sure that even the first one was telling honestly what was going on.
I mean, it could have been true, but
you don't know. You're not. You have a lot of distrust of it.
Yes.
I have trust that it was true, and I have trust that even the people that are doing most of the violence of the world have the same needs that you and I do. I've talked to them. I've talked to many of them, and I'm sure that I have no doubt that at the need level, we have the same needs.
Well, I agree.
I've talked to soldiers who are cutting off arms of children, and we have the same needs. I'm convinced of that. But they're caught up in systems where I think it's pretty hard for them to stay connected to those needs. There's a whole lot of other competing things going on in them.
Well, I'm convinced that they have the same needs, but I'm not convinced that they're troubled.
You're not convinced that they're troubled? I would agree with you that unless they have a friend like this, they're not going to get in touch with that pain. There's enough to keep them spinning that they're not in touch with that pain. Yeah, that I can understand, but they're far from it. It would take a lot. In the interest of time, I shorten this, but it would take a lot to bring them down to that level, yeah.
I just wanted to say to that power and energy and all of that, and within 20 minutes he was telling her about waking up at 4 a.m. in cold sweat, about, you know, what am I doing? So it doesn't, apparently it doesn't take much sometimes to bring it out. It's just very hard to listen to it well enough to let it come out.
I am very grateful to you for suffering as much as you are about this. And I know you're going there soon, and I wish you the best. Where the hell does the energy come to care for humanity when it's more than I can cope with? Taking care of me. My government sells weapons when peace is what we need, and our compassionate nature is hidden beneath our greed. I see people on the streets not getting enough, but how can I help them when making it myself is tough? Where the hell does the energy come to care for humanity when it's more than I can cope with, taking care of me? Our prisons are a disgrace, our mental hospitals too, but burying my head in the sand is the easiest thing to do. I get sicker every day from all the oppression I see, but worrying about losing what I've got makes a coward out of me. Where the hell does the energy come to care for humanity when it's more than I can cope with, just taking care of me? Written in my civil rights days of 1970. I'm a lot more optimistic now. Lots different now. Lots different now. Now I'm much more aware of the enormity of power that we have when we band together with other giraffes. And, I see how even an idiot like me can create a mess all over the world. It's just it's very encouraging. Anything else before we stop for the day? See you tomorrow. So, does someone have a situation they are eager to work on this morning? Right. Want to come up here and who is this other person going to be in this dialogue?
My sister.
Okay. Does this dialogue start with me saying something, or do you start the dialogue?
She starts.
And what do I say in my loving sisterly way?
You are not the king.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
You are not the king.
You're just like Dad.
You're just like Dad.
And it doesn't stop.
You know, it may be a shock to you, but there are other people in this world that have some intelligence too. And, you know, we were not put on this earth to do what you think is right. This is the most intelligent conversation we've ever had. It's about time you learn to shut your mouth.
Do you feel that I don't listen to you?
Oh, no. Oh, no. The poor baby giraffe. He's hiding. He's hiding. Come on out of there. I pay you good wages. Come on out of there.
Do you need to talk to me?
What's this person feeling behind that message? Let me help you. It isn't happy.
It isn't.
It isn't happy. She's not happy. So I'll give you that much help. But what is she feeling when she talks this way?
Anxiety. Are you feeling anxious?
Okay, we don't have to be right, remember. We just have to be sincerely interested in connecting with what's in the person's heart. We don't want to be a giraffe parrot who just does the mechanics. No, we must do this only if we are sincerely interested in connecting with what's alive in that person. So, are you feeling anxious? Then why? Because
Are you feeling anxious because I don't listen to you?
Oh!
Are you feeling anxious because you don't get a chance to say what you want? Are you feeling anxious because
you are needed.
You need to tell me something?
I need to be respected. I need it to be recognized that you're not the only one who knows how to do things. You think you're the only one that knows how to do things. You're the only one that has any intelligence. You're just like Dad. It's disgusting.
Do you need to tell me more?
I need respect that I have an opinion, that I have a life, that I have some intelligence.
Do you need to feel more respect?
Exactly.
How would that look?
First, it would look like not be in too much of a hurry to resolve. See, don't jump to fixing until you're sure that this person has had all the empathy she needs at this moment. And it's far from it. We'll get to the question you just asked about what she would like in terms of doing this in about 10 minutes. But she's going to need more of what you just started to get. So let's erase that and just leave it with what you said. So,
do you feel you need more respect from me?
Yes, but you can't give respect because you're just like Dad. You have this egomaniac idea that you're the only one that knows anything, that you know everything better than everybody else. So, there's no way that I'll ever get respect from you. I've long since given up the hope of getting respect from you or Dad.
Do you feel you need me to listen to you more?
You can't. You can't listen. Now we're going to see something I love about jackals, you see. If we don't give them empathy they need the first time, they'll give us another chance. See, so she's going to repeat herself, word for word now, because he didn't connect. So that takes all the pressure off. We don't have to get it right, because they'll keep giving us another chance, another chance, another chance. So isn't that nice about jackals?
It's her sister, too.
That's her sister, too. So you're trusting that you'll hear it again if you don't hear it the first time. Okay, see, I wouldn't lie to you. So I say it again. So it's good that you tried, but it wasn't accurate. So, you couldn't listen. You couldn't listen if you wanted to because you have this idea that only you know anything. Nobody else has any intelligence except you.
Do you feel do you feel you have more to say?
I feel that you can't listen even if you want to because you have this egomaniac idea that only you have any intelligence and nobody else. Are you feeling hopeless?
Are you feeling hopeless?
Yes. Yes, I've been trying my whole life to be understood. And there's just something about you. I don't know what it is that you're so hard-headed that you can't hear anybody else except your own opinion.
Do you feel anxious about telling me something?
No, I feel that you're so hard-headed that you never get it's impossible to get anything through to you.
This feels pretty hopeless.
Yes. And you're going to hear it again because you got just the feeling, not the need as well. See, the feeling is about 10% of the connection. The need is really the connection.
Do you feel this is hopeless and you need me to help? You need
Not need me.
You need to say more about it?
I need to feel as though it's possible to be understood, that there's any hope of it. But I've given up this. There's no chance. You and Dad, there's something about your mentality that you can't listen if you wanted to.
You feel hopeless about this, and you need to say more?
I need just some understanding of how horrible it feels not to be able to get through to your own father and brother.
You feel hopeless that you can't get through?
Yes. I've been wanting a connection my whole life, and I've just about given up. What's the use?
You feel totally useless and helpless right now, and you need to feel better about that?
I needed a connection with you and Dad my whole life. I've wanted it. I've done everything I knew to get it. Now I just about given up. Hear the need. The need was very important.
You feel like you're never going to connect and you need to connect with us?
I've wanted to my whole life. Tried everything I knew how, ever since I've been a little girl. Now I just about give up.
You feel ready to give up because you can't connect?
Yeah. Now you're at a critical point, you see. She's gotten a lot of understanding. And maybe that's all she needs. Maybe she needs now to hear from you, maybe not. So this is a giraffe rough point to know whether just to be quiet and see if the person wants to go deeper, or to help them to get clear by saying, is there more you want to say, or is there something you want to hear from me? Try that.
Is there more you want to say, or is there something you want to hear from me?
So what's your feeling about what I've said?
My feeling is I didn't understand that before, and I feel bad.
No. When somebody asks for your feelings, to give them a cognitive response is painful for them, physically painful. She asked for your feelings, and you said, I didn't understand. Notice the verb is a head verb. She's wanting to know what's in your heart right now. She's very vulnerable.
Is she asking for an empathetic?
She's asking for your feelings. She's asking for your feelings. And you were giving her, I didn't understand. That's what goes on in your head, I didn't understand. But it doesn't say what's in your heart. Somebody can say, I didn't understand, and be furious. Somebody can say, I didn't understand, and feel helpless. They can feel anything. So it's really not telling her what's alive in you to tell her you didn't understand. She needs to hear how you feel right now.
I feel bad that I didn't understand
That's
this
a
before.
good baby giraffe. I feel bad. That's how most of us start, with a two-word vocabulary for feelings. I feel good, I feel bad. But that could be about 500 different feelings. And so to really help a person understand what's in your heart, what kind of bad do you feel?
I don't know exactly how I feel, except that I feel bad that we didn't connect before.
Let me help you narrow it down. Do you feel sad? Do you feel guilty? Do you feel discouraged? Do you feel hopeless?
I feel discouraged.
Okay.
That I didn't know this before.
Now you see tears in her eyes, because she's wanted this for many years, just this, just the understanding and the connection. One of the things that gives me seriously great pleasure is how little it takes to make human beings happy. Later today I'll do some work on gratitude with you, and I ask people all the time to tell me something that's happened in their life that really made life better in some way. And it is incredible to me to have asked that question to so many people. Because the kind of things that people say were some of the most precious gifts they ever got in their life were things like this. My brother told me he felt discouraged and didn't understand something. One woman in Santa Barbara, when she thought of something that her father had done 30 years before, she cried and cried because it was still so much with her. What had he done 30 years before? She was very lonely. On a certain day, he was at the other end of the room. He looked across the room and winked at her. 30 years later, she's still crying about it. I mean, we human beings, doesn't take much to make life wonderful. Anything else you want to say to sister while she's in this mood? Or have her here. I can put some giraffe ears on her if you want to say anything else. Don't worry about how you say it. She'll hear it.
I'd like you to know, Jean, that I felt terrible when Dad died also. And that it was a very confusing time for me, too. And that it still feels confusing.
Yeah, so Dad's death left you with many feelings. In addition to the sadness, just a lot of confusion and things unresolved within yourself.
Yes, and unresolved in the rest of the family.
Yeah. Yeah, it's requiring us to really look at our relationships and get them real clear.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't tell you how grateful I am at the work you're doing to make that happen.
Thank you.
Sister, you seem to have some strong feelings about this. You want to express them?
I feel really sad about how much separation we have had to live through. And I need to have a way of connecting with you. And my request is that we find a way to do that.
Boy, with these ears on, I feel so touched when I see how much you want to do that. It meets a strong need of mine to feel valued. Strong need. Can you tell me the kind of things I say that make it hardest for you to connect with me?
When you interrupt while I'm speaking with you, I get flustered and I lose my center. I get angry. When you're really hopeless and pushing away anything that I try to do to hear your suffering, I feel, I also feel hopeless then.
So when I say things like, leave me alone?
Yeah, and don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me.
Don't phone me.
Don't phone me.
I don't want to have anything to do with you.
I don't want to have anything to do with you.
You make me feel bad. You make me feel lost.
Yeah.
You bring up too much pain for me.
Yeah. That's really when I need you to have the giraffe ears on the most. So let's practice. One of the most important messages to hear with giraffe ears is no. Or it's associated messages. I don't want to talk about it. Leave me alone. The person walking out of the room. See, if we have giraffe ears, the other person cannot not communicate. Even the walking out of the room is a loud message to hear with giraffe ears. Even the hanging up of the phone. We don't hear that as a cutoff. We hear that as just a continuation of the dialogue. What is that person feeling and needing at the moment they walk out of the room? What is that person feeling and needing when they say, I don't want to talk about it?
Are you feeling angry and need to have some quiet space to yourself?
No, why talk about it? You never listen. You never listen. You don't care about what I feel. Why talk about it?
Are you angry? Do you need to be heard?
Yes. And I've tried and I've tried and I've tried, but I never get understood, so why talk about it?
Are you frustrated because no one's heard you? Because you need to be heard?
And you haven't gotten that need met.
And you
See, we don't want to connect the other person's feelings with what others do. That creates pain for them to keep thinking that their pain comes from other people. So we're not going to teach them, and like in workshop file, you're responsible for your own feelings. We do it gently by helping them connect their feelings with their needs. See? So try it again. Nobody listens around here. I've given up on brother and I gave up on father, but I at least hope my sister would listen. But no.
Are you feeling hopeless and do you need to be listened to?
Yes. It can't happen in this family, so why talk?
Are you in a lot of pain because you haven't been understood? Because you need to be understood?
No, and it's beyond that. You need to protect yourself from the pain of trying to get your need for understanding met and not have it met. So now you'd rather follow the philosophy, you can't fall out of bed if you sleep on the floor. I wouldn't put that in there.
So are you in a lot of pain and do you need to have your
protect yourself?
Do you need to protect yourself from feeling that?
Yes. And so if I just have no contact with you or the rest of the family, then I don't suffer so much. So now you see, we've translated the message, I don't want to talk about it. You see how much this person did want to talk about it, how much this person's talking, but she needs to have somebody hear what the feelings and needs are behind I don't want to talk about it. So, now give me back these ears. You keep the microphone, give me the ears. So, sister, how do you feel when you hear this?
I feel in touch with my own pain about not having you in my life. And I feel a lot of suffering because you are suffering so much.
Jackal, what's going on? Take these ears off. Why, Jackal? Because I just hear how much she wants connection with me.
Yes, I do.
Why is that so petrifying to you, Jackal? I don't know, but it's petrifying. It's what I've always wanted, but why am I so scared? It's pretty scary for jackals to have these ears on and actually open up to the possibility that our deepest needs can be met. Pretty scary. So Take them off. No, Jackal. Why? I like to terrorize jackals. I do. I remember terrorizing my father. Dad, there's a lot of gratitude I'd like to appreciate, to express to you. Oh, look, good. You're a good son. Never mind. We were walking, along the road. I said, Dad, please, this is important for me to hear, for you to hear. I really, when I think of, and I told him some things he did, and I'd like you to hear what that has meant to me over the years. Oh, yes. No, Dad, I don't feel you're hearing me. Terrorize the man, absolutely terrorize the man, to get him to hear that. It was like pulling teeth, He told me later, many years later, how grateful he was that I terrorized him. Made him hear that, as scary as it was for him.
The thing here in the last couple of days that has that I've picked the most for myself to work with is to wait and listen and be with the feelings that come up out of talking to each other. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That I never really knew how to hear you, or how to wait inside myself through this pain or the suffering or the anger or whatever feelings were present.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and when you mentioned about how I interrupt, I realize that same thing goes on for me at those times. When I'm interrupting, it's because I'm in such pain and fear and hurt. And if I could only just take a breath, I can see what it would mean to you to hear you first. But it's just very hard for me to give myself that space and breathe and become aware of just how much I'm scared or hurt. So I interrupt, and then I see how this aggravates others, and I can understand. And then I don't get the understanding I need. So I want to say the same thing to you that I did to Brother about how grateful I am for what you're doing to create the possibility that we can really connect this way.
Thank you.
Yes. Microphone, please.
When she was saying, I feel pain because I wanted to connect with you too, that is needs, that is feelings and needs. And I guess my question is, how important is it to try to stick with the structure of feelings and needs, or does that meet the intent and the spirit of it, so you don't have to be so compulsive about the, about the form of it? You know what I mean?
Yes. A student traveled with me from country to country, about 7 countries. And at one point I was doing a drill with it. He wanted to learn how to teach this process and wanted it very badly. And at one point I was drilling people pretty hard and stopping them. And then he whispered up to me, "Dictator." It was a deep appreciation on his part. I received it as such. I knew at that moment what he was referring to. I knew what his feelings were. I knew what his needs were. The words, he couldn't have expressed it in a better way to me at that moment. You see, so what I'm wanting us all to do is be conscious of feelings and needs. To be clear that it's at this level we need to connect. And then when we have that consciousness, then whichever words, or not lack of words, connect us at that level.
Yeah, see, that makes sense to me, because in the same way that you were saying, even if you're not saying it, the feeling comes through. Oh, you know, the empathy comes
Yes.
through. In other words, to have stopped her to say, "You're feeling sad because you need connection," would have been it would have broken the spirit.
Yes, and the reason I'm having us do it, and I'm glad you bring this to our attention, because see, I'm having us say it out loud so I can be sure that your attention is on the other person's feelings and needs and not hearing criticism, not hearing thoughts about what you did wrong. So I don't know how to know that unless I get people to say it out loud. But then once I'm confident that you really are at the level of feelings and needs, you know how to get there, then yeah, we can do it without the words sometimes with some people. For example, if you and I are sitting in the living room watching television and you start to go to the kitchen and I go like this, what am I feeling? What are my needs? Who am I wanting to get it? It would drive you crazy if I said I'm feeling thirsty and have a need for some liquid in my system. And would you get me a gallon of whiskey in the kitchen? You know me well enough to know that when I go this, that's all what I want. So.
The comment you made about the giraffe being able to be sadistic and terrorizing. So I know you were joking on some level, but on another level, because you said the words, I'm wondering exactly what you meant, because I felt frightened.
What I meant by that is we're going to get to when we look later today about how to receive gratitude and why it's so scary, you see, and why it's so scary. I love how they say it in the Course in Miracles. It's our light, not our darkness, that scares us the most. We have been educated for so many centuries in this theology that gets across to everybody that our nature is really selfish and lazy and so forth. That to really open up and see the power that we have to enrich life and to see how glorious that is, it's like going into a lighted room that we're not used to. And so many people are so frightened of that that they say things like this whenever you start to try to express a gratitude to it. Oh, it's nothing. Just the tone, you can hear it. It's a painful thing for them. It's interesting. And the jackals must have all gone to the same school because they do the same thing in every country. French-speaking jackal, de rien. Spanish, de nada. My favorite are the Swedes. Hush! You see? So, yeah, it's scary for people to take it in, but to say, well, I didn't want to say it to them because I see how embarrassed they get. Here's a time when I'm willing to risk that. I'm willing to pull this person by the ears, even though it might be scary, to face the light. Does that make it any clearer?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Being afraid to see the light. Would this be because of fear of trusting the light, because I sabotage myself so much with my negative thoughts and judgments that I can pull myself right out of it?
Yes, we've been telling ourselves these jackal thoughts about ourselves our whole life because we've been educated to do it. And then how, after a lifetime of seeing ourselves in this way, how do we really, beyond an abstract intellectual level, really face the fact that we are created out of divine energy, that we have this enormous power? It's a pretty big jump. It's a pretty big jump to go from being educated to believe we're piss-poor protoplasm poorly put together to see the truth. It's a pretty scary jump.
Yes.
Yes, you understand that jump. It's a very scary jump. Yeah. Let's get the mic. Yep.
When I hear you mention the light, the Course of Miracles, and some of the other things that you say, I feel curious about the spiritual groundwork from which your model springs. Mm-hmm. And I'd like understanding, and I wonder if you would be willing to share with us your perception of the spiritual groundwork or your spiritual path or journey or practice.
Yes, so let me sing you a song to make that part of clear. I had an uncle who would come to my house each night when I was a child to help my mother take care of my grandmother, who was totally paralyzed with Lou Gehrig's disease. Runs in our family. He read Tuesdays with Maury. He had the same thing. And totally paralyzed. And so this uncle of mine would come, and every night I couldn't wait to go and watch him clean my grandmother up. And I never knew as a child why I did this, because she smelled and it's kind of disgusting. But why I did is it was like a mystery to me, because the whole time he was doing it, he had the most wonderful smile on his face, as though he was getting the greatest gift a man could get. As a kid, I couldn't understand it, but it had such a power with me. So many years later, I was reading a book by John Powell, Secret of Staying in Love, and there's a part in there that touched me very much about unexpressed gratitudes, how horrible he was thinking it is that he didn't get a chance to express certain gratitudes to certain people before they died, for various reasons. And that really woke me up. I said, oh my God, yes, who is alive still that I... And I realized I had never told the uncle what that meant to me. And I knew he was near death at the time, so I got to him, and I put into words, as best words could do, what that smile meant to me. And I asked him, where did you get that? Where did you get whatever it took for you to get joy that way in life? And he liked the question. He really did. He took it as a... And he thought seriously about it, and he said, I had great teachers. And I said, like whom? He said, well, you saw me taking care of your grandmother when she was paralyzed, but you probably don't remember when you were a little boy, but what she was like before. And he said, for example, have you heard what kind of woman she was? Has your mother told you, for example, about the tailor and his wife? And I said, oh yes, you mean during the Depression she saw the tailor crying on a street corner, and she found out that he lost his shop and he didn't know where he was going to live and how he was going to tell his wife and 2 kids. Yes, yeah, my mother told me that, and how she invited them into the house and how they lived in the house for 3 years. Yes. I heard that. That stayed with me, Uncle, because when we live in the house now, I keep wondering, where did they all sleep? She had 9 children. She had no money. I often wondered, we have trouble now, we're crowded. Where did the 9 kids plus the tailor, his wife, and 2 kids, where did they sleep? I never could figure it out as a kid. I wondered that. And then he said, well, did your mother tell you the story about so-and-so? I said, yes. And the story about so-and-so? I said, yes. And then he said, well, surely she told you about Jesus. I said, who? He said, didn't she tell you about Jesus? No. And he said, well, one day a man came to the back door, wild, scraggly black hair, dirty, smelled, and around his neck he had a tree branch in the rough shape of a cross, held around his neck with a rope, asking for food. That part wasn't strange, because everybody in the neighborhood knew that Grandma, even though she was poor, she would feed anybody who showed up. So while he's eating at the kitchen, she asked him, what's your name? And he said, Jesus. She said, do you have a last name? I'm Jesus the Lord. Now, my grandmother's English wasn't good, and so when an uncle came in later, she introduced him as Mr. the Lord. And she said, where do you live? He said, I don't have a home. She said, where are you going to sleep tonight? It's very cold. I don't know. She said, would you like to stay here? He stayed 7 years. So one other thing you need to know about the spirituality in addition to that part will get you a peek into the spirituality I learned. The other part about my grandmother that I learned from her spirituality, she was rigid about one thing, fanatic about one thing. She used to say, never walk when you can dance. She used to love to dance. She was a very heavy, big woman, but she was light on her feet. She would dance for certain benefits. So, it was in her Jewish way. She taught me what Jesus had to say. In that precious way, she taught me what Jesus had to say. One day a man named Jesus came around to Grandma's door. He asked for a little food. She gave him more. He said he was Jesus the Lord. She didn't check him out with Rome. He stayed for several years, as many did, without a home. It was in her Jewish way. She taught me what Jesus had to say. In that precious way, she taught me what Jesus had to say. And that's feed the hungry, heal the sick, then take a rest. Never walk when you can dance, make your home a cozy nest. Yes, feed the hungry, heal the sick, then take a rest. Never walk when you can dance, make your home a cozy nest. It was in her Jewish way. She taught me what Jesus had to say. In her precious way, she taught me what Jesus had to say. Does that give you a peek of what spirituality I've learned? And you know, I've done that song all over the world now, and one of the things I love doing it is there's somebody like that in everybody's family. And I hear about it, so I know they're all over. And that's the energy that's going to create the world. Yes.
I've heard just some amazing dialogue about conflict resolution. I'm still a bit confused, being that I'm a manager of a large company and also want to raise a family. How to bring this consciousness into not using rewards or punishment in my dealings with people and my future family.
So give me some situations, both at work and or the family, where it would seem difficult to look at options other than punishment or reward. What kind of situations seem impossible to deal with without those two?
An employee that continues to show up late for work and is not doing the job that they're paid to do.
Come on up here and we'll see how to deal with this rascal. So you've asked me to come in, and I have been late for work regularly, and certain jobs I've not done to your satisfaction. If I wanted this person to produce more to meet my needs for protecting the organization, the most powerful way I could begin would be to show that I'm interested in the needs that keep him from doing what I would like. So whatever it is, in fact, the more threatening the other person's behavior, as I mentioned yesterday, the more important it is to be able to begin the dialogue with empathizing with the needs that keep the person from behaving as we would like. So as I told you yesterday, as I'm working in prisons, if I'm working with somebody who is molesting children, I want to begin the dialogue by empathizing with the needs that lead this person to do this. If I'm working in countries where people are killing others, it's not the way I'd like to resolve the conflicts there. I begin by empathizing with their reasons for meeting their needs that way. Because I want to be sure that it's never my objective to change the other person. Whether it's a child that's doing something that I think is not in harmony with their needs or my needs, an employee, or in these more dramatic cases. I want to be sure that it's not my objective to get them to do what I want. Now that's pretty hard in a managerial situation, since that's almost the stereotype of the good manager, is able to get results, you see. So nonviolent communication, that's not our objective, to get results. I was hired by Connecticut General Life Insurance one time. I was shocked when the man heard me at his church, wanted me to work with his salespeople. I said, that's not the purpose of this process. He said, I know, but I think if you show our salespeople this, I think it's what we want in our organization. So he said, we have a sales program that's working very well. It's greatly increased first-time sales. We call our program sweat questions. They're questions designed to make people feel guilty if they don't buy the insurance. It's working very well, except we're losing our best salespeople. And we can't get a salesperson in the door for second-time sales. It's very good at first-time sales, you see. So the first thing I made clear to the salespeople is that this process, nonviolent communication, is not designed to get results. What is it designed for? To create a quality of connection with other people in which everybody's needs get met, and they get met through natural giving, not through any guilt questions or shame questions or fear. See? So, in other words, I don't approach this employee with the objective of getting him to work on time or to produce more. I approach this employee with the objective of creating a quality of connection with him that will end with both of our needs getting met. It's a radical paradigm shift. Now, the irony of it is, sales went up 50% in each district but that wasn't the objective. That's not how I measured the success, nor the company, incidentally. What they were most happy with, they didn't lose their best salespeople. See? But I wasn't trying to get them to sell more life insurance. I said, this process cannot sell a product that doesn't serve life. Because if it doesn't serve the other person's needs, you don't want them to buy it. Your objective needs to be to get everybody's needs met. Okay, so with that theory in mind, let's put that into practice. So let's begin with empathy. And through empathy, show that you see that his not coming to work and his producing near zero is the most wonderful thing in the world he could be doing.
So I'm myself?
You're yourself with giraffe ears, yes. And so you want to empathize with what's keeping this person from coming on time. See, not for purposes of getting in there on time, but for connecting, so that you can form a connection so that everybody's needs can get met.
I just better want to understand what the need is for you to arrive 20 minutes late for work every day.
Okay, that's pretty close, but you began with a request. Never make a request, especially when you're in a position of authority, without nakedly revealing what's in your heart at this moment first. Never ask a question or make a request when you're in a position of authority without revealing your heart first. So how are you feeling right now, and what are your needs behind that question?
I'm a little frustrated because my need for the group to work together on an agreed upon time, and I'm wanting to know what your need is for showing up 20 minutes late for work.
Yeah, there's really, I could give you an excuse. I could tell you, that there's other things, but the fact is, I just have a bad habit. I'm just terrible about time, and I've always been this way, and I know I shouldn't, and I tell myself I should be on time, and I do everything I can to get there, and the next thing I know, I'm late, and it happens all the time. And
so it sounds to me like your need is you're afraid to have to be somewhere at a particular time.
It's, it's kind of afraid because I know that I should be there on time, and I'll set the clock early. I'll remind myself, and I know I should be on time, but and I don't know what happens, but I guess I just have a bad habit. I'm just bad about time.
So it sounds like you really want to be there on time.
Yes, I see that, we want to have a team that's ready for work. I can see that it aggravates everybody when, there's telephone calls waiting for me that I didn't get to, that I told people I'd be there. I see, and I tell myself this the whole morning. I'll be sure you're on, you have to get there on time today.
So it feels like you're frustrated because you're not being able to arrive on time.
Exactly, and this is a long-standing thing. I mean, this goes back to the time, in school I had the same problem. I mean, my father, mother, it's not their fault because they were people very prompt, always prompt. And they told me that if I'm to be, a success in life, I have to be prompt. And I agree with them. I can see that, you don't get respect if you're not prompt. I know I should be on time.
So you're frustrated by the fact that you're not able to be there on time?
Yes, very frustrating. It's aggravating to me. It's a terrible habit not to be on time. It violates other people. It's not respectful to others. It's a terrible habit.
So you're frustrated at the fact that not only do you feel you're not on time for yourself, but also for other people?
Exactly, yes. So obviously this must be a pretty strong need that this person is meeting. If it's not meeting other needs of theirs, the need that it's meeting must be very strong. See, because people never do anything that isn't in the service of a need. So obviously, even though this person has the same needs that you do for productivity, respect for other people's time, there's an even stronger need that's keeping this person from doing it. So that's empathy for that need is what you need to have. The need that is keeping this person from being on time. This person would be on time if they weren't meeting another need not to be on time. Now notice this person isn't in touch with their need. They have a self-diagnosis that I just have a bad habit. It's like when people I'm working with who drink more than their liver would like. I say, could you help me understand? You tell me you want to live longer, and you know the doctor said about your liver, and yet you're wolfing down that stuff. Can you help me understand? Well, I'm an alcoholic. The doctor said, yeah. Nobody's ever drunk because they're an alcoholic, Jack. Well, then why am I drinking? Doctor said, I know you've been told that, I know. That's not why I think you drink. Well, why am I drinking? Because it's meeting your needs. You wouldn't be drinking if it wasn't meeting your needs. What needs? It's killing me. Look at the doctor showed me the X-ray. My liver's starting to look like a raisin. Yeah. So you have a strong need for health. Yes, I want to live, be healthy. So it must be a strong need. Yeah. What's the need that would be so strong that people are willing to risk their jobs, respect from other people, their health? What's the need? Autonomy, yes. It's a strong need. See, this person's got an inner jackal telling himself he should be on time. Inner jackals are the most vicious and authoritarian of all. Now, if not only that inner jackal is telling him he should be on time, but his parents, outside jackals, you should be on time earlier. Now he has employers who are communicating that he damn well better be on time. It just makes his need for autonomy under even more panic attack. So he's putting in a lot of energy to protect his autonomy, but not conscious of that. He thinks he has a bad habit about time, or a drinking problem, or I'm a drug addict. No. We don't do anything that isn't meeting our needs.
Can I ask the jackal for me? Am I able to share my needs?
No, but you have to make sure you've heard his need. Now, I was helping you because you were hearing his feelings wonderfully about how frustrated he is and so on. But you hadn't yet heard the central piece that we needed to hear, the need that was keeping him from meeting your need. See, that's the need you need to hear. So, how would you put it?
How would I put asking the jackal for what his need is?
No,
for being late?
I just told you what his need is. So reflect it back to him in your language, you see. Let me help you even more. I'll get him to make it clear. So, Jackal, how do you feel when you keep telling yourself that you should be on time? Well, I agree with it. Yeah, but how do you feel? I get angry, I get angry, thinking I have to do something. Yeah. So, you have a strong need to do things because you choose to do them and not when you feel you're forced to do them. Well, nobody's forcing me to do it. Yeah, you're forcing yourself to do it. Yeah, I never thought of that. Yeah, you're forcing yourself to do it. You're thinking you should do it. Well, I should. Hold it, see, that's why you're not. Why? Because you think you should. Because you have a need, you just said. You hate to do things when you're forced to do it. So, you choose to assert yourself, even in the face of your own internal messages. Well, yeah, I guess I see what you mean. So put that in your language. Reflect back to show that you understand what's keeping this person from being on time.
So, Jackal, let me understand this. It sounds to me that you're afraid to, because you're feeling that you're forced to have to be here on a particular time, and that creates fear within you.
Irritation. As soon as I hear that I have to do something, then there's a part of me that just gets stubborn. Damn it, who says I have to?
So you're angry by the fact that you have to do something.
Yeah, and then I'm going to just show that, by God, I'm going to do what I want. But I don't do that very consciously. Until we started to talk about it now, I wasn't aware of how strong this is. Yeah, I used to hate it when my parents told me that. You have to be on time. They were so that way about everything. There's some things you have to do, and then teachers would say that. You have to be on time if you're going to be successful.
So that makes you angry by feeling that someone's telling you have to do something.
Yeah. I want to live my life. I want to be in charge of my life. I don't want to live up to other people's rules. But I know I should. Hold it, Jackal. See, you just internalized that. What do you mean? The problem now, it's not the other people now. The big problem is you've internalized it. You're your own dictator. Yeah. It's that inner message that gets me most angry of all. Yeah. But the need is you want to choose to do things, not out of an energy of obligation, duty, you're going to be punished if you don't. You want to live your life choosing to do it out of some other energy. That's right. I hate rules that are set up that way. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now tell the jackal how you feel now that you've heard what's going on for the jackal.
Well, jackal, my need is to know that when we decide on a time that we agree upon, that time will be met, that agreement.
So Jackal, I would suggest you ask the jackal to tell you back what he heard.
Jackal, what did you just hear me say?
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, it's a bad habit. I should be on time. So see, we're just going to repeat the parental situation, the teacher situation, even though you came from the heart. He's had many years of hearing that you should be on time. So let's ask, it's a radical paradigm shift now, to get this jackal to do things on the basis of the joy of meeting human needs, rather than the fear of not living up to other people's standards. That's a major shift. So I'm glad I asked you to ask this jackal. So, jackal, did you hear his needs? Yeah, he has a need for me to be on time. No. What needs of his would be met? Well, he thinks that a person should. What are his needs? What will help him break through this hard to break through habit is the need. You see, the need is where the power is, because when our consciousness is need-centered, it naturally is enjoyable to give. But he hasn't heard your need yet, and you haven't said it. You haven't really made clear what the need is of yours that would be met if he were on time. See, that's where we are deficient in our education, in a need literacy. The part that has the power to break out of the old games of bondage is the need. That then gives us another possibility to do things on the basis of enriching life. But we don't have the literacy that has the power to do that. So what need of yours is met by this person being on time? For example, I don't know if any of these are close to your needs, but mine might be, I need to be able to trust that the people that I'm working with, I have access to them at a certain time that I know. So that's part of my need. And I also have a need for predictability, to really know where people are and who's around. And so could you tell me back what you hear that need being, Jeff? Well, you need trust that the people you're working with and depending on, that they're going to be at a place where you can use their services. Thank you for hearing that, Jack. Yeah. See, we've got to get their attention to the heart. So, what are his needs, Jack? I'll say it again. Is that your need, though? I don't know that that's your need. That your need could be different. Yeah. Oh. So say it, Jackal. Well, we got a lot of work to do around the place, and it helps to know that your teammates are going to be there, that you can trust that they're going to be there. You have a need for predictability. Is that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I would guess there's also a need in there for productivity, to have the organization function well for everybody's benefit, so that everybody's material needs are met and so forth. Yeah, I can see that, yes. If people aren't working, the productivity is not going to go up. Okay. So, but now he's a giraffe boss. I can see that in his eyes, Jackal. And here's going to be the dilemma. He only wants you to be on time if you can do so with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck. Huh? He doesn't want you to be on time out of an image of your parents being angry at you if you're not, your teachers being angry at you if you're not, you telling yourself that you should be a decent person. It's not what he wants. He'll pay for it if you, in fact, if you come on time out of that energy, he'll pay for it. You know that. Yeah, I'll make him pay for it the way I made my parents pay for it when I did what they told me I had to do. Yeah. So, how can you do it with the joy of a little child feeding a hungry duck? Well, that's going to be the hard part. I could probably force myself to be on time, but yeah. So how do you keep in your consciousness that you're choosing to do it to meet your own need for contributing to his well-being as a person who wants to trust that he can have the people he's working with at a certain place on time, or has a need for certain predictability and productivity. Yeah. How can you do it out of that joy of meeting his need and not have that other stuff get in there? Boy, that's going to be hard, Marshall. That's going to be hard. Yeah. I've been listening to these inner and outer jackals for 35 years now. It's just not easy to shift that. So you may need to have periodic conversations with him to check up on how you're doing with that. Yeah, yeah. So, how does this sound?
Sounds good. I'll give it a try.
Yeah, now the other part. Now that's getting, now I got him there on time for you now, yeah. With the good energy. Now, what about the productivity? Let's learn how to give a performance evaluation in giraffe. You see, so we don't want to use any performance evaluation like you're doing a subpar job. You have poor relations with clients. No criticism. Observation. So what's the observation about his performance that you want to talk about?
In a positive way?
No, well, it is positive if it's a clear observation. He can learn from that. See, I was working with some actually school administrators over in San Jose, and started a 3-day workshop with. They wanted to know how to evaluate teacher performance, you see, because they were having lots of problems. The teachers were getting angry at the performance evaluations. The union get brought in to argue with the evaluations. So they wanted me to show them how to make nonviolent communication evaluations. And we started off the first day with how to make clear observations, you see. And after I showed them the danger of mixing in vague language like poor performance with clients or parents, or in other words, these vague moralistic judgments. I showed them how to make clear observations. And one man, after about an hour into the workshop, he jumps up and runs out of the thing. Really, just literally runs. And everybody kind of looked for a minute. What's in him, you know? The next morning, he comes in before the rest of the group and apologized to me for his abrupt departure. But he said, Marshall, the first hour when you talked about how important to make clear observations in the evaluations without bringing in any criticism, I realized why I dread making these evaluations. Because when I make these statements that confuse observation and evaluation, the teachers get defensive, and I know it's going to be this way. I have trouble sleeping before these the teacher evaluations. So yesterday, on the way to your workshop, I had handed in to my secretary my teacher evaluations to be typed, and you showed me in that first hour what I was doing that was creating the problem. So I ran back to the school to save my secretary having to type these things up, and I spent until 2 in the morning last night trying to think of concretely what the employee had done that I was talking about. A month later, when I went back to San Jose for follow-up, this man was so thrilled. Not only did the teachers not get defensive, they were hungry for these evaluations. We can learn when somebody can concretely show us something that is not in harmony with needs of the organization without criticizing, you see, without having to get this learning through images that make us feel bad about ourselves. So let's start with that. Let's start by, what is this person doing that's not in harmony with your values? It's not to be positive, it's to be clear. You don't have to like it. But you need to be able to spell it out without mixing it in to a lot of gobbledygook. So what is this person doing that's not up to par?
Person's been late.
Well, we dealt with the late issue. Okay.
Person's fighting with other employees.
Hold it. What do you mean fighting with other employees? See, I just start to express myself. You can't express yourself around this damn place without somebody judging you as fighting. What do you want me to do? To be a wimp? So let's get rid of fighting. What does the person do? He's beaten up 6 people in 4 days. Is that it?
No, hasn't beaten anybody up.
Oh, well.
Continues to talk bad about people.
Oh, wait a minute. Talk bad about people. What I said about that asshole was mild. So you want me to wimp out and say I love everybody around here even when they're a bunch of assholes? No, talk's bad is a diagnosis. See, we want to start with a clear observation. See? So let's start again. What does this person do?
Communicates.
They hear a diagnosis coming on. You're going to say in a way that, or it's going to be a diagnosis. Direct quotes. We give direct quotes.
When you said John was an asshole.
Well, he is. Okay, but when you said that, okay, so we're on good grounds, okay. And when employees tell me that routinely in meetings you use language that says things like that. Like the other day, Jack said, you said in the meeting that he was the most incompetent person you'd ever met. Well, he is. Well, I just want you to know, that when you say these things, okay, now we got his attention. You can't argue with the fact he said those things. Oh, sometimes you can. He can't remember. But anyway, we're on pretty sound grounds. You've started with clear observation. So when you say the things that you've been saying, and I've given you several examples, now how do you feel about these reports that he's doing that?
I feel angry and disappointed.
Yes. And what need of yours isn't met by this person's behavior?
My need for harmony.
Mm-hmm. And now what would you like from him in relationship to that?
Would like to find a way in which we as a group can work better together.
So we need to be a little bit more specific. I'd like you to tell me if you'd be willing to search with me for a way in which you can be honest with people without doing it in a way that destroys morale and harmony on the staff. Would you be willing to explore that with me? How you could express yourself. See, much more specific. So, yeah, that's how you might express yourself, but I wouldn't recommend starting with that. I would recommend starting by empathizing with what needs of his are being met by doing what he's doing. See, once again, the quickest way I know to get people to be open to a new possibility is to show respect for the life in them that led to the old possibility, so that they know we can hear that without moralistically judging it or thinking there's anything wrong with them as a human being. When a person can trust that, it'll be a lot easier for him to hear the thing we just worked on. But if he still feels any trace that he's not understood or valued for what he did, it's going to be hard for him to learn. So, he's been calling these people names. Let's start by empathizing with what's going on in him when he does that. So you've just gotten a report that he's called his boss an asshole in a meeting.
And when you called John an asshole, were you feeling angry by the way he was treating
No, because your need wasn't being met. See, not because he was treating. Are you angry because your need for what wasn't being met?
Your need for being heard wasn't being met?
heard and respected. You know, he doesn't respect me. You know, the only people he respects are those that kiss his ass. And, you know, and when I try to show him, you know, that his managerial style sucks, you know, then I get no respect.
So you're feeling unheard and unrespected?
Well, those are not really feelings. Those are diagnoses. We don't want to reinforce diagnoses like unheard. And so you're frustrated because your need for respect and understanding doesn't get met when you express yourself to the boss. Yes. Yes. Other employees say the same damn thing, nothing happens. But he's had it in for me all along.
So your need for feeling heard and acknowledged?
For fairness. I mean, why the hell do other people do the same thing I do? And, you know, you never hear a damn thing about it. But by God, as soon as I say something like that, then he's all over my case. Then I get sent into you, and I got this damn thing to deal with. Hell, there's other employees in that department do the same thing, but because I won't kiss ass, I'm the one that always gets everything. I'm sure none of you would ever have an employee like this. But just in case you should ever be plagued, then be prepared for it. Oh, excuse me, you are the employee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have realized. I saw a little bit of understanding in some eyes here.
So then your need for being treated with respect isn't being met?
Fairness. Fairness and respect both. I mean, why the hell am I always the one that gets the bad end of things? Other employees do the same damn thing. Nothing's ever done. I do.
So you're angry and frustrated by the fact that your needs are not being met?
My need, you know, for fairness. You know, same thing happens to other people. You're going to keep getting it until we hear it. But that's what's nice. We don't have to be perfect or fast. The jackals are very tolerant with slow learners. They'll keep repeating themselves forever and until you hear the need that they need you to hear. It's okay. So what's the need that this jackal is trying to get across to you?
To be treated like your need for being treated fairly?
Yes, yes. I have a need for fairness, justice. Yes.
Feeling heard and acknowledged?
For fairness. I mean, why the hell do other people do the same thing I do? And, you know, you never hear a damn thing about it. But by God, as soon as I say something like that, then he's all over my case. Then I get sent into you, and I got this damn thing to deal with. Hell, there's other employees in that department do the same thing, but because I won't kiss ass, I'm the one that always gets everything. I'm sure none of you would ever have an employee like this. But just in case you should ever be plagued, then be prepared for it. Oh, excuse me, you are the employee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have realized. I saw a little bit of understanding in some eyes here.
So then your need for being treated with respect isn't being met?
Fairness. Fairness and respect both. I mean, why the hell am I always the one that gets the bad end of things? Other employees do the same damn thing. Nothing's ever done. I do.
So you're angry and frustrated by the fact that your needs are not being met.
My need, for fairness, same thing happens to other people. We're going to keep getting it until we hear it. But that's what's nice. We don't have to be perfect or fast. The jackals are very tolerant with slow learners. They'll keep repeating themselves forever and until you hear the need that they need you to hear. It's okay. So what's the need that this jackal is trying to get across to you?
To be treated like your need for being treated fairly?
Yes. I have a need for fairness, justice. Yes. How do we get children to stop lying? And I have an easy answer, but the parents never like it. I say stop blaming and punishing. You have no lying then. You only need, but lying is adaptive in a punitive structure. You're a fool to tell the truth in a punitive structure. I also think it would help us, if we want to communicate in a giraffe way with children, to get rid of the concept of children. You know, there were no children on the planet until 300 years ago. Did you know that? I'm serious. There were no children. We didn't have the concept of children until the Industrial Revolution, and we started to have this new word for people below a certain age. See, until then, they were people. People of a certain age. They only became children after that. And then it's unfortunate, because as soon as they became children, they became treated with much less humanity. Now, there was good reason politically to protect people of a certain age from exploitation. That's the laws. But when we start now to think of these people somehow different than those of us who are adults, a lot of problems get created. I used to take parent workshops, half the parents in one room, half in another, and I gave them a written role play to write down how they would treat a certain situation, predict the other person's response. How would you respond? I gave both groups the same situation. The other person borrowed something and didn't return it when they said they would, okay? I told one group the other person was your child. I told the other group it was a neighbor. They come back in the big group, but I told them, don't say who you were working on. We put them up on the board, the groups that were working on the one with the neighbor and the children, same situation. I asked the group, who got the most love and respect? Always the same thing, always, not even close. The neighbor was always treated with more love and respect. In the jackal world, we are given permission and encouraged to dehumanize people that we label as children. So that's enough theory. Now let's get into, the most important thing you see that goes with this is to get away from this idea that it's our job to make them behave a certain way. See, once you think that, then we're already in trouble. And I've had a request for a song I wrote when my youngest son educated me about this. My youngest son, Brett, educated me about the danger of demands in the role of a parent. He helped me to see, never make demands, Dad. Never make demands. How did he help me see this? Well, it was a slow message for me to get clear, because I had this so deep in my mind that as the parent, it was my job to make the children behave. And one of the things they should do is tasks, like take the garbage out. That's not too much for a father to ask a son. And because I had that thinking, we had the we had the garbage war at the Rosenberg household twice a week. See, the garbage was to be picked up the next morning, so my rule was, Brett, my youngest son, his job was to take the garbage out the night before. So thinking that way created the garbage war twice a week. And the garbage war would begin by my simply mentioning his name. Brett! That's his name. Now, how does he accelerate the war? He pretends like he didn't hear me. He's in the next room, right? Neighbors a mile away can hear it. And he's in the next room pretending like he doesn't hear me, so I'm getting out. So what do I do to make it worse? I scream even louder. What do you want? The garbage isn't out. You're very perceptive, Dad. Get it out. I'll do it later. You said that last time and didn't. That doesn't mean I won't do it this time. Can you imagine putting so much energy into getting the garbage out? There's people starving to death in the world. The environment is being destroyed, and I'm taking all of my energy as a human being to get my blasted garbage out. So this was at a time when I was trying to transform myself from the parenting of the culture that I was raised in to giraffe. So I was starting to learn to wear these ears. So one night I sit down and I said, what's going on with the damn garbage? You know, this craziness, because it wasn't only the garbage, you know. It wasn't only the garbage. We also had a little thing about shoveling snow. The neighbor down at the corner was a serious physical handicap. She could not walk, so she had a long driveway in her house. And when she couldn't get her car out, she had no mobility because she couldn't walk, she depended on her car. So he would go down to her house every time it snowed. It took him an hour and a half, depending on the depth of the snow, to shovel her walk. He never told her who did it, never asked her for money. He would check the weather report before going to sleep. If there was any possibility of snow, he'd get up early so he could go and do it before school. Right? At our house, we had a tiny little walk. Do you think I could get that walk shoveled? You see? So it was a mystery to me. Why? What the hell? I mean, the kid goes down to the corner. What the? Then finally I put the giraffe ears, and we had a conversation one night, and he made it clear to me. What was the need behind the no? See, so when we get into the role play with children, what is the need behind the no? And we'll see that it's very often very similar to the late coming employee. Anyway, here was the need behind the no in the garbage. So since I borrowed some of the lines directly from our conversation, I give him credit. I call this Song from Brett. Sometimes I just call it the garbage song. If I clearly understand, you intend no demand, I'll usually respond when you call. But if you come across like a high and mighty boss, you'll feel like you ran into a wall. And when you remind me so piously about all of those things that you've done for me, you better get ready. Here comes another bout. Then you can shout, you can spit, moan and groan and throw a fit. I still won't take the garbage out. Now even if you should change your style, it's going to take me a little while before I can forgive and forget. Because it seemed to me that you didn't see me as human too. till all your standards were met. Okay? The need behind the no. So, who's going to come up here and tackle this scary jackal? Oh, all hands go up. That will do maybe two of them. Come on up here.
No, I want to say.
And what am I doing, Mom, that you're not crazy about?
Actually, I'd like to give you the situation that I'm a school teacher.
You're a school teacher, so I'm an 11-year-old student. Yes.
Who, you're not doing what I'd like you to do in my class.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. What's that, teacher?
I'd like you to work on the project we have prepared.
Okay, so good. This will give us all a chance to practice hearing the need behind the no. And how do I express my no? Politely, I'd rather not, teacher. Do I express it some other way by just not doing it?
Destroying some of the property in my classroom and not doing it. Both.
Yes. Okay. So, what property have I destroyed?
My scissors, my needles, my pins.
Yes. Okay. So let's talk to this
I'm a
person.
handwork teacher. I teach sewing. So.
Yes. Okay. So let's talk to this student.
Ben.
It's a very good start. That is his name, okay? We're getting there.
I've had this conversation a lot of times with myself.
I bet, yeah, okay.
Ben, I feel, are you feeling frustrated by my handwork class?
Because what needs aren't getting met?
Because you need to be outside with Christopher?
Christopher's a school?
Another child, his buddy.
You'd like to be playing with Christopher? Yeah, this stuff is stupid.
Do I hear you saying that handwork is not something you feel you need to do?
I'm never going to use this crap.
One teacher down. You feel that what I'm teaching you is...
Don't hear what he thinks.
Do you feel learning to sew is...
It's going to be another thought. Hear his feeling and need.
Use my card.
Use the card.
That's why I have it in my hand. Do you feel reluctant to do...
Yeah, why do I do this stuff? I'm never going to use it.
So you're feeling... Are you feeling handwork is useless?
That's what he thinks. But never reinforce what a jackal-speaking person thinks. Don't even hear it.
Are you feeling frustrated that I'm asking
No,
you to do this work?
not that I. It's going to be hard to get that giraffe in the mouth of this baby giraffe.
Are you feeling frustrated?
Because your need for something useful in your life?
Because you're needing to do something else?
You have a need for something that you'll use in your life, that will help your life, make your life more wonderful. I might use language like that with an 11-year-old.
Okay.
But I would try to put it in need language. I try to get away from reinforcing the thought that anything is useful or useless. You know, like anything is a waste of time. See, there is no such thing. Why would I want to teach people myths? Some behavior meets needs, some doesn't. Why make life more complicated than it is? So you'd like something that you can use, and you're irritated to be learning something that you're not confident is going to meet your need. Yeah, when am I ever gonna do this stuff?
Ben, I appreciate you telling me what you're feeling, and
That was important for him to hear, because he thought he was gonna get sent to the principal. His teacher last year sent him to the principal for just that, saying that it was junk. So already this has been a big shift for him.
Ben, would you be willing to hear what my needs are and my feelings
Yeah.
are? I feel...
But I wouldn't have been if you would have started with him. I am now, because you heard me. Yeah.
So Ben, I'm feeling frustrated that, frustrated and hurt that what I teach doesn't feel of value to you.
What's the need? See, I didn't hear a need in
I know,
there.
I'm getting there. Haven't worked on it yet.
Yeah, but after the feeling,
Oh, okay.
speed of light to a need. Don't go to a thought that the stuff is not of value to
Right.
you. I feel frustrated and hurt because my need for what isn't met?
For my need for you to enjoy my class.
I have a real need to contribute to your life. Isn't that the need?
Yes, that's me.
You don't want him to enjoy it if it isn't contributing to his
No.
life. I have a need to really contribute something to your life.
Ben, I very much would like to reach you on a level in my class that will give you value and what I would value to your life.
You want me to get something useful out of your class.
Yes, but even more than that, I want to be able to give you the gift of something that I feel would grow into that you could take into your life as you grow older.
You want me to learn something that will be helpful to me in my life.
Yes. Could you tell me how that feels to you?
I don't know.
Would you like to explore that with me, how that feels for you?
Now, it's an important message to hear with giraffe ears. Very important message. What's he feeling? What's he needing? Expressed through that message. Silence is a very important message to hear with giraffe ears.
Ben, are you feeling...
Now, this is an easy role for me to play because I played this role for real for about 8 years in school. And I learned how much power I had with these assholes. All I needed to do to get these people who thought they were so big about ready to crap their pants was leer. See, how many times my parents were told, he leers. See, I would just sit there and leer. And it would drive all these adults crazy. They didn't know how to deal with leering. Never have I had such power. I was a great leerer.
Ben, are you feeling uncomfortable and puzzled?
Yeah.
And are you needing more compassion from me?
What's that?
Understanding? Are you needing...
You don't care about me. You just say that. Nobody cares about me.
So you're feeling unlikable and are
You're
needing to be
you're
understood?
feeling uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable.
And wanting some understanding about how hard it is for you to trust this. Try that, you see. Just hear the feeling and the need. Are you feeling uncomfortable? And
Are you feeling uncomfortable and needing understanding?
For how hard it is to
for
trust
how
that
hard it is
I
to,
care for you?
Or maybe for how hard it is to be with, because I'm trying to look in the whole school what's going on for this child.
Yeah.
How hard to be with adults it is for you?
Yeah.
So, Ben, are you feeling...
No, you heard him. He feels that. Now tell him how you feel when you hear that.
Ben, I feel right. Would you like to hear what I feel?
Yeah.
I'm feeling great compassion for your pain, and would like to continue understanding you and working with you on this level.
Make a present request now. What's the present request?
Would you be willing to continue working with me and talking to me about your feelings and what's going on for you in class?
I don't know.
So are you feeling that's still very uncomfortable for you, and you're not sure whether you want to talk about your feelings?
Yeah. Now come back to yours. You've heard him. Now come back. See, we have a beautiful giraffe dance going. We have a beautiful giraffe dance going.
I'm feeling concern and have a need to talk with you, to meet with you.
Present request.
Would you be willing to talk to me again, maybe outside of class, so that we can meet on a caring level? It's pretty funny.
No? Yeah.
Okay, would you be willing to meet with me tomorrow during recess?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. It's been good to talk to you.
I projected it forward to this afternoon, and I think it's a bigger learning situation for her than for him. Putting him before the scissors, whether the scissors get broken or not. Then I projected it further to a situation, let's say, of safety, and that's where I run into trouble. What if he threatens somebody with the scissors or something like that? Then it gets tough for me as the teacher. I don't know what to do there.
Well, obviously, we use force. If he's about to stab somebody with the scissors, we take the scissors away.
Yeah.
And then is when we really need to use the process, because when somebody's beating on another child or about to hurt somebody, if this is important to us for safety reasons, then we really have to empathize the most. I was sitting here in the elementary school principal's office in San Francisco, and the principal looks out on the playground during recess, and he jumps up and he says, "Excuse me, Marshall," and he runs out and he grabs this older child, slaps him and says, "I'll teach you not to hit smaller people."
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now, what pained me about that is that this man who did that, this man loves children. Really. This guy has got a giraffe heart. And he's a good friend of mine, so I could tease him a bit. So when he comes back in, I said, I'm not confident you taught that child what you said you were going to teach him. Huh? What do you mean? I said, you said you were going to teach him not to hit smaller people. Yeah. But you're bigger than he is. You hit him. You thought you had a good right to hit him. He probably thought he had a good right to hit the other person. So I think all you did was reinforce what he already has been doing. And then he said, you know, thanks for pointing that out. I never realized that. I never thought of it that way. See? I said, but Jay, I do think you taught him something. What? I think you taught him not to hit smaller people while you're watching. But I think I wouldn't want to be that younger child on the way home from school today. See, I would think my life is in danger because now I think you've just perpetuated violence. See, so it's at this point that I would have liked him to have taken the person who was doing the hitting and started with empathy. Because it would be so important for me to protect the population. The more important it is that I want somebody to be open to another possibility, the more I want to begin with a respectful understanding of what need they're meeting by doing that they're doing.
I just wanted to say that when I'm in her role as the teacher, it's important for me to hold in my mind that this is possibly more of a learning situation for me than it is for the kid. Like, I'm really the student.
Yes. But hand the mic back, thank you.
I found the uh-huhs and maybes of the board to be amazingly eloquent. And I was struck by how much he was able to communicate through grunts and moans, essentially. And
you know me better than I thought.
And I also was wondering if there was how Holly could have helped him become more compassionate towards himself in those moments. Because
when he was grunting and
when he was expressing himself through his own inner jackling.
I liked the way she did it. It seemed to me she kept hearing his feeling and needs at that moment. So the next day, she'll get more chance to do what you're talking about. She's going to get much more of this. You don't care for me. Nobody cares for me. So it's hard for you to trust this. You want some understanding. Yeah. Yeah. Because I'm a rat. So you're doing some stuff that's not getting your needs met? You don't like doing? Everybody says it. Even my friends say that you're really a rat. Yeah. So you're kind of discouraged with yourself. There's some things you'd like to be doing differently. See, I don't reinforce the self-judgment. I hear the needs behind it. Yeah, he's got a lot of that to go on. How can you possibly be hearing the message outside without internalizing it? I went through about 6 years. That was my language.
Right.
My father one day, a very kind, patient man, but he had about enough of this. He said, I could kick a pig in the ass and get a better answer. And what did I say? And then I got paid back, because then my oldest son went through the same thing. So we called him Grunt. Now he speaks 10 languages. But there was a while, Need the mic. Yes, thank you very much.
I just had a couple of concerns for the teachers that recess might not be a time when he wants to get out and play with Christopher, so that wasn't really dealt with, in terms of empathizing with his need for play. He wants to see Christopher and also get out at recess, and also it's fun to break scissors and things like that. So his needs around what's going on with breaking things in the room might, at some point, for for me. I had the need for those to be addressed.
About what? The
Because
needs
it's fun.
behind the needs behind the breaking?
Well, the needs, yeah, behind getting up and running around and not sitting down and working on a project. I mean, he may or may
I
not.
thought that
sewing
the
my-
dynamic was being talked about. I thought that those were the feelings that were leading to it. Now, I don't think we talked about it enough. That's why I'm glad that she set up another time. And playing the role when I said yes, even though it was during recess, it was yes. Because what I was getting from her at that moment was very precious for me. And that's why it was so precious, why I'm going to break her scissors this afternoon. Because that was scary how precious that time was for me. Yeah.
It seems to me, I may have seen something here that I want to check out with you. What I'm trying to say is that I have an issue with someone that I would like to discuss with them. But it's really not about the issue. And it appears to me that there's a great deal of this has to do with letting go of any expectation whatsoever. And that it's really much more of a discussion or of a process of understanding each other's needs.
Exactly.
Period.
No, not period, but part of it I would firmly agree with. We've got to get rid of making our request into an addiction. You see, an expectation. We've got to let go of the objective of getting our request fulfilled. That isn't what's important. What's important is three things that are interdependent. Creating a quality of connection. In which we see each other's humanness and a total lack of any enemy images. Another way of saying that, a lack of any moralistic judgments. Nothing in this connection. Nobody sees any wrongness on the part of the other person. What do we see? Their feelings and needs, the truth. See, that's 1/3 of our objectives, you see. So, when I approached my son earlier about the garbage, my objective was a strategy to get the garbage out. See. Yes, of course, I would have said I want a loving connection with my son, but in this situation, I was addicted to getting the garbage out. That was my objective. See, with the manager, with the employee, if it's our objective to get him there on time. No, it's not. Now, here's why it's hard to mention this to most of the people that I work with. They then can only see the other option is permissiveness. You become a chump. That they think then you're talking about passivity. Then you're going to be a loser. I'm going to be a victim, you're saying. I'm supposed to just let the kid do whatever the hell he wants. I'm supposed to do all the work around the house. See? A mother came back second day of a workshop. I went home and tried it last night. It didn't work. And I said, what did you do? I made a clear observation to my oldest son. I pointed out to him that he didn't do the work he said he was going to do. Okay, that's clear observation. And I told him I was disappointed. Okay. I told him I had a need to trust that people will do what they say. Okay. I asked him to please do it immediately. Yeah. What happened? He didn't do it. What did you say? I told him he couldn't go through life being lazy and irresponsible. I said, I'm glad we have another 2 days because it seems like your objective is doing this. You're here to learn how to get him to do this. Yes, then you don't want to be here. You need to go to a dog obedience school. Or read Skinner. If your objective is to get people to do what you want, systematically use punishment and reward and so forth. That is not objective. But see, the only other option she could think of then. Oh, so I'm just supposed to let him do whatever he wants. I have to do all the work around the house myself. I don't believe in permissiveness. No, I'm not talking about permissiveness. See, such a radical paradigm shift if we've been educated in domination culture, which requires you to obey authority. So it's very scary. People think the only other option then is we're going to have chaos, anarchy. Okay, so that's 1/3 of the objectives. Creating a quality of connection in which we see each other's humanness. There's no enemy images, no good guys, bad guys, nobody's right or wrong. Second, we value other person's needs being met equal to our own. Notice there's no giving up in here. We don't give up our needs. Doesn't require that. But we must value the other person's needs equal to our own. Notice we're not talking about strategies. We're not talking about whether to learn sewing or not sewing, take out the garbage or not take out the garbage, be on time or not on time. It's not the objective. It's not ever our objective, the strategy. Because we might find more creative ways of getting everybody's needs met. Maybe we'll find a way of getting the garbage to disappear or something. You know, nobody has to take it out. Who knows? If we are really creative and we're mainly interested in meeting needs, we may find that the original request I made, there's better ways of getting everybody's needs met. Or the other person may do it. But that wasn't my objective. My objective was to meet everybody's needs, not to get him to take out the garbage, not to get him to learn sewing, not to come to work on time. And the third part of the objective, whatever is done through pure natural giving. That means we're giving with the joy that human beings feel when they see what they're doing is enriching life, meeting needs. This is the only reason for doing it. No fear of punishment, no buying love, no trying for a reward, no guilt motivating. So yeah, it's not the sewing. Now, when this is there, if sewing is going to enrich this child's life, of course he's going to sew. And if it isn't, the teacher doesn't want him to. She said her need was to enrich his life. If he can they might find another way of doing it. So if the sewing does enrich his life, it'll take care of itself. The sewing will be done. The garbage was taken out by my son. From there, after I got the message, after he trusted that it was not my objective. See, yes?
How can a student trust in the teacher's objective that his need is important and her need is important when that student is already being compelled to be there? How can they trust something beyond that initial compulsion, which is, that you are required to be in this room at this time?
Because how do I put it to them? If I use Amtssprache, I become part of the system. If I say, you have to be here. If I use that language, I'm part of the system. So I never say to the child, you have to. I never say to the child, it's the rules. That's Amtssprache. That's bureaucratic language. No, I don't say that. I'm not part of that system. I say, I'd like you to be here on time. I might say an observation. There's a rule in the school that says this. And when you don't do it, I get very frustrated because it creates a real pain for me. And I'm within a system, if I don't punish you, then I get punished. You see, I'll be honest about my dilemma in that. On the other hand, if I agree with the rule, then I don't say you must do it because it's the rule. I would say what my needs are that would be met by acting in harmony with this. I'm scared about you not staying in harmony with this rule because I value whatever. Does this show you? So, yeah, it's the rule, but I never use Amtssprache with the person. Like you have to, you must, you can't. Especially since they already know they can. no matter what I say. So I don't want to lie to them and say you can't. They know they can, even if it's a rule. So why would I lie to them? Why would I ever say to somebody you have to do something when I know no human being has ever done anything because they had to? No human being does anything they don't choose to do. Clear? You seem a little not ready to buy that assumption.
I guess it's maybe that grudgingness that sometimes children will yield. You know, all right.
No, then I wouldn't let them, because see, then they're not doing it this way. I haven't met my needs. My needs are not met when they, all right. My needs aren't met then. We haven't gotten everybody's needs met. So no, I never want anybody to do anything out of all right motivation. No, we need to still negotiate. We need to keep the giraffe dance going. Because when people act out of this energy, it's not all right. Yes.
So I tried this with my ex-husband a couple of months ago.
Now this is unrealistic, because husbands are never jackals.
Ex-husbands are.
Oh, ex-husbands. Okay, I'll take your word for it. But this is the first man I've ever heard to be a jackal.
And we had a nice conversation, and the conversation more or less ended after a couple of hours with some, I think, clearer understanding perhaps of each other. Certainly I understood him a little bit better.
Yes.
And he voluntarily agreed to increase the amount of child support that he sends. And now he wants to take it back through other ways.
Yes.
So I'm back to square one.
Come on up here and let's talk to this Jeff. Come on up here and let's talk to this Jeff. So let's make it easy for a while. I'll sew this giraffe ears on him for a while. So do your best to speak giraffe, but even if it's not perfect, you don't have to worry that much, because he's got the ears on. Okay, what do you want to say to him?
Do I need to give background?
No, you can say you can quote, you can make a clear observation. Yes, when you said
that now that you're paying me more child support, you won't be paying the health insurance or the dental bills any longer. I felt I feel frustrated and angry, and I need to. I need fairness. I need to have the financial burden not rest predominantly on my shoulders. I need some sharing in that responsibility. And while I'm at it, I need...
while you have those giraffe ears on.
I would really like it if you could come up more often, so that my needs for my son to have a closer connection with you are met, and so that I get a bit of a break from being an exclusive parent. And I would really like to have some acknowledgement from you about all of the different, the tremendous effort that I put into raising our son, and how much of it I do exclusively.
So there's a lot that you're sharing with me there, and I want to be sure that I'm really hearing it all. First, you just like some obvious awareness that there's expenses involved in keeping the family going with our son, and you would really like to have the money that it would take to do that job well, to cover for living expenses, health expenses.
That's right.
And it's very scary and hurting for you to know that I have the money to give for that, but that I don't.
That's right.
And I'm also hearing that you're concerned about the boy having a father who's really showing an interest in him. You want to make sure he gets his need to feel cared for, not only by you, but by a father.
Yes.
And you'd also like to know that he's with somebody loving at times and give you a rest to take care of some needs of your own.
You got it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I need a lot of empathy myself. Do you need to be understood more, or would you like to hear what's going on in me that's keeping me from doing those things?
I think I need you to understand a little bit more.
Okay.
I need you to understand the depth or the quantity of time that I have been the sole financial supporter, not the sole, but almost exclusively bearing the financial burden, and I wish you to understand the pain that I feel for my son when you decided not to move with us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for bringing this up, because I realize I did miss a part of your first message, which is that you'd also like some recognition and gratitude for the job you're doing with him, and under difficult conditions. And now you're wanting, in addition to that, some recognition of the stress involved in being the only provider of support for him.
Yes, when I heard you say you're doing a good job, that felt nice to hear, but it was just, it barely scratched the surface.
You would really like to know if in my heart I'm seeing what you're investing in that boy's well-being.
Yes.
It would really help to hear what's behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And when I express what's going on in me, I think you'll hear what's keeping me from it. But even now, I'd like you to know it isn't that I don't really feel that gratitude, but I need some empathy for what keeps me from both offering the gratitude and the financial support and the time to be with him.
I'm ready to hear you, and I'm also a little frightened that I will subjugate my needs and concerns out of wishing to understand you.
I thank you on behalf of Ellen Goodman for having that consciousness.
Who's that?
She writes for the Boston Globe.
Oh, yeah.
And she says, women, beware of guys like Rosenberg teaching you how to understand and empathize better. You see. She doesn't mention me by name, but I had my paranoid ears on when I read this. She said, maybe we women have been trained so well to empathize with other people's needs that there's a danger that we lose connection with our own. So she would be glad that you have that consciousness. Be careful about empathizing so well with the other person that you lose your needs in the process.
I'm all too familiar with that.
Okay, okay. So I'm glad you have that consciousness, and I thank you on behalf of Ellen Goodman. Because I'm going to try to express myself in giraffe, but even if I do, you'll probably still need those ears, because I'm going to be getting into some heavy stuff.
Okay, go for it.
It's somewhat like what that gentleman was talking about to his employer about the inner demands and the pressures. But I think that's mild compared to what goes on in me. Because it is very important to me to provide for our son. And I would like to be caring and provide for you as an individual, because we had lots that we gave each other for a while, and that was precious for both of us for a while. And out of that, I would like to give to you and enjoy giving to you. I would like to give to my son and enjoy giving to my son.
Then why do you say things like, "You'll excuse me if your needs aren't important to me"?
You'll hear that now, why I say that. You'll hear that now. Because they're too important to me for the wrong reasons. And so I'm rebelling against this and resisting it. Can you tell me back what you hear me saying so far?
I'm not sure I understand it, but you said that those needs are too important for you, so you run away from them.
Yes, too important in this respect. I feel responsible for your feelings. I feel responsible for my son's happiness. And that I feel such that how could any father not behave differently than I am?
Would you say that again?
Yes. How could any father not contribute to his son's well-being?
You're saying that you do?
No,
Or
I'm
that
saying,
you want to?
I'm saying I tell myself that. I feel responsible for my son's well-being. And that makes an inner demand far stronger than that man's demand that I have to be on time. It makes it a powerful demand, an inner should. And I rebel against that.
And I'm also guessing that there's resentment that I left the relationship.
Thank you, because on top of that, I have a whole bunch of other feelings of hurt, rage, a whole bunch of feelings left over from the relationship that I haven't had the empathy for, that I will need. And these two together, the two together, this inner demand from my jackal, plus these resulting, still remaining feelings, all of that together makes it, I just don't want to give. And yet I hate myself for not giving.
I still don't understand the part where you said it makes you not want to give.
I still have a lot of hurt, a lot of rage. Plus the other, plus this inner demand that I should give. What's wrong with me? I mean, it's my son. So I'm saying all of these feelings together. If somebody outside mentions it, then they're going to get back. I don't care. I mean, that's your problem. But it's because I've got all this going on inside, and until it's dealt with, I can't meet my own needs. The other needs that I have, they're strong. To care for my son. That's a very strong need. So it must be, so I'm saying that then I need you to see how strong the pain is that's inside that I need empathy for before I can respond to my need to give to my son.
You're feeling pain because you need to have that connection with your son and you don't, or you feel
I need to have it with him, but the demand of myself to do it, feeling I should, what kind of a father am I, that inner pain created by my inner jackal is so great that I can't act on my need to be with my son.
I hear you saying that you're where you are, working as hard as you are because you need to save your money, to buy land so that you can be self-sufficient and leave a legacy for your son, or maybe not a legacy, something for him.
That's also going on. Yes, I would like to do that for many reasons. That's also going on. That's the easiest for me to talk about, because I'm the clearest about that. Yes, one way I can do it is by getting this land and making money and leaving a legacy. But the other stuff about not giving for the medical expenses now, not meeting with him, that's the stuff I'm talking about now.
Right.
What's behind that?
So it must feel and must have felt enormously painful for you to lose the setting in which you had a relationship, a wife, and a son.
Extremely painful. Extremely painful, but it was painful before that. It was painful before that.
Before we left?
Yes. It was painful because I felt...
You felt a pull between responsibility.
I felt
and
responsible for your happiness and his.
Mm-hmm.
And the more I felt responsible for your happiness, the less I wanted to give to you. The less I was giving to you emotionally, the less you wanted to be in the relationship. So it was very painful for me already before you left.
And your needs were certainly not, your needs for love and being able to call the shots, or being free to come and go when you choose, were all not being met.
That was another part of it, but the main part of it was that I felt responsible for your happiness. And so when you would let me know that how unhappy you were with the way I was spending my time and how much time I was investing in our relationship, I felt again this same dynamic. Oh my God, I'm responsible. I should give more to you. If I don't, you're going to be hurt. And when I have that image that I'm responsible for your happiness, then I don't want to give. So
you felt a tremendous burden.
I made it a tremendous burden because I had an illness, a very serious illness called male-itis.
You had it bad.
Yes, I had it very bad. Male-itis, that I feel responsible for the people, my wife's happiness. And when she's unhappy, then I feel the demand, oh shit, now what do I have to do? And,
so when I was unhappy, you felt a failure?
Yes, and I felt now I have to be home more and do more what she wants. And that made our relationship as much fun for me as a prolonged dental appointment. And it's not hard for me to understand then that that was very painful for you. That would be easier for you to hear that I just don't care. And so then I'd see you getting more unhappy, then I'd have even less energy for being with you. And so I know I'm not surprised you chose finally to leave, but then the leaving itself created real pain for me. So all of this is going on in me and is still not healed and needs to be healed before I can enjoy giving the money to you and the child, and to enjoy really telling you how deeply touched I am at what you are giving to him. I see it and I feel it so strongly, but you can't express gratitude sincerely when you're in as much pain as I'm in.
When I put myself in your shoes, I just feel sad.
And that's precious for me, the empathy you've given me, that you feel sad. But now, it would also be a gift for me if you met Ellen Goodman's needs and make sure you still don't lose your needs right now. So you've given me what I need most right now, which is the empathy, your honesty, but don't think that means you have to give up your needs.
Well, I also have a need to just trust in what we agree on and not feel the shaky ground of it ever changing.
Yeah, I can understand that. And I mean it when we have this kind of connection, but then the jackals can get into me and I can lose it quickly. So that's why I need to find some way of getting enough of what we just started on now. This is just the surface of what I need to do to get that pain dealt with well enough. And where do I find this? You know, I'm not willing to talk to you very much, so I don't give you the time, and I'm not sure it's fair to ask you to do it when you're in so much pain yourself. So where do I go? When I talk to my friends, we sit around and all complain about whose wife was the biggest bitch, and that doesn't help. So
are you willing to talk to me about
yes,
it?
yes, this way it's a great gift to me. But again, listen to Ellen Goodman. Check and make sure that you're not losing something in yourself to have to give this empathy to me. Make sure you get enough yourself.
Are you willing to make a direct deposit out of your paycheck every month? I don't want to go to court.
Yeah,
I'd
well,
prefer not to.
Well, you know, it would be really helpful. Maybe the solution is if we could get a giraffe, one of these giraffes around this area or some area to help mediate between us so we can keep this connection going, but not have to put it all on you to have to always have the giraffe ears on. Yeah, I wish I could remember there's something of worth in me. When the depths of myself shows through and you say no to what you see. So we now know how to hear no. We don't have to deal with what I dealt with when I wrote that song, you see, giving our power away and reading in things like rejection and so forth. So now that we know how to hear no, let's learn how to say it. So first, write down what one of those messages might be that's coming at you from another person. What does the other person say that would meet either one or both of those criteria? It would be a challenge not to lose connection with your need and get lost in theirs, or even if you didn't get lost, it would still be hard to say no to it. Oh, yes.
This is from a typical age child, my 6-year-old, who, when something has come up, she will say, well, what is more important than me?
What is more important than me? That may be the winner today, I think. You hear, you hear all of these people already thinking, only a cruel mother would say no to this. Yeah, okay.
Don't complain about picking me up if you didn't want to have kids. You shouldn't have had them.
Anything that has a should, ought, expectation makes it real easy for me to say no. But other people might have trouble, so I'm glad we're getting a diversity here. So, other messages, yes.
You said you wanted to, whatever it is.
You said you wanted to.
You said you wanted it.
You said you wanted it. You wanted it, yeah. Okay, now how do we say no in giraffe? The first step is probably the hardest, and that is to show sincerely in our eyes that we received a beautiful gift from this request. See, when people believe that when they trust that their request is received as a gift, then no matter how else we say no, it's going to be easier for them to hear. But what's painful for people is not hearing no. It's feeling like their need doesn't matter. Everybody got the first step. Now, most of the time, this is in the eyes, you see. For example, you ask me, would I mind, whatever it is, you ask me, would you pick up something on the way home? And now here's what's going on in me. Oh my God, how do I tell that I've got so many other things to do? So the first thing you see are the eyes between, oh my God, how am I going to, you see these eyes. You see what I mean? How does that make you feel? If you have jackal ears, you will think that it was your request that created my pain. You got me? And if we believe that our needs or our requests can create pain, we're toxic. That's what's painful, not hearing a no, but when we feel like our needs are toxic. You see, and that happens often with this combination of the person on the receiving end feeling so scared about saying no, and they don't realize that that fear in their eyes is the worst pain to the other person of all, if they have jackal ears. Because they're going to say, oh my God, look what my needs do to people. I'm toxic. So, the first thing we do is to sincerely have the eyes of the child again. It's getting a gift from Santa Claus. It's got to be sincere. And it will be sincere if we see it for what it is. Here is a human being in front of us expressing a need and a request. That's what we hear with giraffe ears. And whether we agree to do it or not, it's still a gift. This person is giving us an opportunity to make life wonderful for them. That's one of the most precious gifts another person can give us. An opportunity to make life wonderful for them. So that's what we need to communicate back to them first of all, with our eyes, or if we are using words, here we could empathize. So you're really running behind schedule, and it would be a big relief to have me drop off and get that for you. See, just to show an empathy for the need. But I don't have to say it necessarily. If my eyes show that I receive a gift. So that's the first step in saying no. Now the second step has two parts. What not to say ever, and what to say instead. Okay? So to say no in giraffe, we never use the following words. No. Okay? Make a note of that. You see, to say no in giraffe, never say no. Next, I don't want to. Never say I don't want to. Never say I'm not willing. Never say I can't. Never say I don't have time.
How long is it for?
We're about run out of it pretty quick. I don't have time. Never say it's not possible. Never say it's not in the budget. That's what not to say. Now, what do we say? We express the need that keeps us from saying yes. Notice how this is just the other side of how to hear no. Notice we've been learning how to hear no by hearing what is that every no is a poor expressed yes. When a person says no, they're really saying I have a need that keeps me from enjoying giving to you right now. Okay, but now we're on the other side. Now we are the speaker. We want to make it easy for people to hear that. And so we say the need of ours that is keeping us from saying yes. Yes.
What if you really have an absolute no, if you put out a need that is preventing you, and if they fill that need, all of a sudden now you're the next need and the next need, and the real answer
Then
is no,
you probably
never.
haven't gotten down to what's really been the need behind the no to begin with. What is the need behind the no that keeps you from it? Okay, everybody got the second step. Now, very important, after we have said the need behind the no, the one that keeps us from saying yes, that we follow that with the speed of light with a present request that demonstrates this second intention on the board here, that we value others' needs being fulfilled equal to our own. So we have just said the need that keeps us from saying yes. Now we make a present request that searches for a way to get everybody's needs met. See, we don't just stop and say, no, I've got this need I'm going to take care of. No, no. We're still equally interested in the other person's need getting met as our own. So we follow it up with a request that searches for a way to get everybody's needs met. Everybody got that? Then practice it in your situation. Now, what do you say back to the person that demonstrates the last two things? Let's assume that you have given them through your eyes that you received a gift. Let's skip step number 1. Let's go directly to 2 and 3. Express how you would say the need that keeps you from saying yes, and the request that searches for a way to get everybody's needs met.
My original request was...
that the other person made.
The other person, yep. He said, I need you at the shop on Friday. What time will you be there?
I need you at the shop on Friday. What time will you be there? Okay, so that's what this jackal just said, and let's hear what you say back to the jackal.
So I would say, I have a need to protect myself from the frustration I feel when I'm at the restaurant. Would you be willing to try working without me and call me only if it's unbearable?
Mm-hmm. Okay, now if this person that's giving him a chance to meet your need, if he can enjoy doing that to protect you, and he might, seeing that, might be willing to risk it himself. It would give him joy to meet your need. Maybe not, but at least you've shown that you're interested in what his needs are, whether this would meet his needs to do that. Fine. Who else has got one? Yes.
I'm afraid I haven't got it very well, because...
Let's hear that first one again. It was a dandy, if I can remember. What was the jackal's response?
It was my 6.5-year-old daughter's response, her request. Her parents are coming to San Francisco to the NVC conference.
Mm-hmm. Now you're trying to make me feel guilty.
And arrangements have been made for her to stay the night with a friend, and she has known about it and looking forward to it. And the night before, she says, "Don't go."
Don't go.
And I say, "I'm going to a class that's very important, and I'm going to be learning some wonderful things." "What's more important to you than me?"
What's more important to you than me?
I said, "You're very important to me. I love you. The class is important, but in a very different way." And then I didn't know how to handle it in any different way. That I said, "I've made arrangements. I've made commitments. You already knew where you were going, and we're happy to have the arrangement made that we made." We spent more than an hour talking about it in this way.
She's not hearing a thing you said.
No, it didn't feel right at all.
She needs empathy for what's more important than me. You said you are important to me, which is a jackal statement.
Oh, you are important to me is a jackal
statement? There's no such thing as being important to someone. It's a vague abstraction. So you need to empathize with what is the person's feelings and needs when they say, "What's more important than me?"
So not answering that question, but to look deeper for a need.
Hear the present feelings and needs being expressed through that message. What is the person feeling and needing when they say that?
Are you scared that we're going to be gone?
That we never connect the other person's pain with you. Connect it to their needs.
Are you scared that you'll be alone? Are you scared that you'll be alone?
No. You care more about those workshops than me. Your own daughter. Precious and 6 years old. I don't need to help this 6-year-old. I don't know why I'm doing that. It's not necessary. Feelings and needs. Feelings and needs. She needs empathy.
You're feeling sad that you think something is more important?
Don't ever hear what a jackal thinks. Don't encourage them to think. See? What is a need? What is the need behind you think that's more important than me? What's the need?
Security.
What need? What need? We don't have to be right, but just guess a need.
Are you worried?
Because you need, what does the person need?
Because you want me to be with you?
No, that's a request. That's a strategy. You want me to be with you. What's the need?
Are you worried because you're going to be at someone's house overnight?
No, that's where the person's going to be, but it doesn't say a need.
Need to feel safe.
You need to feel safe? I'm safe, but I'm safe. That's not it. Just need to be assured that what need is going to be met. That your need is what need? How would we put this in words that a 6-year-old would understand?
Do you care about me?
Are you feeling sad and need reassurance that you're cared about, that you're valuable? Yeah. That's much more powerful to empathize with that than to immediately jump in and say, you are. Because if you say that to a 6-year-old, they'll say, methinks thou doth protest too much.
Okay. So what does valuable mean, Mom?
What does valuable mean? Oh, then I'd put it in other words. That you're cared for, that you matter. Is that making sense? Yeah, you care more about those workshops than me. So you need to really have your need to be cared about met. You're not sure at the moment. Yeah. So I empathize with that, but I make sure that I never do anything to prove to another person that they're cared for. See?
You wouldn't take her on your lap and hold her?
I might take her on my lap and hold her. I might agree not to go on the workshop, but not to prove that I care for her. Because if I do anything out of that energy, the child will pay for it. See, if I'm a giraffe, I never do anything for the child. Giraffes never meet anybody's needs but their own. They are self-full. Not to be confused with selfish, not to be confused with selfless. Self-full. I might stay home if I would enjoy contributing to this child's happiness, if that would meet my needs to do it. But not if in any way I felt giving in, not in any way to keep the child from interpreting that they weren't loved. That isn't going to meet anybody's need. I might stay home, but not to prove that I care for them. Actually, what the person would need is that empathy that was just given more than anything. And then they need to trust that what comes back is honest.
So even if I spent quite a lot of time with her saying, I'm really sad that this is making you feel so unhappy, that wasn't very helpful.
If that was done second, it would be different than if it's the first thing she hears. Because if you start with, I'm sad, that's sympathy, not empathy. I'm saying we need to start with empathy. When we say, I'm sad that you feel that way, I'm talking about myself. Okay. I've left the other person over here all alone with their feelings. So I start with, so you're feeling really sad and need assurance that you're cared for. Yeah. The other children's mummies and daddies don't go off all the time. Yeah.
So don't defend yourself and say this is only the second time in your life.
Never, never hear what another person thinks. Never encourage comparative thinking. See, this person's already learned what we teach many people in our culture, to compare themselves to others. Look at most of the ads, you see. They're all taught us to compare ourselves to some ideal, you see. The danger of that. If you don't know how to compare yourself yet, if you didn't learn that jackal trick, read Daniel Greenberg's book, How to Make Yourself Miserable. He even has exercises in there to teach you how to do this. He shows a picture of a very beautiful man and a very beautiful woman with all of their measurements on the picture. Oh. The exercise is this. take your own measurements, compare them to these beautiful specimens, and think about the difference. And this book produces, you know, the title says, make yourself miserable. Boy, it produces. Do that exercise, you know. And you think you were happy before, you'll be depressed now after you compare yourself to these beautiful specimens and think about the difference. And you think, in fact, you're as depressed as you'll ever get. You turn the page and he says, now this was just a warm-up. Because we all know that beauty is not important. Now let's compare ourselves to others on something that is important. Achievement. And how does he do this? He claims to have pulled several people from the phone book for you to compare what you have achieved at your stage in life with what these people did. Now here's why I get a little suspicious of this guy. He says he pulled them from the phone book, but the first name he pulled was Mozart. He says, now this gentleman Mozart, by age X, I think 8, had written several pieces of music which have lasted over the centuries as masterpieces. By age 8, he could speak 4 languages. Now compare what you've achieved in your life with what Mozart did at age 8. And think about the difference. You see, so no, we don't want to encourage this poor child to think in that comparative way. So we don't even want to hear the thought. We want to translate it into a need. See? So you're feeling really sad and need reassurance that mommy and daddy really care for you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That empathy is what the person needs more than anything else. You see? That demonstrates more the caring than, but I do. You see?
It's hard sometimes to hear a question and not answer that question.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is listen for the need behind it.
Yes, answer no question until you first feel you are firmly connected to the person's heart behind the request. See, the question is always a request. Never respond to a request until you have first connected to the need. It takes all the joy out of doing anything that people want if we don't see the need. Okay, now, say the need. Now, after the empathy, you might have more chance of being understood. So say again, what is the need that keeps you from saying yes? In few words, this is a 6-year-old. What's the need that keeps you from saying yes?
I'm going to a workshop that will help me to be a better mother and a more loving person.
Of course, those are dangerous abstractions. We don't want this child to think there is such a thing as a loving mother. Or what was that second?
Better person.
A better person. There is no such thing as a loving person, you said. There is no such thing. So we don't want to be abstractions that don't exist. We want to do something real in life. So you want to learn ways of connecting in a more loving way with her. That's possible, but it's not possible to be a loving mother.
Okay. So I'm going to I'm going to San Francisco to learn better ways.
I have a need.
Oh, because I have a need to learn better ways for connecting
with you
in a loving way.
Could you tell me what you heard me say?
Could you tell me what you heard me say?
You want to learn to connect with me in a more loving way.
That's right.
Then you'd stay home.
So you're still feeling sad that I won't be with you?
You're still feeling sad and need reassurance that you're cared for. See?
You're still feeling sad and need reassurance that you're really cared for.
Yeah.
What can I do that would help you feel that way?
Stay home.
I'm sad about that you think that. I would like to see some other way that would work about meeting that need. Because I'd like to find a way that could meet your need and mine. See, I'd like to find a way to meet both. I wouldn't say this to the child at the moment until I could figure out how to say it to a 6-year-old. But you see, if I meet the child's need and not mine, the child's going to pay for it. So I want to be sure that I never do anything for other people. The other person will pay for it. So could we find a way to meet both your need and my need? What do you mean? I'd like to have some other way of having you feel cared for, other than having to give up what I want. Could you tell me what you hear? I don't know what you mean. How would you feel if I said, if you love me, that you give up wanting me home? How would you feel? I wouldn't like it. Yeah. So I'd like to find a way that we can both get our needs met. Yes?
I would say this is school for me, just like you go to school. And when I come back, I want to figure out a way where we can go to school together.
If you don't add a present request to that, I think you're going to miss an important learning opportunity.
What would you like to do with me?
No, ask this request. Could you tell me back what you heard me say?
Yeah. Could you tell me what you heard me say?
I'm betting against 80% of the people of any age hearing it. And anybody age 6, I'll go up to 90%.
Too many words.
Not only that, the abstraction.
Oh.
I'll bet you that most adults would take three tries before they could get that. Yeah. And we're not going to learn that unless we learn to check out whether message sent is message received. We can go through life throwing out thousands of messages that don't register, use far more words than we want to use and the other person wants to hear. We don't learn that unless we keep asking, could you tell me what you heard me say? Yes.
I'm finding in many situations that I will ask somebody to tell me what they heard me say, and they will be able to repeat the words, but the energy is not even remotely what I would like. Any suggestions what to do then?
Yes, I still get my first need met, but then almost any time after I've been understood, especially about when we're talking from the heart, my next request is I'd like you to tell me how you feel now. So then we'll deal with why the energy isn't too good. But I first wanted to find out whether the message was received. Okay, they've heard me. But now I need to know what is the feeling behind that energy.
I understand that, and that in many situations makes me skip to that question directly, because I don't see value in having somebody just repeat words if there isn't really understanding there.
Well, I do see it in some situations, not all. I see it great, because if their lack of tone of voice is because, if their lack of energy or their negative energy is because of a misinterpretation, I want to clear that up. It might be just clearing up what they didn't hear. So, okay, I'm not asking for empathy here, see. Don't get this mixed up with empathy. I'm not asking for empathy. I'm just wanting a check. Is message sent, the message received? So I don't want the empathy. They don't have to do it with a good energy. I just want to be sure that they're hearing that. Now, if they've heard it, okay, then we go to the next step. What's going on in them?
So my son says, I'm trying to leave the house, and my son says, Ima! And he's crying. And of course he doesn't want me to leave. And I'm still struggling with how to explain my need to do other things to a 19-month-old.
Mm-hmm.
I can give him the empathy, in other words. I feel good about how I give him empathy, but I don't feel as much clarity as I would like about expressing my own needs in that situation.
Yes. I don't know how to do that either in a way that I can be sure the other person hears it. But I do believe that if I'm saying my needs, I come out of a different energy. They'll hear a different energy than the other things I'm likely to say. I told you. So if I'm at least in touch with my needs, I think that the energy will be different. So I'll say it, and then also aware that even if the person doesn't understand those words now, their language will be much different at age 6 the more they hear this language now. So even though they may not make it out, the hearing of it, I think, is still important. So I'd still say the need. Could you tell me better? I don't know. So they don't maybe hear it yet. Okay. But then I would empathize with them. I don't know much else to do. I've solved one of my biggest problems. It's a little hard to know how to implement this. You don't have children. Go directly to grandchildren. But now, how to do that, I haven't figured out yet.
I feel somewhat hesitant about this one because it brings my jackal right up to like, oh, you're so petty and selfish, and
that's the best to practice.
It's such a little thing.
That's the good one. What is this person asking you?
My neighbor said, so I think I'll go to the farmer's market with you on Saturday morning.
I think I'll go to the farmer's market with you on Saturday morning.
And I'm like, oh, shit.
I don't see in your eyes that you've just received a precious gift. That's the hard part here, to give yourself enough empathy to quickly say, so you'd really like to some company shopping? Yes, yes. And a ride, yes, yeah. Now, this is going to be great, because one of the messages we really need to know how to say no well in, I'm serious about this, is when this is the last person in the world we would like to spend time with. Okay? That's when we really need to know how to say no accurately. See, how do we say the need that keeps us from saying yes with someone we can't stand being around? So this is a very good application of this skill. So let's hear how you do it.
And this is, it's not so much that in terms of her, although it turned out to be a little bit that in the process of what happened afterwards.
I see.
But it's because this Saturday morning going to the farmer's market is like the only time I have to spend with my best friend, because her life is so busy that we've carved out this little space. We go to the cafe first.
That'll be easier than the one I had in mind. Okay. So we'll practice the one I had in mind next. Okay?
Okay.
So now say the one that you just did.
Okay. So she said, I'd like to go with you.
I look forward to going to farmer's market with you on Saturday.
I want to say that would be really nice, but...
the eyes would say it. If you do that first part, or out loud, so yeah, you'd really enjoy going to the market with me. Yes. Then you don't have to say, I understand, but. Now you can come right to the but. Now say the need that keeps you from saying yes.
So I'd like to say yes, but do I say that? No, I don't say that.
Here's the need that keeps me from saying
yes.
Here's
the need that keeps me from being able to say yes to that. Yes. Saturday morning going to the market is the only time that I have to spend with my best friend.
That doesn't say what the need is.
And
see, the clearer we can say the need, the easier it is for others to give. They have to have that need in mind. What need am I meeting? What need am I fulfilling? You could say it's pretty obvious in this situation, but it still is different to hear the need itself than to have to see it implicit in the statement.
So I have a need for intimacy and connection with my friend, and it's the only time we have.
Yes.
In the course of the week.
Yeah. Now present request.
So I understand that...
Just right to the present request. So I'd like you to tell me.
I'd like you to tell me if... how you feel about what I've just said.
All right.
I sense that you're feeling sad.
not the first time I've been rejected.
Mm. Oh, thank you. Are you feeling sad because you also have a need for connection and friendship?
Wonderful. Yeah. You didn't get caught up in the rejection imagery, which is how she's interpreting it as rejection. You heard the need behind that. Yes? Jackal, did you interpret a rejection? Yes, of course. How else could I hear it? If you interpret rejection, you'll be rejected. What do you mean? Who wants to be around somebody that if your needs are not in harmony with them, they suffer because they take it as a rejection? It doesn't take many of those, Jackal, for no one's going to want to be around you. No, no, no. I'm giving a little panoramic view of how dangerous it is to even believe there is such a thing as rejection. Actually, this was gentle. I wrote it in a poem once, much more viciously. It's a short poem. It goes like this. Nobody wants to be around me. That's why. See, how sad to take it as a rejection, which almost guarantees nobody's going to want to be around you. Yeah.
This question does bring up the fact that we do make choices about people who we want to spend time with and who we don't.
Yes.
And especially in times when there's little time, it becomes very obvious somehow who is more important for us to spend time with than another person. And I have yet to find a real, authentic, honest way to express that.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to work on. I was hoping this situation might be that one, which would be an even harder one. So let's now say to another person this message in giraffe. Think of a real person that comes closest to the person you'd want to say this to. You are the last person in the world that I would like to spend any time with. Okay? Now, how do you say that in giraffe to the person you have in mind? The name of this curriculum item is How to Reject People So They Love It. I forgot to give you the warning. Be careful about doing this because it'll teach you more about yourself than the other person. It'll teach you some painful things about yourself. So proceed with caution.
I don't really feel that connected with you, and I think our needs would both better be served if we look for people that we connected with.
Well, that's not as bad as it could be. Come on. But it's missing some important ingredients. First, an observable behavior. People can learn from negative performance evaluations very valuable things if they can get concrete, observable behaviors. If they don't have that, it's going to be hard to enjoy and learn from the evaluation. So let's start with that. What is this person doing or not doing that makes it hard to connect with them? And you may have to work on this because usually what comes to our mind are money diagnoses. We're much more literate at diagnosing than we are being clear about observations. But what are the observations? What does this person do or not do?
When you say that I'm responsible for my son dropping out of college and never going back.
Okay, so when I hear you say things like when my son, etc., and I've heard other comments for me of that genre. Okay, and how do you feel when this person says that?
I feel defensive. I feel angry.
Angry. And you feel angry because why?
I feel attacked.
You interpret as an attack. It's not a feeling, it's an interpretation, and that's why you're angry. You're angry. No, you've explained it. You're angry because you interpret this as an attack
As criticism.
and criticism.
Right. And while I'm concerned about my son as well, I feel that you hold me totally responsible.
So, and I see you holding me totally responsible, and I have another judgment of you that isn't fair.
Yes.
So I not only am interpreting that you are making criticism and judgment, but you are making unfair criticism and judgments of me.
Yes.
Yes. And therefore, I have this request of you. What is the request? Oh, what's the need? What's the need? You'll have trouble finding the need because you're angry. Because see, your head is so filled with those judgments, attack, criticism. And when your head is filled with those judgments, you'll have trouble finding your needs. Of course, if you had giraffe ears, you wouldn't have heard the criticism. You wouldn't have, and then since you wouldn't have heard any criticism, you wouldn't have thought it was unfair. So, the problem, of course, is not that this person said what they did. The problem was you received it with jackal ears.
Right, yes. I was judging myself.
And them. You're judging them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
See, you did what I was warning you not to do. Never hear what a jackal thinks. See, when they said that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That was the first thing I would have liked you not to do.
Are you feeling disappointed that Jay didn't finish college?
And you're feeling disappointed and need to really, and have a need for Jay to develop himself in a way that'll help him in the future?
Yes.
Yes. You have the same need, right?
Yes.
So where's the conflict? There's no conflict.
Oh.
At the need level, you both have the same need.
Right. She expects me to pay for it, or to pay, part of it.
And you would like me to pay for part of it.
Right.
Not expects. So you don't hear an expectation if you have giraffe ears.
Mm-hmm.
You never can hear a demand or an expectation.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a gift. She's giving you a gift, an opportunity to. So you'd really like me to give some money for this.
Yes.
Yes.
And I told her no, and that was not acceptable.
Well, no, it's not that the no was not acceptable. You said the no out of an energy of having heard a criticism, a judgment, an unfair criticism, and with the energy out of which you said that, no matter what you said, she would have gotten defensive. Because she didn't get empathy to begin with. That first step in saying no is the empathy. Instead of getting empathy, she got a jackal clobbering. You interpreted her as judging, criticizing unfairly, and so forth. Okay. Let's have you all practice this, okay? This is really scary for me to tell you this, but I'm really attracted to you. And I really have a strong need for an intimate sexual relationship with you. Would you be willing to invite me to your place this evening? Okay, now how do you say no? Yeah.
This is my wife's birthday.
This is what?
This is my wife's birthday.
Then bring her too.
Chicken. Okay. Come on now. I wanted you to practice where you don't have a wife, but this person is not. This is not the person you want. So how do we say that in giraffe? Anybody want to tackle this difficulty? You'll try.
Thank you for the invitation.
Already I feel good, because she looked like she meant that. And so I can already better able to hear the no.
I sense your feeling for me is sincere. I I understand, I hear that you have a need for companionship and intimacy. I am not able to answer your request. I'm not able to, let's see, I have a need to honor my commitment for monogamy, and I would request that we find another way of having a friendship or having relationship. Perhaps we
Seems
could.
like it got all those ingredients into me. Yeah, well,
that's true.
We're
Okay.
working up to that.
Okay.
We're working up to that.
Okay.
First of all, I know she's not married. She's not into a monogamous relationship. She was lying, you know. That was no. Let's say that was the real. If that was true, that would be the need. But yeah, I'm really wanting us to practice when.
And I did opt out for that because I couldn't think of the other thing. So
okay,
it's
so
true.
that's what I want us to do, to know how to
right,
say those needs in that situation. Yeah.
It's also one that presumes that if Mike, I guess. In there, it presumed that was an honest thing from you and that you wanted a relationship.
Yes.
But what about the scuzzy guy that is just, you know, hey, I'm just hoping to get lucky?
Well,
I mean, then when you answer...
Why is that scuzzy? So what if I just said, you know, I just enjoy having sex with you? Why is that scuzzy?
No, but I'm defining it as the scuzzy guy because I can see that you want to have a relationship.
Yeah.
You know,
So you're saying
there were many
a relationship.
Yeah.
Just sex.
Yeah.
Okay, well, either one.
All right.
Yeah, she can't wait to say no to me when we get down to this level.
I think I'm going to take off from where you started, where you were at the part where I want to honor, not monogamy, but say I'm single. I want to honor my own particular needs around who I'm attracted, what I'm attracted, who I'm attracted to.
She's getting into the courageous area I wanted to get into. So let's see how this sounds. This is the hard one.
I've done this. I've had some practice. Okay. I want to honor.
I've had some practice on the other end. So I've heard more than a few thousand no's in my life.
I'm in trouble. I want to honor my own needs around who I'm attracted to, and I'm not interested in having sex with just anybody who asks me. So.
Look, we could erase that. Let's erase that last sentence. I thought that just up until then was pretty honest. That you had certain needs in terms of what spell out the needs more that I don't meet. You know, not attractive in what sense? Spiritually, physically, all of the above, none of the above. In what way don't I meet your needs? What needs don't I meet?
Do I know this person?
Well, imagine a situation. What needs of mine don't I meet when you say I'm somehow? I like what you said, kind of philosophically, but I think it can even be more powerful for this person to get down to
being very specific.
Very specific about the need and the observation.
Okay. I experience I'm aware that I need someone who has tools in communication.
I'm glad you said in communication. How about this? Not I value someone. When we've talked, I haven't had my need for depth that I would like met, understanding.
Uh-huh.
It's my needs. I'm not saying you're not a deep person. I'm saying that these needs of mine weren't met.
Uh-huh.
And I would be reluctant to want to enter into an intimate relationship with someone that those needs aren't easily met. Could you tell me what you heard me say? See, certainly in this area, I'd want to be sure the person didn't hear there was anything wrong with them. I'm only trying to say what needs of mine. It has nothing to do with them. I'll tell them the observable behavior. Like last night, you talked for an hour about baseball. This is not something that I particularly am interested in, and I would have liked for you to have checked with me whether I was interested in this. And
For an hour, you didn't stop him?
I tried. Anyway, you see what I mean? A little bit more specific about the need. And then certainly on this area, I'd want to check out that the person didn't hear there was anything wrong with them. Yes.
But then what if they turn around and say, well, I understand that. Would you give me the opportunity to meet your needs?
So you're kind of confident that now that I've expressed it, that you could meet it. And you'd like an opportunity to see if that could develop between us.
But what if you really don't?
Now hold it now, I'm just trying to empathize.
You're empathizing.
I first empathized. I just wanted to be sure I heard the person and heard their needs. Remember, that's the first part of saying no, because I'm going to say no again. But I wanted to start with a sincere openness. I wanted to be open. I wanted to hear what this person's needing. So you're confident that this could evolve, and you would really like the relationship enough for me to give some time to see if it could evolve.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't have the confidence that this kind of quality between people, if it's not there, I don't want to have to work at it. I really want it easy.
So there's no chance.
I'm not saying there's no chance. I'm saying at the moment, I would rather begin a relationship with somebody that at this level, there's an easy connection. I'd like you to tell me how you feel when I say that.
I understand where you're coming from.
Anyway, that's... Yeah.
Marshall, what I remember about the earlier part of this conversation was that we had changed it to, I think we had changed it to that they didn't want a relationship, they just wanted to have a one-night stand, so...
well, there's two here. We got the two mixed up.
Oh,
so
okay.
Either one. So which one would you like us to deal with? One of those that we didn't deal with yet?
I just was confused. I wanted clarity
No,
because I was thinking we were doing the one-night stand and then the...
No. That would have been too easy. It was the other one where the person wanted a relationship.
And why did you say we would learn something about ourselves?
Because what is there about us that keeps us from being able to enjoy this person? It tells more about us than them. It tells us what needs of ours are important. You see, it tells us about certain things that we haven't learned to enjoy in other people. Why am I having so much trouble enjoying this in the other person? Empathizing with it, things like that. I learn when I see who I don't enjoy being around. I mean, we have halls of fame for everything in the United States, right? But why not a giraffe hall of fame? For people who have really made a contribution to somebody's life that you don't read about in the paper. See, all we read about in the paper are those people who are killing and greeting. And what about the real heroes of the world, the giraffes, the people who really make a difference in our lives? So I told you today about one of my heroes, my uncle, his smile, what his smile did for me. I told you about my grandmother, what her generosity to people did for me. So I want you to induct somebody into the Giraffe Hall of Fame. So we will give you a chance to practice how to express gratitude in giraffe by inducting this person into, because that's how you get a person into the Giraffe Hall of Fame. You express your appreciation to them in giraffe. Now, a good person to pick to induct into the Hall of Fame is somebody who made a significant contribution to your life. Remember, I told you earlier today, one woman inducted her father, who 30 years ago, what was it he did? He winked at her, you see. So, and it could be somebody no longer alive, it could be somebody alive, it could be... So, it's up to you who do you want to induct into the Giraffe Hall of Fame. But you need to express the gratitude in giraffe, which means no compliments, no praise. It's too weak. See, those things that really make a difference in our life, it's too weak to say you are a very kind person. No. If you really want to make it a powerful expression of gratitude, we need to make three things clear in our expression. Now again, I earlier said we can do it in idiomatic giraffe, like that student did to me when he said dictator. But for learning purposes today, I'd like you to see if you can express these three things in words, you see. Sure, sometimes just saying thank you can maybe communicate these three things. But you want to have the ability to do it in classical giraffe, just in case, for those things that you really want this person to know, how deeply what they did meant to you. Then you've got to know how to make these three things clear. First of all, the observation. What the person did that enriched your life. Present feelings, right now when you're inducting this person into the Giraffe Hall of Fame, when you recall this, even if it happened 70 years ago, how do you feel right now recalling this action? I feel. What need of yours was met? Those are the three things that we need to make clear in expressing a giraffe gratitude. And equally important to the clarity with which we say those three things is the intent. Never give a gratitude or a thank you to reward somebody. Never give a gratitude or a reward to build up somebody's confidence. Those seem like nice things to do, but that destroys thank you when people feel it's a manipulation or a tool to shape something. Let's only express gratitude to celebrate, you see. Now, the more gratitude is a part of our life, this kind of gratitude, the more fuel we have to be a giraffe in a jackal-speaking world. Because that's where we get the energy, by remembering the power that each of us has to enrich life. So see, notice when we give a gratitude in this way, we are remembering the power we have. Look what we can do. And then we see the glory of it. We see, oh my God, look what this can do. Look how this can leave a person feeling. Look at how this act, what need it can meet. The more we really have that inside, why would we ever play any other game than let's make life wonderful for one another? There's no game that even comes closer to that. Yeah, we've been educated to play the game, who's right? We've been educated to play the game, let's kick the shit out of the bad guys. Those aren't fun. Not really, we know that. They're costly even when they're fun. So, let's learn how to celebrate what the power we have to make life wonderful. so that we fill ourselves with the fuel that's necessary to live this way. So, whoever wants to start, this will be the person. And this will also then watch how this other person receives gratitude in a giraffe way. That's equally important as knowing how to express it. It's equally important to know how to receive it. So you will induct this person into the Giraffe Hall of Fame, and this person will demonstrate how to receive gratitude. So who's ready to induct somebody into the Giraffe Hall of Fame? Okay.
I already expressed this to John earlier, but I want...
John is here?
So I already expressed this to John earlier, but
John is here?
Yes, John.
Oh, John Kenyon.
I just wanted to do it...
John Kenyon, you're the giraffe. You have to come up here and receive your own gratitude. So.
He's busy.
Come on up here. You got to come up here, and you're being inducted into the Giraffe Hall of Fame. Yes. So.
Where do I?
You sit here, and he's going to induct you into the Giraffe Hall of Fame.
So this morning when I parked my car out on the drive, and I was worried about whether I had to have a sticker on it, and I was checking with the lady and so forth, and I saw lots of other cars without stickers, and I was worried about everybody else getting tickets. And when I got to the top, there was John.
No, talk to him.
There was John.
No, there you were.
There you were, standing there, obviously being there to take care of people and to see that they weren't going to get tickets, and that was, I felt so relieved and so delighted knowing that you were taking this extra care of me and everybody else here with respect to the parking, and I knew it was just such a symbol of everything you've been doing to make this workshop successful that I just felt such gratitude and appreciation, and I just wanted to thank you.
Now, I'd like you all to tell me whether he received it in a giraffe way or not. Because if he did, you would have seen in his eyes that he was flying and dancing. Did anybody see his eyes? Was he, what?
He was flying and dancing.
He was flying and dancing. Then he received it, because to receive appreciation, the person saying it needs the same quality of empathy, because they're giving a lot from their heart. And if the person really sees it, they can't help but fly and dance. So if the other person is playing the jackal game of, oh my God, now do I have to live up to this? Do I have to, every workshop, do I have to stand out there? Or now what does he want from me? Now do I have to say something nice to him? You won't see the person flying and dancing, see. So apparently he was receiving that in a giraffe way.
It was interesting as I was expressing my gratitude to John, how scared I felt and vulnerable.
That's what I mean.
Which surprised me which is something I was feeling very positive about, but yet, and when he did have that acceptance of that with your dancing and so forth, I felt really relieved, and I thought, wow.
I'm grateful for you for adding that, because I really want us to be conscious of that. This requires just as much vulnerability. We are revealing our heart. Whether it's pain or joy, we're vulnerable. We need the same empathy, and how good it feels to have the person be able to hear that. Welcome to the Giraffe Hall of Fame. Now, my only worry is you have such a big heart that I'm worried about you being manipulated by Hungarian women who manipulate you out of your sweater. I also heard that you got ripped off a while back. So are you joyfully ripped off? Okay, I just wanted to be sure that was coming from joy. Okay. Thank you, John. Rick? Okay. Who is this other person you want to induct into the Giraffe Hall of Fame?
They're a team.
A team?
Yes.
Okay.
They're right here.
Oh, then I don't have to get the puppets out. Okay, let's get the team up here. Who? These two? This team of two?
Oh, yeah.
This team of two. Well, let's get this team of two up here. Okay.
Okay. When I came into your home a year ago and experienced the welcoming, the hugs and the kisses that I did, was one thing. When I have watched how everyone who comes into your home is received with that openness and warmth, just looking at you, I feel such a joy and a peace. Experiencing the unconditional acceptance and watching it exist as it's extended to others. Just wanted to know that that's very wonderful for me.
Welcome to the Giraffe Hall of Fame. Yes.
In both of these, I'm really seeing the observation and the feelings come through very much, but the needs, I'm kind of looking for where.
Yeah, let's get the needs a little sharper in this last one. So, Rick, how could we say the need in there?
The need for acceptance?
So the need for acceptance and the way they greeted people, and I think the need for unconditional love. Just, yes, that you could be accepted and loved as you are.
I mean, I hadn't done anything. There was no
Just
behavior. When people walk into their house, the first step is, you are home. You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
And, chocolate chip cookies.
Yes, we've had several people are requesting the address. Can we post the address?
But we live south of Boston.
Even better.
Yeah,
I could have guessed that the way you brought some water over to me. It really touched me deeply. It met my need just to feel cared for. Yes, please.
The person I'd like to induct into the Giraffe Hall of Fame is you. Because I've come to the workshop stuttering and trying to feel my way through how to listen empathetically to people and also express my own needs. And it made me feel a lot of confidence in the ability to grow and to gain a more understanding of something that seems very foreign to me. And it really has met a need of mine to be better able to reach out to other people with a whole lot of other growth inside me that can come forth.
So I want to be sure that I've understood the needs that were met by our time together. Certain quality of connection between yourself and others that's very dear to you, and the need that got met was growth in an area that will help you make that connection. Did I hear that?
Yes, that's true.
Did I miss a part?
I guess the feeling that the other person's needs aren't the first, that you have to meet your own needs in order to hear and meet other people's needs as well.
So it really met a need of yours to know how to respect your own needs as well as the other person's needs.
Yes, and to not accept other people's judgments when you do meet your own needs.
Mm-hmm.
That has
and
been.
then how, if meeting your needs somehow is painful for the other person, how to hear what's going on in them without taking it that there's anything wrong with your needs.
That's right. That's a big part.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That feels really good to you to think of being able to enjoy your own needs, what's alive in you. And not to give power away to that, to anything else, just to enjoy the life that's going on in you.
Yes, so that I can learn to dance instead of walk.
Holly.
I would like to induct Martine into the Giraffe Hall of Fame. Maybe stand over there.
We get to do the whole thing here.
Martine, this morning when I left the room in such emotion, when I was so touched and connected to what Marshall was working with on the time management story, and sitting on the steps crying, and you came over and asked if I wanted anybody to be with me and if it was okay to put your arm around me. I was really grateful for not only your concern, but also for your sticking your neck out to come out and check with me. And then your ability to stay with me and help me through something that I was just needing a little more processing with, that I had gotten such an insight with what Marshall had said about finding the dictator inside, but just needed that extra place to get through my hopelessness. And that I now feel that sense again of trying again and feeling hopeful, and it meets my need for finding a way to resolve an issue that's I've struggled with all my life. And I'd like to know if how you feel about hearing that.
Make sure I got it. Thank you. So this morning, when you were touching in on some very deep feelings swelling up and needed to receive some empathy, our contact and our connection helped you to move to a new place and to get to a place where you felt more hope and that's feeling really good to you right now.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I feel really excited hearing that, and just so happy and grateful that you're giving me this blessing.
I'd like to ask you one more thing, because I realized afterwards that I was feeling a little bit vulnerable when we ended. And I heard a jackal say that I had stretched your willingness to offer me empathy just one notch. And that I always do that because I'm so greedy. And I wanted to check with you about whether whether you took care of yourself in that time.
You're feeling worried,
Yeah.
and you'd like to be sure that I was checking on my own needs.
Yes.
Also, and yes, I was, and my need to be able to connect and to serve was very much being met, and I really appreciated the chance to do that.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
please.
I'd like to induct Deva and Tara into the Giraffe Hall of Fame.
Well, let's have them come up here so we can see their eyes.
Most recently, last night, they drove down to San Jose
Speak directly to them.
when you drove down to San Jose from the workshop, and you were very tired, having just gotten back into the country the night before. And you still welcomed me and processed with me all the wonderful things that had happened yesterday, so I'd be able to really get the most out of today. And then in the morning, when you were both so present in the car with what was actually going on inside you and unwilling to compromise a bit or to speak in any other language than giraffe to each other as you worked that out. Just the latest example of your giraffeness. Welcome.
I would love to hear your feelings when that happened and which needs of yours were met.
I have a need for unconditional acceptance that these two meet and have met daily for 10 years. And it empowers me to fight the jackal in me that says, I'm not good enough.
Hey, wait a minute, Giraffe. Wait a minute. Now, we want to also learn about, you did it beautifully how you received it, but it's obvious that it's not easy. So what goes on in you, Giraffe, that makes it so, what's going on in you both right now?
Go
ahead. Well, I feel embarrassed. There's some embarrassment.
What's behind the embarrassment? So the feeling is embarrassment because why? What's the thinking that goes on?
Well, first of all, it's hard to be up here. You know, it's hard.
Because why, though? That's what I'm trying to
I'm being seen, I think, is what it is.
So to have people see your beauty is scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To trust that they see my beauty.
Yeah. Scary to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Another giraffe?
I'm being taped. And so I'm embarrassed about that. And for 2 days now, I've been sitting back there thinking, okay, I'd like to get up there, but I'm way embarrassed about that. So.
Thank you, Giraffe. Please.
Scott, I'd like to induct you into the Giraffe Hall of Fame.
Let's have him come up here. Yeah, let's see him. Why should we make those other women suffer and not him?
Right. Scott, since I met you at this training 4 months ago, 5 months ago, I have had joyous, challenging phone calls, and you have
boy, this is scary. My feelings for you have been on this wonderful roller coaster because our conversations delve into very deep, intimate levels of friendship, and that is very frightening for me to trust and to go into those places where I have great fear. You have met my needs. My needs have been met through our ability to hang on the phone for 2 hours as we work through understanding and meeting each other on this amazing level of intimacy. And I have the greatest respect for all the work that you do, through which I have done, with you helping me let my little giraffe ears grow a little bit, working with me so patiently as I try to fumble my way through my lack of feeling words and my small vocabulary, and being there with such compassion and understanding. I thank you very much.
When I hear that, I feel a little embarrassment, because being up here and hearing those words, and also a lot of uncomfortableness, because I'm not used to being in the situation where I'm receiving gratitude in front of a lot of people, or receiving gratitude much at all. But it feels very good, and it feels like I feel very appreciative of the chance that I've had to support you and receive support from you during a very challenging period of my life, the last 4 months. And it's met my need for companionship and for challenge and for discovering different levels and ways of friendship. And my request is that we provide each other the opportunity to continue it.
Mine too.
I don't have any trouble understanding how it would be not easy to take that all in, because for me, one of the hardest parts of this whole process is to receive gratitude in what I would consider a giraffe way. And for me, the mechanics of hearing the feelings, the needs, is a part of it, the empathy. But there's another part of it that I think is also important, but this is the part that gets confusing for me. To hear and take in an appreciation like that, I think would take me a lifetime. You with me? What she said it's meant. I'd need a lifetime to relish that, to celebrate it, to think that the calls, what I did on the phone, that it could have meaning in another person's life of that kind. So what I'm learning to do is very important. Each day I take some time to create a gratitude journal. And in the gratitude journal, I first express gratitude to myself in classic giraffe. I identify something I've done that day, or maybe some other time, but usually the day before. I try to think of at least one thing that I did that I want to celebrate. And then I write down beneath that how I feel right now thinking about it. And third, what need of mine was met. But now comes the part I'm getting to. The next, I not just want to see that, I want to celebrate it. I really want to celebrate that I have that power, that I can do that, create that. And I draw a little flower by what I do to start the celebration, just to remind me, don't just hear it, but celebrate it. One gift I received that's helped me to learn how to do this better from my friend Nafez Zaseile. He's a Palestinian. And when I brought 8 Palestinians and 8 Israelis to Switzerland in 1990, trained them how to work together and use giraffe in the Middle East. At the end, he gave me a precious appreciation, but he wanted to do it in his style, not classical giraffe. He's a Sufi Muslim, so he said, could we do it in my way? I said, sure enough, yes. So he wanted to, we locked thumbs, and then he looked me in the eye and he said, I kiss the God in you that gave you the power to give us what you did. And then he, well, that helped me receive appreciation, because until then I got caught between these two poles of false humility. Oh, it's nothing. Golda Meir helped me get rid of that one. When she once said to one of her, when she was the Israeli prime minister, she said to one of her politicians, don't be so humble, you're not that great. So I knew that wasn't the one I wanted to do. But at the other end, it didn't, the idea of thinking I'm great, that doesn't ring. But Nafez helped me. No, it's neither of those poles. But I was given something I could give. I want to celebrate whatever I was given that I can give. That feels right, so that's what I like to celebrate. I really like to celebrate what I was given that enables me to do this. So next, I like to also think of things that other people have done the day before and celebrate it the same way. Right? What did they do? The thing we're practicing now, and how do I feel about it right now? What need of mine was met? And then I want to celebrate the power that that person has for them, with them. Now, the advantage of that part of the activity is about half the time I didn't say the thing to the person. And then this helps me also learn how often I feel things very deeply and it doesn't get expressed. So that's good for that. I want to learn about that because I don't want to keep these things inside. And then, of course, there's nothing keeps me now from expressing it to them, either if I'm seeing them that day or to call them up, whatever. But yes, one appreciation like that gives us, I think, if we really take it in and celebrate it, enough energy to stay giraffe for life. You want to have him stay there, okay? Make that rascal squirm, yes.
Before Holly picked you, I had also picked you to induct you into the Hall of Fame. When you invited me to join your group yesterday and sit with you at lunch and then shared with me about the death of your father, I felt blown away to find someone that had experienced so closely what I had experienced. And it met a need for me that I really never expected to get fulfilled, that someone would really understand what that all was for me. Thank you very much.
While I was sitting up here, I was going to ask to induct you into the Giraffe Hall of Fame.
This is called tit for tat.
Yes. Because
come on up here and
yeah,
sit.
so I'm going to do that.
You're afraid.
Sally. When I heard you say you share openly about the death of your husband just a few months ago, beginning of the day yesterday, it allowed me to feel more present here and feel more connected to the entire group. because I lost my father a couple of weeks ago. And I was a little reluctant in coming, knowing that I was going to stir up more stuff. And it's already pretty stirred. And when you shared how you were able to work with him over the last few months of his life, it brought me back to the time when I spent with him the last couple of weeks when I was on the East Coast, and how I was able to use Marshall's model in helping him transform his whole life in 2 weeks. Because he learned how to listen with trap ears. So it was wonderful, and it met many, many needs for me, and to feel connected and to meet new people who are kindred spirits, and to share what I've learned. And my request is that you continue to be as open and as adventurous and as giving as you've been towards me.
Way to go. I will do my best.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
Don't go away. What a joy that is, that you took something from me and gave it to your father.
I was looking for some time to share that with you, and I figured the time would come. And it was especially powerful because at the same time, as he was going through his dying process, a lot of his old students came back to see him at the end, and they were transformed by his change. And seeing a jackal become a giraffe.
I got enough to digest for the rest of this lifetime.
Thank you. Thanks.
I would like to talk to Bob.
Please.
I don't know how to do this quite deeply enough. I have had a life that's been full of a lot of pain. And one of the things that has made it bearable is having you in it. The quality of your understanding, your ability to see my beauty when so many other people don't. And your support and faith in my ability to find ways of having it shine so people can see it through the differences has been really instrumental in sustaining me. and I wanted to give you that recognition.
My need for loving is met daily by having you in my life, as well as for being loved.
Marshall, I'd like to induct you in the Giraffe Hall of Fame as well. And I'm hopeful that I can say this from the deepest part of me. Of all the people I think you have recognized along the years, some of the pain that I've had around being on time. And I've often have taken nurturing from one of your comments years ago about Holly has a different relationship with time. And I've realized today that the work that you were doing with, what is your name? Patrick. I don't know. I was just sitting there. I was just totally connected to what you were doing. And when you said, what need? I kept going, I don't know the need. I don't know the need. What is the need? And then all of a sudden I thought, autonomy. And everybody in the room said autonomy. And then when you stopped, I wasn't satisfied. I got it, that you said the dictator. It gave me a little handle, Marshall. It was like, okay, so I need autonomy, but how do I get autonomy? How do I do this differently than all the pain and all the relationships and all the disappointment and et cetera that has happened in my life around this? And I realized that I had a despair, that I had a sense of hopelessness, and I, like when I met this relationship I'm in, I just said, give it up. If you ever think that I'm going to do what I say I'm going to do, I can't. I can't. And if you need somebody that can do what she says she's going to do, say goodbye to me now. And so this hopelessness. Today, Marshall, today, I have a peace. I have a peace that I can hold on to. I can reach inside. I got that jackal by the neck. Okay? And that jackal to me is the dictator. And with Martine and being heard about the hopelessness, I got that I can do something about that now because I'm not hopeless anymore. And it was what I want you to know with all my words is that your words today helped me get in there and grab that jackal by the neck. And now with the NVC skills, I'm confident that I can get empathy for that jackal if I never let go of it first.
Yeah, now that you see that rascal and got a hold of it, you're confident now you can start to work out of it. You can give empathy to that.
Yeah. And I'd like to know how you feel hearing that.
Well, I'm delighted that you didn't want to kill that poor jackal. You just want to hold him long enough to give him some empathy.
Yeah.
I like that.
So,
by the neck to make the neck long.
Yeah, turn him into a giraffe, yeah.
So I want you to know that I feel very excited and hopeful that a need of mine to join the world in a way that I can offer people dependability, and it will meet my need to contribute, my deep need to contribute, when I can offer with confidence my dependability.
Yeah, all along you've had that need. You want to be able to offer people that dependability, and now you're confident that hearing this other part of yourself better, now that you've got a clearer view of it, you have some hope that you'll be able to get all those needs met.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Please.
I would like to invite my family up here, the ones who came with me. My brother Jim, my brother-in-law Steve, my sister Joanne, and my husband Rampujan. This has been so important to me to come to this event with you. It meets I just feel, I feel loved, I feel cared for, I feel that I have the kind of family I need and want. Because you have filled this need by being present with me here and by being present and building a way of being present together outside of this room. So I feel I have the chance to influence the people in me, the jackal voices in me who keep me from connecting with the most difficult members of our family. I feel the strength of having you guys standing beside me, behind me, beauty all around me. Thank you.
And now to close with a few stories about my granddaughter. Oh, hey, son, there you are. I've been waiting for your glow, and now I'll sit and soak you in. Feel the pain in me go. Let's dance with the bees while they pollinate. Let's dance with those jackals, dance away the hate. Oh, hey, son, there you are. I've been waiting for your glow, and now I'll sit and soak you in. Feel the pain in me go. Today's the day to celebrate the life we can create and move ahead with hearts of joy to heal and liberate. Oh, hey, son, there you are. I've been waiting for your glow, and now I'll sit and soak you in. Feel the pain in me go.
I was really hoping to hear the song that you sang, See Me Beautiful.
Yes. Yes. See me beautiful, look for the best in me. That's what I really am, and all I want to be. It may take some time, it may be hard to find, but see me beautiful. See me beautiful each and every Could you take a chance? Could you find a way to see me shining through in everything I do, and see me beautiful? Now we're getting it. Let's do it again. See me beautiful each and every day. Could you take a chance? Could you find a way to see me shining through in everything I do, and see me beautiful? See me beautiful each and every day. Could you take a chance? Could you find a way to see me shining through in everything I do, and see me beautiful?